Box of Fables by Keith Robinson. Book 16 in the Island of Fog series. Prologue. Happy birthday, Rudy. The girl spun around to find her father standing in the doorway. He didn't appear to have anything in his hands. Her birthday gift must be in his pocket. "Did you get me a present?" she cried, jumping up. "A necklace? Is it a necklace?" He chuckled and shook his head. "Better than that, I think. It's in the backyard. Come and see." Rudy followed him out, blinking in the glare of the early morning sun. Her father always rose at the crack of dawn. While she'd slept, he had milked the cows and done a spot of fishing. "The early bird catches the worm," he liked to say. Glancing around to make sure it was safe, she hurried after her father as he strode around to the rear of the cottage, where it was more private. The fenced-in area meant nobody could spy on her. "I put it under your tree," her father said, patting her on the shoulder when she caught up to him. "Your gift is supposed to be indestructible, but we'll bring it inside later in case it rains. For now, I figured you'd want to play outside." Rudy was already scanning the base of her favorite tree, which stood in the corner of the backyard. The huge oak's limbs stretched outward, offering a shaded spot. Hundreds of years old, it was wise and secure, and she considered it hers. Underneath was something new, a large wooden chest with a rounded lid. "It's in the box?" Gasping with excitement, she clutched her dad's hand. "Oh, what is it? What's in there?" "The gift is the box." "Oh?" She tried to stifle her disappointment. "It's lovely." He laughed softly. "It's a special box, Rudy, one that will keep you entertained every day." Rudy knelt by it and reached for the lid. It had a metal clasp that allowed for a padlock, only there wasn't one, so she gently opened it up and peered inside. "It's empty." "Yes, I know. I told you the box itself is the gift." He knelt next to her and spoke softly. "Rudy, I know life is difficult for you because of, well, how you look. You're beautiful in my eyes, but I know you're teased a lot. And I know you spend a lot of time out here, reading your collection of fairy tales, talking to yourself, using your imagination to make up stories. I came across this box at the market the other day, and I thought it would be perfect for you." Rudy frowned. "I don't understand. The old woman I bought it from called it the Box of Fables. Do you know what a fable is?" Her frown deepened. "A table beginning with F?" That caused him to laugh hard, and she smiled. He was always so funny when he laughed, with the way his shoulders shook. "Oh, boy," he said at last. "No, a fable is a very short story with a message. Let me demonstrate." Leaning over the open box, he cleared his throat and said loudly, "The tortoise and the hare." Seconds later, a bright glow emanated from within, and Rudy gasped. She and her father eased backward as the glow intensified, and then a purple column of light shot upward, swirling gently as if performing a slow-moving dance. "What's happening?" Rudy cried, both scared and excited. "Watch and see." To her astonishment, figures formed on the grass, a tortoise and a hare, both translucent and ghostly, but highly defined. The hare seemed to be standing there, laughing at the tortoise. Rudy could hardly believe her eyes and ears. She'd never known a hare to show a human expression before, and she definitely hadn't heard one laugh. Rudy nearly toppled over backwards when the hare spoke. "You're so slow, tortoise. How do you ever get anything done? Your life must be so boring." Rudy leaned toward the two creatures. "It's magic," she whispered. Her father nodded. "Yes, illusion magic. The box conjures characters from short fables and plays out the story. It's a storytelling device." The tortoise spoke, its voice soft and calm. "Life isn't always about rushing around. It's more important to do something right than to do it fast. I can prove it." "How?" the hare demanded. "I challenge you to a race. See that hill in the distance? I'll beat you to it." Of course, the hare fell about laughing. Rudy could hardly contain her delight. "Daddy, it's amazing. Thank you. So I can say the name of the fable and bring it to life?" "Indeed. If the box knows the story, then it'll conjure the characters. And if it doesn't know the story, then you can simply tell that story, and the box will listen and learn." The tortoise had set off on its journey. The ghostly figure would take forever to travel a few measly yards, never mind reach a distant hill. What was it thinking, challenging the hare to a race? "Fables are lessons in morality," her father explained. "They were written to pass on simple messages. Don't be greedy, don't be mean, always try to do the right thing, and so on. Many are very simple indeed. For example, when the fox couldn't reach the juicy overhanging grapes, it gave up and said it didn't care because they probably tasted nasty and sour anyway." That's where the expression sour grapes comes from, a person who is jealous and bitter just because he can't have something he wants. Rudy's mouth dropped open. Did that really happen? No. It's a story designed to make a point. Want another? A couple owned a goose that laid golden eggs, but 1 egg a day wasn't enough for them, so they killed the goose and cut it open, thinking there must be tons of gold inside, only there was none, because the goose only made 1 golden egg a day. And now they had nothing. The moral there is, "Don't be so greedy," Rudy said. Her father's eyebrows shot up. "Exactly. You get it." He smiled and climbed to his feet. "I'll leave you with it." "But I don't know the names of any fables." He smiled and extracted a piece of wrinkled paper from his pocket. "I wrote a few down, but I'm told the box of fables isn't only for fables. Perhaps you can tell stories of your own. Some of your favorite fairy tales, for example. Teach the box first, and then it'll conjure them for you thereafter." Rudy hugged her dad tight. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." She watched the tortoise for the next half hour, but its progress was painfully slow, and the hare, in no hurry whatsoever, decided to take a nap about halfway to the finish line. Why not? After all, it could sprint the rest of the way in a fraction of the time it would take the tortoise. Fables are nice, she thought, but fairy tales are better. Rapunzel could come to life right here under my tree. I could watch the big bad wolf huffing and puffing to blow the house down, way better than imagining it. So Rudy went to the house and sifted through her collection of fairy tales, Little Red Riding Hood, Rapunzel, 3 Little Pigs. All of them were her favorites. She clasped the books to her chest and rushed back outside. 2 neighboring girls stood by the gate. They pointed and giggled the moment they saw Rudy, as they often did. "Weirdo!" one shouted. They made some strange barking noises, then fled, laughing while they ran. Holding back her tears, Rudy returned to her oak tree and settled against the open box, comforted by the magical sensation of purple energy curling around her shoulders. She opened a book and started to read. Once Upon a Time. Chapter 1. The Traveling Salesman. Hal Franklin landed close to where Mrs. Hunter stood. Her arms were crossed, a frown creased her forehead, and she tapped 1 foot over and over. She was obviously growing impatient. Well, I guess that's it for a week, Hal thought. He almost couldn't bear to fold his dragon wings away, so he paused with the morning sunlight filtering through the leathery webbing. He angled 1 wing up a little to cast a shadow over Mrs. Hunter. At least she didn't have to squint in the glare now. Emily, in her naga form, was busy slithering around in circles nearby, flattening the grass with her serpentine coils in a large, graceful figure 8. Dewey watched with a faraway look on his face, for once in control of his normally restless centaur hooves. He had a small, 2-wheeled cart hitched to him, filled with bags and trunks. The others were still busy flying, running, or stomping about the place. Hal felt a little cheated. He could have stretched out his final jaunt for another minute or 2. He couldn't fly off again now, though. Mrs. Hunter didn't have that much patience. Resigned to his awful fate, he reverted to human form and ambled toward Emily and Dewey. Now that his wings no longer shielded Mrs. Hunter from the sun's rays, she squinted and deepened her frown. Keeping his voice low so she couldn't hear, Hal whispered to his friends, "This next week is going to be the worst ever." Emily rolled her eyes. "Oh, come on, Hal, it's just a bit of schoolwork, and our grades are terrible right now." "Who cares?" he growled. Dewey eased closer. "I'm actually looking forward to it. This place we're going to sounds cool." "What? A depressing cabin in the woods?" But Hal had to admit it sounded intriguing. Staying in a cabin in the woods for a week might be fun, except for the massive amount of schoolwork they were expected to do. A tiny Abigail buzzed into view, her little fairy wings a blur as she zigzagged lazily toward them. But before she arrived, a flash of red fur shot out of the woods. Thomas the Manticore leapt about with glinting blue eyes, snapping jaws, and boundless energy. Abigail rolled her eyes, grew to full size, and landed next to Hal. "He's gone crazy." "Best to get it out now, I suppose," Emily agreed. Robbie showed up next, though he'd never really been out of sight. It was hard for a shaggy-haired, broad-shouldered 15-foot ogre to skulk about unseen. "Gone wan," he rumbled in his usual nonsensical way. Hal shook his head. "Nope, didn't catch that, buddy." Lauren flew in, her white feathered wings brilliant in the sunshine. Most harpies were filthy, wretched creatures, but this one hadn't grown up in a disgusting nest filled with rotting carcasses and well-chewed bones. Landing on large talons, she stood for a moment as Hal had earlier, wings spread wide as if reluctant to fold them away. Then she sighed, fluttered her feathers, and glared at Thomas with yellow eyes. "What's your problem?" she demanded. The Manticore stopped jumping about. He planted all 4 legs wide, with his red-furred body low to the ground and his scorpion tail arched high. Panting hard, he snarled and said, "My problem? Isn't it obvious? Spending a whole week in some dumpy place learning math and history isn't my idea of fun. All I want to do is run around in the forest." "Oh, well, it could be fun," Hal said carefully as he glanced over at Mrs. Hunter. She couldn't have failed to overhear Thomas's cutting remarks. "And, you know, we'd still be doing math and history anyway, even if we stayed in school this week." "Yeah, but not all morning and afternoon," Thomas protested. "I don't even know why I'm here. It's not like I care about grades." A girl's voice floated out of nowhere. "Stop whining, Thomas. The time will go a lot quicker if we try and have fun." Emily laughed and squinted. "Where are you, Darcy?" She jumped and spun around. "Oh, very funny." Thanks to their camouflage that rendered them invisible, a whole family of dryads could stand nearby without anyone realizing. Darcy was no exception. She was right there, yet her magic allowed her to blend in perfectly with whatever lay behind her. In this case, a couple of bushes and the fringe of the forest. What surprised Hal, though, was the pair of glowing red eyes that peered up at him from the long grass. Fenton was there, too, creeping stealthily on his short reptilian legs and dragging his long, sleek, totally black body and tail. His kind was so rare that it still didn't have an official name. Hal sighed. All 9 of them were present now. That meant, "If you're all quite finished," Mrs. Hunter announced, approaching them with her hand shielding her gaze from the sun. "You asked for 10 minutes, I generously gave you 15, and you took 20. Are we all here? Darcy?" She did a quick scan, using her finger to mentally count. "All here, Mrs. Hunter," Emily confirmed. "We're ready." The lady, their teacher and Lauren's mom, nodded with relief. "Good. Now everyone except Dewey, please switch back to your human selves. Into the enchanted woods we go." 8 of the shapeshifters reverted to human form. Dewey remained a centaur so he could pull the cart, a smug look on his face as they all followed Mrs. Hunter on a trail through the trees. The small cart tilted from side to side on the uneven ground. The forest quickly grew dense. Hal peered with interest at the rough bark, gnarly knotholes, twisted limbs, and low-hanging vines all around. It was early March, which in old Earth would be about time for leaves to start sprouting. But spring came early here in New Earth, and the canopy was already thick and green. According to Miss Simone, it was because of the slightly higher levels of oxygen, but it could also be because of the magic in the air. "Doesn't look enchanted to me," Thomas grumbled. He had a point. Though the trees sported a thick growth of leaves, everything seemed a little ordinary, like any other forest. "We're not there yet," Mrs. Hunter called over her shoulder. "You'll know when we are." Hal glanced back to see Fenton and Darcy holding hands as usual. In other news, Emily had recently declared a romance with a handsome Naga. It was almost sickening how much love filled the air. Then again, Robbie and Lauren seemed to have cooled off a little. They walked side by side, but seemed more like friends these days. Meanwhile, Thomas had no interest in anyone, and Dewey was too shy to even talk about such things. That left Abigail. "Penny for your thoughts?" she asked. "Oh, it's nothing interesting," Hal muttered. As if she'd read his mind, she slipped her hand into his. "Boring relationship stuff? Whoa, how did you know?" She kept her voice to a whisper. "Fairy intuition. Either that, or a telltale smirk on your face whenever you spy on Fenton and Darcy." Thomas let out a sigh. "Mrs. Hunter, how far is this place?" Up ahead, their teacher spoke over her shoulder. "Not too far. We'll see the enchantment at work very soon." Before they reached the so-called enchantment, a horse and covered wagon appeared ahead, rumbling and rattling slowly toward them on the trail. An old man with a floppy hat and well-worn coat sat hunched in his wooden seat, gripping the reins as his sad-looking grey mare trudged along. "Move to one side, children," Mrs. Hunter called back to them. "Let this gentleman pass." While Hal, Abigail, Robbie, Lauren, Darcy, Fenton, and Emily shuffled to the left, Thomas annoyingly sauntered across to the right and stood there with his arms crossed. "Thomas!" Lauren scolded him. "Stop being a nuisance." Dewey, in centaur form, was the only one who couldn't simply step aside. He had to back up a little, then steer his cart off the trail into the longer grass and nudge up alongside a tree. The approaching traveler tipped his hat at them. "Morning! Need any knickknacks? Got some lovely stuff for sale." "No, thank you," Mrs. Hunter said with a smile. "You sure, ma'am? Some toys for your kids, perhaps? Want to sort through a pile of clothes? Like new they are. Might find some to fit. I'll do you a good deal if—" "That's very kind of you, but no thank you." She seemed to be struggling for a quick, simple excuse. "I'm a teacher, and these are my students." "Oh!" The man brightened and swept off his hat to reveal a mass of tangled white hair. He didn't seem quite as old now, maybe in his 50s. Still old, but not ancient. "So you need books? Got plenty of fascinating books, ma'am. Perfect for school kids. You can have 'em at half price." "After he's doubled the price," Abigail whispered. Hal grinned. "No, really, thank you," Mrs. Hunter said, her smile fading. "We have all the books we need." But the man had stood up and was, rather unsteadily, climbing into his wagon through a tent-like opening at the front. "Be right back," he said. "Hold on there a minute. Got something else you might like." Mrs. Hunter let out an exasperated sigh. "We could just keep walking," Fenton suggested. "No, let's not be rude. But if he persists for too long—" The man appeared suddenly, sticking his head out between the flaps. "Forgive me. Chester's the name. Chester Beauregard Flanagan III. And you are, ma'am." For some reason, she frowned and blinked at him, as if his name struck a chord. When she recovered from her surprise, she said, "Mrs. Hunter." He raised his eyebrows. "Oh? Mrs. Hunter, eh? No first name, then?" When she didn't reply, the man shrugged and produced a large silver candlestick. He brandished it proudly. "Deal of the day, Mrs. Hunter. I'm sure you like fine things, and this will go nicely in your dining room. You live around here, do you?" "No, and I have no use for a candlestick, thank you." But Chester wasn't to be thwarted. He shrugged off the rejection as nothing, dove back inside his wagon, and reappeared holding a pair of large rubber boots. "Now, these beauties—" Mrs. Hunter finally found her breaking point. "Thank you, but we'll be on our way now. This way, class." She sounded a little annoyed, and everyone knew better than to argue, even though the traveling salesman was pretty entertaining. Leading the way, she ignored the man's disappointed expression and resumed marching along the side of the trail. The shapeshifters followed, edging past the large mud-spattered wagon. The problem was it blocked the lane, and there was no way Dewey could drag his two-wheeled cart past. "Excuse me, would you please move over?" Mrs. Hunter called, backtracking a little. Chester popped his head out of the flaps at the rear of the wagon, which looked exactly like the front. "Can't, ma'am, sorry. Don't want to get stuck in the bushes. Maybe your centaur friend can find a way through the trees." "You can move over a little bit," she said impatiently. "There's enough room for your wagon and Dewey's cart if you'd be kind enough to try." "Ah, well, you might be right. You might be right." The man pursed his lips and nodded thoughtfully. "Tell you what, buy something, and I'll do my very best to scoot aside. How's that? Sound fair?" "No, it doesn't," Mrs. Hunter said through gritted teeth. "I can move the wagon out of the way," Robbie said softly. "Say the word, Mrs. Hunter." "And I can bite the old duffer," Thomas added. Mrs. Hunter shushed him. Then she sighed and closed her eyes. "Fine. Chester, I'll buy one thing only, but I didn't bring much money, so—" "Never fear, my dear," the man exclaimed with a grin. "Even a few pennies will buy my next meal and get me through the day. Care to step up here and take a look at what I have to offer?" She looked horrified at the thought. "Just anything will do. Not the candlestick or boots, though, and not a fishing pole either." Hal and Abigail exchanged a glance. Not a fishing pole? That was an oddly specific item to mention. "Maybe something educational," Mrs. Hunter added. The man on the cart brightened. "Ah, like books?" Seeing that Mrs. Hunter was floundering, Hal offered a suggestion. "A book about dragons would be cool." "Or about bugs," Robbie chipped in. "Poetry?" Dewey called. Thomas scoffed. "Poetry? Ah, poetry makes me want to vomit." "How about a good fairy tale?" Emily said. "One with a princess and a handsome prince." "That makes me want to vomit," Fenton remarked. But then Darcy gave him a soft punch on the arm, and he reddened. "I mean, a fairy tale, sure." Chester stood up straight and held up his index finger. "Fairy tales! I have precisely the thing, children. The absolute perfect item for a group of 10-year-olds. "We're 13!" everyone hollered at once. "The absolute perfect thing for a group of 13-year-olds. The man ducked inside, calling over his shoulder as he went. "You wait and see. You're gonna love it. Better than stuffy old books." The group glanced around at each other. Mrs. Hunter was busy counting a handful of coins, looking doubtful. Emily seemed to be the only one of them eager for an item related to fairy tales. Everyone else looked bemused. Hal sidled closer to Mrs. Hunter. "Do you know him?" When he said his name earlier, "I know of him," she murmured. "Who'd he sell a fishing pole to?" Abigail asked. But Chester reappeared then, dragging something into the open. It was a large wooden trunk with a rounded lid and sturdy metal braces. "You'll be doing me a favor, actually. This old coffer takes up too much room." He hoisted the box closer so that it perched on the edge of the cart, almost at tipping point. "It's called the Box of Fables. Don't know who built it or why, but opening it will release a fable." "Huh?" Thomas said. "What does that even mean?" "It's too big," Mrs. Hunter complained, shaking her head. "A small item would be preferable, Chester. I don't have much money anyway." But the man seemed dead set on unloading the large wooden trunk. "I'll take what you've got in your hand, ma'am. Here. You boys, come and grab this from me." Despite Mrs. Hunter's protests, Hal and Fenton ended up lifting the trunk down. It was bulky, but lighter than expected. "Feels empty," Hal said, studying the latch. There was a place to hook a padlock through, but it wasn't secured at all. He went to lift the lid, but the man barked at him. "Don't open it here, lad. Some fables are long-winded, and you don't want to be waiting around here for one to finish. Wait until you get where you're going." "Nobody cares about fables, whatever they are," Thomas complained. "And I asked for a fairy tale," Emily reminded him. The salesman grinned. Right. The box has fairy tales as well. Open it, say what you want, and it will happen. Goldilocks, Snow White, and all that good stuff. You'll enjoy the tales as phantom stage plays. Very safe, nothing but a lot of ghostly apparitions, and much better than reading about it in some stupid book." "Well, that sounds amazing," Emily cooed, clapping her hands together. "Sounds lame," Thomas muttered. Hal wasn't sure what to think. It was much more likely the wooden box was completely devoid of magic, just an ordinary empty trunk. "Fine," Mrs. Hunter said, approaching to tip her coins into the man's outstretched hand. "Now please, Chester, move aside so we can get our cart past you." "Absolutely," Chester agreed, pocketing the change. "Nice doing business with you, ma'am. Have a good day, all right?" He was singing merrily as he maneuvered his rattling wagon over to the side of the trail so Dewey could get past, and he was still singing as he rumbled off into the distance. In the silence that followed, Mrs. Hunter tutted and rolled her eyes. "All right, let's keep moving. Put that monstrosity on the cart. Maybe we'll find a use for it. The cabin we're staying at has a large hearth. If there's no firewood, we can always chop up the trunk and burn it." Emily sucked in a breath. "Mrs. Hunter, you can't mean that." Hal knew she probably didn't. Still, he had his doubts that the wooden box would be anywhere as exciting as the traveling salesman had indicated. A magical box containing real-life fairy tales? What a lot of nonsense. Chapter 2. Cabin in the Woods. Not long after, Mrs. Hunter paused. Hal and his friends peered ahead, seeing nothing but the same gently winding trail cutting through the forest. "Why are we stopping?" he asked. Mrs. Hunter faced them. She held a long, scarlet feather by its stem, and the end fluttered as if caught in a stiff breeze. "Apparently, we're at the entrance to the enchanted path." Everyone stared with interest. "But there's no wind," Lauren said, approaching her mom to study the feather more closely. She shielded it with her hands, but still it jerked about. "So weird. How's it moving like that?" "It's not wind that's making it flutter, dear," Mrs. Hunter said. "It's a magical feather from the tail of a phoenix, and it's attuned to the enchanted path. Look." She walked backward a few paces, and the feather abruptly went still. When she returned, it started up again. "It's right here on the left," she said, turning to face the forest. "The feather doesn't work," Thomas griped. "There's nothing but more trees and bushes. If anything, it's thicker than before." Hal had to agree. He didn't relish the idea of traipsing through that mess. He saw all kinds of tangled vines and thorny bushes. It was worse than black woods back on the island they'd grown up on. "Want me to take a look?" Abigail asked. "I can fly around between the trees and—" "No," Mrs. Hunter said shortly. Thomas took a few steps toward the dense thicket. "Leave this to me. I'm best suited for running around in—" "No," Mrs. Hunter said again, raising her voice. "Children, for the next week, you'll have to learn to solve problems without transforming. Now wait here a moment." Looking a little doubtful, she edged toward what had to be the thickest, prickliest tangle in the entire forest. Her feather quivered wildly, almost whipping loose of her finger and thumb with every step. She reached out with her other hand as if planning to somehow pull the vegetation to one side. "You won't get through that," Hal thought. "You're going to fall in and get snagged on sharp spikes." "She'll be cut to shreds," he muttered. Abigail frowned. "Maybe the enchantment." But she trailed off, obviously uncertain. Darcy let out a small gasp. "I can feel it. The forest is talking to me." "Feel what?" Fenton asked. As Mrs. Hunter drew close to the thorns, the bushes erupted into life. She froze and held her ground as great clumps of foliage shook and rustled. Abruptly, it all started shifting. Like the Red Sea parting for Moses, the tangled mess separated into a pair of neat hedges with a path between. The group gasped in amazement. Mrs. Hunter resumed her steady approach, and the hedges quivered as she passed between them. More of the path opened up several yards ahead of her. The ground underfoot should have been leaf-covered dirt, but instead was a carpet of lush grass and multicolored wildflowers. Rays of sunlight slanted down, which seemed impossible this deep in the woods with such a thick canopy above. "Come on, class," she said more cheerfully now. "Stay with me. Don't let the path close in on you." Everyone hurried after her, remaining in a tight group at her heels. Dewey was at the rear, and the hedges that crowded his cart collapsed into a tangled mess the moment he was out of the way. Ahead, the forest continued to part as Mrs. Hunter forged a path with the help of her feather. She looked like a wizard, holding aloft her magic wand and marching with determination. Even the thickest of thickets yielded and shuffled aside. "Where did you get that feather, Mom?" Lauren asked. "I told you, from the tail of a phoenix." "You mean Blair's?" Her mum smiled. "What's the point in having a phoenix shapeshifter friend if he can't shed a feather or two?" The steadily parting foliage allowed a clear view of the sky above. "The sun feels so good," Emily remarked, her hands held up with fingers splayed in the golden light. "And the air's so fresh," Darcy agreed, breathing in deeply. Lauren couldn't help chipping in. "Look at the pretty flowers. Mum, you're like a sorceress." Hal glanced back again, disturbed by the continuous scratching sound caused by the hedges closing in on the back end of Dewey's cart. Imagine getting swallowed up in that mess. He shuddered. If it came to it, he could transform. Thorns were no match for his hardy dragon armor. "I think we're there," Mrs. Hunter said at last. "This is the glade." Ahead of her, the path suddenly opened up into an expansive clearing. The same lush grass covered the ground, sprinkled with wildflowers. A large, sprawling cabin stood at the glade's center. When the tangled bushes closed in behind them, Mrs. Hunter put the feather away. "We're effectively locked in now," she said with a smile. "You see the forest surrounding the glade? There's no way out. Even if you think you can struggle through the bushes, you'll probably find you can't." "I could fly over," Abigail said with a grin. "First of all, young lady, I forbid it. Second, the magical protection spell extends above the ground as well." Hal enjoyed the stroll. The sun felt wonderful on his shoulders, and the cabin struck him as picturesque. Though only one level, it was obviously built for multiple guests. The slate-tile roof, despite being old and covered with moss, seemed to be in good shape. 2 stone chimneys rose high, each a little twisted and leaning. The front porch had a couple of large stone steps, and the door was painted a deep red. All the windows looked dark and a little foreboding, but that would change as soon as the new arrivals checked in. "It's lovely," Darcy announced, as the group ambled across the pretty grass. "I think it's creepy," Robbie muttered. "Who built this place?" Emily wondered aloud. Mrs. Hunter made for the front door. "Oh, probably a witch. like in one of Emily's fairy tales. She winked over her shoulder. I'm joking. Simone's old professor built it, actually. Professor Bartholomew, everyone chorused. That's the one. This was back before any of you were born. After the old professor passed away, Simone's workload grew heavier, and she would come out here to get away from the annoyances of living in a busy town. Carter was much smaller back then, a mere village, but people had a knack for bothering her in the middle of an important scientific project. Constant demands on her time. So she would disappear to this cabin for a week or so at a time and continue her work in peace. So this place was a research lab? Lauren asked, puzzled. Professor Bartholomew built it as a home combined with research facilities. Nowadays, it's a home with a classroom. You have to understand that there was no protection spell back then, no enchantment, no tangled bushes to get through, just a simple pathway leading into the glade. All that changed recently. Simone came here a few weeks back and couldn't find that pathway. Dewey, you may stop being a centaur now. We've arrived, and we're here to stay. The group stood in the sunshine by the front porch, springy grass under their feet. Dewey shifted to human form and shrugged his way out of the simple harness attaching him to the cart. The two-wheeled contraption tilted forward, and all their bags and trunks slid to one end. She couldn't find the pathway? Emily pressed. Mrs. Hunter climbed the steps and tried the front door. The knob turned easily, and she pushed it open a few inches. That's right. After much head-scratching and hair-pulling, she discovered the cabin had been taken over by an intruder. This person, a lonely Wulver, had in her possession an enchantment spell that— Wait, what? Hal interrupted. A lonely what? Mrs. Hunter leaned inside, sniffed the air, and nodded. A Wulver. Let's talk about her later, shall we? Bring in your luggage and pick out your rooms. We'll unpack and settle, have a bite for lunch, and then get started on our afternoon class. Sounds awful, Fenton muttered. The group crowded into the cabin after Mrs. Hunter. It had seemed dark when looking in from the outside, but once in the spacious living room, it suddenly appeared airy and pretty well lit. It's so cozy, Emily enthused. They set about exploring the place, splitting up and running back and forth in an effort to be the first to visit every room. The furniture wasn't anything special, really, the bare minimum like beds, chests of drawers and wardrobes, but it was all clean and in good condition. The floors throughout were solid oak boards, not a squeak to be heard. Small oil lamps littered the place, and Mrs. Hunter moved at a much slower pace from room to room, lighting many of them. A living room, kitchen, and 3 bathrooms, Darcy announced from somewhere down the hall. I count 6 bedrooms, Robbie shouted, his voice muffled. Mum, there's an attic, Lauren called. Can we go up? No, Mrs. Hunter warned. Don't go climbing ladders and poking around in dusty corners. Did you hear me? Hello? She rolled her eyes and headed into the kitchen, where Hal heard her opening and shutting cupboard doors for the next minute or so. This is a long hallway, Abigail said to Hal when he caught up to her. She stood with her hands on her hips, peering along the dimly lit space. 6 bedrooms, 2 of the bathrooms, 2 closets, and a hatch to the attic. Which we're not allowed in, he said. Mrs. Hunter chuckled behind them. Glad someone was listening. Yes, plenty of bedrooms. 4 of them were once filled with tables and science equipment. Despite random claims to rooms, Mrs. Hunter vetoed them all and announced the boys would take 2 rooms on the right, and the girls 2 rooms on the left. Before the protest could start, she added, There are 2 beds in each, so stop complaining. You boys will need to bring an extra bed into that large corner room, 3 beds in there and 2 next door. And the girls can use the 2 rooms across the hall. No arguments. Now go fetch your luggage. Slightly disgruntled that nobody would be getting a whole room to themselves, the classmates headed outside to fetch their luggage and the curious fairy tale trunk. Let's open it, Emily suggested, as she and Lauren carried it between them into the cabin. I'm dying to see what happens. Lauren faltered in the doorway. What now? In our room, come on. Thomas sullenly dragged his small bag of clothes. That big corner room was mine. I was there first. Now I'm supposed to share a room? This week is getting worse and worse. Hal couldn't help laughing. He's determined to be miserable, he said to Abigail. She nodded. Yeah. Imagine thinking he could have a whole room to himself when there are only 6 bedrooms in total. Math was never his strong point. That's why we're here. One room they hadn't visited lay at the back of the cabin, accessible only through a small door at one side of the kitchen. It had probably been another science room once, but now it served as the dreaded classroom. Hal, Abigail, and a few others paused in the doorway and stared in horror at the neat arrangement of 9 desks and a single teacher's desk at the front. It's like being in school, Robbie growled. Abigail battered at him. Idiot! It is school, that's the point. Yeah, but it's like, 9 desks? This is exactly as it was laid out back on the island. 3 rows of 3, the same arrangement they'd grown up with. With that in mind, the small group automatically moved toward their respective positions. Hal sat dead center of the class, and Robbie slid into the chair to his left. 3 of the walls had a window each, but they were small and positioned a little high, and they couldn't quite gaze out like they used to. Abigail sat behind Robbie and immediately began annoying him. Psst, Robbie, you stink! Shut up, Porter. But they both had smiles on their faces at the fun trip down memory lane. Dewey sat behind Hal in the back row. This is so weird. Darcy entered and blinked rapidly. For a second I thought I'd step back in time. Or through a portal onto our island, Fenton added from behind her. He approached Hal's desk. Hey, Squirt, I expect you to do my homework for me, got it? Or what? Hal challenged him with a grin. Or I'll beat up that skinny rake friend of yours. Fenton nodded toward Robbie. They all laughed. Thank goodness they'd all developed a strong friendship since leaving the island. They had bigger things to fight over than petty feuds. While Fenton was pulling out his chair on Hal's right, Darcy dithered in the empty front row. I guess this is my desk, but shall I choose a different one to be a nuisance? Grinning, she moved to the center. Lauren's, maybe? Or even better, Emily's? That would really get her goat, wouldn't it? Thomas burst into the classroom looking breathless. Emily and Lauren are about to open the trunk. Hal leapt up. That's not fair. They're supposed to wait for us. They are waiting, you dimwit. That's why I'm here, to come get you. Chairs scraped, and a stampede of feet filled the air as the group tore from the classroom and through the kitchen. Mrs. Hunter had to jump back in a hurry to avoid being run down. Oh my, she gasped. Children, no running indoors, please. Everyone piled into one of the girls' bedrooms to find Emily and Lauren kneeling over the trunk, which they'd placed in the center of the floor. About time you got here, Emily griped. Okay, I'm going to open our box of Fables to see what happens. Are you ready? Go for it, Robbie urged. But then Mrs. Hunter appeared in the doorway. Let's eat before you get caught up in something. The kitchen table's a little small for all of us to sit at, so we're going to use the giant picnic table outside, okay? I have soup on the stove, and Darcy's mom sent plenty of bread. Bless her. All right, Mom, Lauren said impatiently. Be right there. Mrs. Hunter looked skyward. And just like that, I'm dismissed. All 9 shapeshifters crowded around the trunk. Emily and Lauren were the only 2 kneeling, and they seemed to have decided on a joint opening ceremony because they both gripped the lid of the box at the corners. Ready? Emily asked again. Yes, Thomas snapped. Get on with it. As one, the 2 girls lifted the lid, easing it to a vertical position. It seemed to balance there, and they cautiously let go. Nobody breathed. What would happen? An explosion of magic? Fairy tale figures leaping free? Perhaps a dramatic mass hallucination from which the friends would later wake with headaches and only fleeting memories? They waited. And nothing happened. It was clear the trunk was empty. Still, everyone craned their necks to look deep inside and check. Yep, definitely empty. It's a dud, Thomas groaned. What a waste of money. Box of Fables, Fenton said with a chuckle. Box of nothing, more like. Emily looked horrified. It can't be a dud. It can't. Why not? Abigail asked her. Because I wanted to see fairy tales come to life. I had my heart set on seeing all the old favorites like Goldilocks and... The moment she said that, a flash of purple light exploded from the box and lit up the room in an ethereal glow. Everyone leapt backward with squawks of surprise. After the initial flash, a steady flow of dazzling purple-colored rays shone from the open trunk. Wispy trails curled around like snakes. Glowing motes sparkled and flickered. Then it all faded, and the curious box went dark. Well, Emily exclaimed, that was strange. Now what? It was a cool light show, Thomas admitted. A clever trick. But don't hold your breath for anything more. I told you it's a dud. How can you say it's a dud? Lauren retorted. It's obviously magical. Come on, Thomas, open your mind. We've seen stranger things. But Thomas grumbled again about a waste of money and stalked away. Time to eat, he shot back over his shoulder. The rest of the shapeshifters hung around to see if anything else would happen. When nothing was forthcoming, Abigail sighed and nudged Emily. We'll figure it out later. We haven't even read the instructions yet. Instructions? Emily said, her eyebrows shooting up. I didn't know there were any. Are there? She knelt over the box again, peering inside as if something might be taped to the inside wall. Bored, Fenton and Darcy shuffled away. Dewey went after them, and then Abigail, who dragged Hal with her. Before long, the whole gang were trudging down the hall and outside. The sun was blinding. The air smelled fresh, and various flowery scents wafted across the glade on the cool breeze. Around the side of the cabin, near an ornamental bird bath, Mrs. Hunter was at that moment placing a tray of bread rolls on a long picnic table. 10 bowls of soup sat on the table, each with a cute little lid to keep it warm. Thomas was already hunched over his soup, sipping at it with a determined expression, his red hair gleaming in the sun. Not bad, he muttered, a huge compliment coming from him. Why, thank you, Thomas, Mrs. Hunter said with a smile as she seated herself at the far end of the large table. I made it yesterday. It simply needed reheating over the fire. Sit, everyone, and I'll tell you the story of the Wulver while we eat. What is a Wulver? Hal asked as he pulled up his heavy chair made from sturdy sticks and twine. The woven seat was surprisingly comfortable. She's about to tell us if you listen, Darcy said, shooting him a smile. Really, Hal, have some patience. I bet I know, Robbie announced, looking proud as he picked up his spoon and waved it about. I won't spoil it, though. You'll learn soon enough. Thomas scoffed into his soup. Robbie's so very smart, he growled. Mrs. Hunter began. The way I understand it, a Wulver is a kind and solitary person, but not an ordinary person. No, there's something strange and frightening about a Wulver, which is perhaps why they like to keep to themselves. This one in particular— What the heck? Fenton interrupted, staring into his bowl. Somebody's been eating my soup. Chapter 3. The Intruder. Fenton had a lid in one hand and a spoon in the other as he turned to Thomas with a scowl. You think that's funny? Sitting next to him, Thomas paused with a spoonful raised to his mouth. Huh? You ate my soup. What? No, I didn't. I have my own. Yeah, but that wasn't enough for you, was it? So you ate mine while we were still inside. Did not! The two boys glared at each other. Naturally, Darcy sided with Fenton. You were out here before any of us, Thomas. You were already sitting down by the time we got here. Why would you eat Fenton's soup? There's probably more in the kitchen. Right, Mrs. Hunter? Indeed there is, Mrs. Hunter agreed, frowning. But I didn't see Thomas eating anyone else's. Hey, Abigail exclaimed, as she took the lid off her bowl. "My soup's half gone as well. Look, you can tell my spoon's been licked. Gross." The spoon had obvious smears of soup on it. This caused everyone to pay attention to their own silverware and bowls. Hal's hadn't been touched. Everyone else's bowl was correctly filled too, except for Dewey's. He looked up with a hurt look on his face. "It's all gone." Emily began to laugh. "You know what this means, don't you?" She snorted and laughed harder. "It's Goldilocks. The fairy tale is coming true." "Oh, don't be silly, Emily," Mrs. Hunter said. She looked annoyed as she turned toward Thomas. "I'm sure you didn't have time to eat all that soup, Thomas, but did you dump it onto the grass somewhere? Why would you be so mean?" The boy leapt to his feet, his face turning scarlet. "I didn't! Why are you picking on me? I didn't eat anyone's stupid soup. It's not that good." He threw down his spoon in anger and stomped away. Seconds later, he disappeared from sight around the corner. That left an awkward silence. Lauren said. "Mum, I think Thomas is telling the truth. He's immature, but not a liar." Robbie nodded. "Yeah, and he's not mean. Well, he'd happily rip out someone's throat if he thought they deserved it, and he'll say ugly things all day long. And generally be rude. But eating someone else's lunch?" "The beanpole's right," Fenton said, looking thoughtful. Which means the box of Fables works," Emily finished triumphantly. She jumped up. "I'm going to find Goldilocks." "You'll do no such thing," Mrs. Hunter said, also climbing to her feet. "You'll sit and eat. Abigail, Fenton, and Dewey, come with me to the kitchen for fresh bowls. Then I'll go find Thomas and apologize." As soon as the four had left the table, Hal grinned around at the remaining shapeshifters. "This should make our week a bit more interesting. Remind us of the full Goldilocks story, Em." Emily's eyes shone. Goldilocks was a little girl who showed up at the house of the three bears. She was hungry, so she tried the 3 bowls of porridge she found on the table. One was too hot, another too cold, but the third just right, so she ate it all up and— "Wait," Darcy said, holding up her hand. She looked puzzled. "I never did pay attention to that story. The only one I liked was Rapunzel, because Mom always liked to braid my long golden hair." She smiled and twirled a few locks. "I could have been Goldilocks as well, right? But anyway, why did the 3 bears leave their bowls of soup on the table? Porridge. Whatever. Where were the bears at this point?" Emily rolled her eyes. "Out for a walk, obviously. The porridge was too hot, so they decided to take a walk while it cooled off." Hal frowned. "But you said Goldilocks tried the soup, and— porridge." "Okay, fine. Porridge, whatever that is. And one bowl was too hot, which makes sense, but one was too cold? How come? And why was one just right? You'd think they'd all be the same temperature." Emily frowned. "It's a fairy tale, Hal." "Yeah, but—" Lauren huffed with impatience. "Never mind how hot or cold or just right it was. Emily, what happens next in the story?" Thomas chose that moment to return, his hands stuffed deep in his pockets. "I'm off home," he said, speaking directly to Lauren. Lauren's eyebrows shot up. "Home?" "Back to Carter. Tell your mom I'm not going to put up with being accused of stealing lunches. See you all next week." He spun around and marched off toward the trees. "Thomas, come back," Lauren said, getting up to go after him. "Don't be silly. Mum was about to come find you and apologize. Look, nobody thinks you stole our porridge." "Soup," Robbie corrected her. Thomas had already paused. He stood there for a moment, then spun around with a scowl on his face. But instead of exploding in anger again, his tone was one of astonishment. "I can't transform." His statement took them by surprise. Then they all jumped up and ran to him. "What do you mean?" Hal asked. It was a dumb question, but he couldn't wrap his head around the idea of Thomas being unable to shift. It made no sense. "Well, duh, Hal. What do you think I mean? Thomas shook his head and stared grimly at his hands as if they were somehow to blame. I mean, I can't transform. I'm trying, but it's not happening. Dumbfounded, nobody had any words of comfort or explanation. You try, Thomas demanded, pointing at Hal. Put on the spot like that, with everyone staring at him, Hal felt obliged to do so despite their promise not to transform while they were at the cabin. Still, he glanced over his shoulder. But Mrs. Hunter might see. Robbie clicked his tongue. Let me try, then. His face screwed up in concentration as his shoulders began to broaden. He rose a few inches in height, and hair started to sprout on his face. But then his eyebrows shot up. Whoa! That's all I can manage! Hal stepped away from his friends so he could transform. But like Thomas, he was completely unable to change a single molecule of his body. Aghast, he mimicked Thomas and lifted his hands to stare at them as if they might be to blame. Huh? Robbie said, a smug expression crossing his face. I did better than you two then. At least I changed a little bit. I always was better at the shifting thing, but honestly, you could have made more of an effort. That left Emily, Lauren, and Darcy. Each of them tried to transform with varying success. Darcy promptly turned invisible without any effort. Emily's neck grew a little longer, but that was all, and Lauren's eyes flashed yellow for a brief moment. Appalled, they all stared at one another. Before they could discuss it further, voices drifted across the grass as Mrs. Hunter returned with Dewey, Fenton, and Abigail, each carrying a fresh bowl of soup. I guess we shouldn't say anything to my mom, Lauren suggested. She'll be ticked if she finds out we tried to transform. I did transform, Darcy corrected her. This isn't fair, Thomas growled, his fists balled. I never wanted to come here in the first place, and now we've lost our powers. Stay calm, Hal told him. But Thomas hardly ever remained calm. He stomped back to the picnic table where Mrs. Hunter and the others were setting down their bowls. I can't transform, he complained without preamble. What gives? Startled, Mrs. Hunter blinked at him for a moment. She opened her mouth to reply, but before she could, Robbie blurted out the news that Hal, Thomas, Emily, and Lauren had all tried and completely failed to shift, but Darcy had turned invisible without a problem, and he'd successfully managed to do a partial change. Abigail, Dewey, and Fenton glanced at each other. Then Fenton's eyes flashed red, and he drooled a little. He did a double take when he realized he was still human. To everyone's surprise, both Abigail and Dewey easily transformed. A tiny fairy zipped about around the centaur's head, and everyone stared with a certain amount of jealousy. That's enough, Mrs. Hunter said sternly. Everyone sit down this instant. Her sharp, teacher's tone got through pretty quick. Dewey and Abigail reverted to human form, and the entire group hurriedly sat at the table, feeling a little scolded. Lauren's mom was nice most of the time, but she could dish out some pretty harsh punishment when provoked. Extra homework, detentions, even a bad report to their parents. Now listen very carefully, she said, when everyone was settled. This day hasn't quite gone as smoothly as I'd hoped. Thomas, let me first say I'm sorry for accusing you of stealing your friends' lunches. I don't know exactly what happened, but you're not a thief. Thomas shrugged and nodded. As for your shapeshifter abilities... She drew in a long breath. I told you that this place is enchanted, and so it is. The spell not only protects you from outsiders, but it protects itself from harm. Think about who could transform and who could not. Does that tell you something? A long silence fell as they digested her words. Hal figured it out fairly quickly. Manticores, dragons, dangerous lizard monsters, harpies, and the naga. All creatures that might be harmful to the cabin. But fairies, dryads, and centaurs? The spell took them as being friendly, and perhaps ogres were considered mostly dangerous, even if they had no malice in their hearts. That explained Robbie's partial transformation. "So while you're here," Mrs. Hunter said, a smile on her face now, "you'll be yourselves and nothing more. Understood? Some of you have no choice, but I want you all to promise not to transform this week. Straight after lunch, go to your rooms and change into the normal clothes your parents packed for you." "Oh," Fenton groaned. "So that's why I have an ugly sweater in my bag." Abigail closed her eyes and shook her head. "My mum was all smug this morning when she handed me my bags. She said it would do me good to wear something other than magical silk. I thought she was going crazy." Heads began to nod with realization. As if a week of extra long days of schooling wasn't bad enough, Hal thought they'd at least be able to shift in secret, perhaps pop up into the sky for a quick nighttime flight. But now, all that was impossible. "Put your smart clothes away," Mrs. Hunter went on, "and embrace your human sides for a week. No shape-shifting. Simply be kids. Okay?" Not okay, Hal thought, but he smiled weakly along with everyone else. Emily rose to her feet. "Mrs. Hunter, may I be excused?" The teacher arched her eyebrows. I need to look around the cabin. Goldilocks is probably in there somewhere. We should make sure—" "Sit down, Emily. If your fairy tale really came to life," Mrs. Hunter said with a heavy dose of doubt, "then it can wait. We're eating lunch, and afterward we'll be getting straight to work on improving your grades. You can go searching for Goldilocks this evening." Everyone groaned. "Now eat." "At least tell us what a Wulver is," Hal begged. But he couldn't help glancing toward the cabin. Was Emily right? Was Goldilocks wandering about inside? As everyone dipped their heads and worked on their soup, which was neither hot nor cold but just right, Mrs. Hunter lightly tapped her spoon on her bowl and scrunched up her face as if figuring out the best place to start her tale. "I already mentioned that Miss Simone often came to this cabin for some quiet time and a bit of research back when she was younger. That became less frequent, and one day she realized she hadn't been here in years, so a few weeks ago she came to pay a visit. It must have been a mess," Darcy wondered aloud. "Simone brought a team of goblins for that very reason. She rode out here on her cart, accompanied by her trusty goblin friends, and promptly passed the turn-off to the cabin." "Because it wasn't there anymore," Lauren guessed. "Shh," Fenton said, annoyed. "Let her tell the story." Mrs. Hunter nodded. The trail to the cabin had vanished. Miss Simone rode back the way she'd come, missed it again, turned around, and rode 5 or 6 more times, becoming more and more perplexed. Even the goblins couldn't understand it. Blacknail had a map, and he swore up and down the trail was right there, but it wasn't. Having finished his soup already, Hal sat back and closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth on his face and Mrs. Hunter's soothing storyteller voice. As she spoke, he imagined Miss Simone sitting atop a cart with her goblin friends, their horse trotting merrily along the forest road. He also imagined her frown as she grew steadily more impatient. "Where is it?" the blonde-haired, blue-eyed lady snapped. She twisted in her seat, scowling at the tangled bushes they'd passed 6 times already. "It should be right here. We haven't come by this place in years, but there's no way the path can be this overgrown." Blacknail waved his map in the air. "Ain't far, that's for sure." He jabbed his fat finger at the map and scowled deeper than Miss Simone ever could. His pig-like features gave him a huge advantage. "X marks the spot. It don't make sense." Miss Simone brought the horse to a stop. "Something fishy is going on." She jumped down from the cart, her green, silky cloak shimmering in a slant of sunlight. Peering with suspicion at the dense thicket at the side of the road, she put her hands on her hips and pursed her lips, her mind working overtime. "You would never know," she murmured, "unless you happened to know." "Know what?" Blacknail grunted as he jumped down. The other 3 goblins remained seated. She pointed. These thorny bushes and tangled vines are remarkably impenetrable. It's almost as if— As if what? Miss Simone moved closer, studying the ground as she went. As if someone had come along and tried to throw me off the scent. Look at the ground. There are old wheel ruts turning a corner and leading into the middle of this horrible mess of bushes. This is definitely where the trail to my cabin starts, only it's been hidden. Blacknail nodded and huffed a bit before answering. So, illusion spell? Perhaps, Miss Simone mused. She reached for the nearest thorn and tapped it with her index finger, then snatched it away with a sharp breath. No, it's real. The goblin scowled. You sayin' someone planted seeds? If that's true, it was to prevent me from visiting my own cabin. She glared into the dense vegetation. Who did this? And why? Blacknail shrugged. Beats me. But some prickly bushes ain't gonna stop us getting through. We'll get to work, and then we'll do some inquiries. Right, lads? The goblins on the cart snorted, their way of showing reluctant acceptance. Whoever you are, Miss Simone said softly, I want my cabin back. Mrs. Hunter paused and looked around. Have you all finished? Good. Go get changed, and I'll see you in the classroom in 10 minutes. She started to rise, but paused again when nobody moved. Wait, Robbie said, a shocked look on his face. Is that it? What about the rest? What about the Wulver? Everyone joined in with a clamor of protests. Mrs. Hunter smiled and held up a hand to shush them. Patience, dear children. I'll continue later, after class. We can't sit out here all afternoon, lovely as it is. Now chop chop. Hal felt cheated. There should be a law against that, he muttered to Abigail as they all headed into the cabin. Starting a story and not finishing it. What the heck? Abigail giggled. You're so fired up, Hal. That made him feel worse. Fired up is the exact opposite of what I am. It's not like I can transform into a dragon. Emily and Lauren had hurried on ahead of the rest, and it suddenly became obvious they were hoping for a quick search of the house before class. Hal forgot his woes and urged Abigail to keep up. Finding Goldilocks would certainly take their minds off the rotten day ahead. She's probably in a bed somewhere, Abigail suggested. Here, let's cut to the chase and— Before she could start checking out the bedrooms, Emily squealed with delight from the living room. Look, guys! A broken chair! All the shapeshifters surged into the room to find her and Lauren standing over a pile of splintered wood. It had been a chair, for sure, and a fairly sturdy one at that, a giant armchair. How heavy is this Goldilocks kid anyway? Robbie wondered aloud. Thomas let out a grunt of surprise. Looks like this chair's been sat in. He gestured at the badly sagging seat of an upright piece of furniture by the window. It surely hadn't been in that state before lunch. And there's another one there. The chair he pointed to normally sat under a writing desk by a wall. Now it lay on its side. So Goldilocks ate the porridge and broke the chair, Lauren said with shining eyes. Soup, Emily corrected her. That means she's probably asleep in someone's bed, Abigail said, sounding a little flippant. I mean, come on, guys, let's skip to the end and get this over with. We have to go get changed anyway. To the bedrooms, gang. She took off, and everyone thundered after her. Suddenly, it was a game of who would find the sleeping intruder. And Hal found himself wanting to win. No, no, Emily squawked, waving her hands about and trying to block the hallway. Slow down. Let's do this the right way. Darcy and Abby, check your room first. The boys groaned, but nobody dared break past Emily's determined, wide-armed barrier. They didn't have to wait long, though. Darcy called out immediately. Someone's been sleeping in my bed. Everyone chortled, but there was a little nervousness mixed in there, too. Grinning, Emily nodded at the 5 boys and gestured toward the closest room. This was Fenton and Thomas's, and they eagerly rushed in to see what they would discover. It was Thomas who bolted back into the hallway. "Someone's been sleeping in my bed." Hal couldn't help laughing. Was this how they planned to spend their week? He'd never acted out silly fairy tales in his life. He'd barely read any of them. Still, there was no denying that the box of Fables seemed to be doing exactly what the traveling salesman had promised. Emily could barely contain her excitement. She danced up and down and fanned her face. "Okay, so she's asleep in one of the last 2 rooms. Who's going to check first? Lauren and I will." She hadn't given Hal, Robbie, and Dewey a chance to reply. "Never mind, it's Emily's box. Let her go first." The rest of the group waited in the hall while Emily and Lauren disappeared into their room. Moments ticked by in silence. Then they emerged, looking disappointed. "Nothing," Lauren muttered. "No sign of her." "Which means," Emily said, looking toward the last room, the biggest of the 4, with 3 beds in it. Hal, Robbie, and Dewey barged past her and rushed in. They headed straight for their own beds, but though the room was dimly lit with the curtains drawn, the answer to the big question presented itself very clearly within half a second. Robbie's bed was flat and empty. So was Dewey's. But Hal's bed... He skidded to a halt and gawked at the lumpy figure under his sheets. "Somebody's been..." He started in a whisper, but his voice trailed off. The figure was large, not the size of a small golden-haired girl, but more like the bulk of a heavy-set goblin. Robbie broke the breathless silence. "Somebody's been sleeping in Hal's bed, and they're still there." After a stampede of feet, the bedroom was suddenly crowded with shapeshifters. Everyone peered down in silence at the sleeping figure. A few locks of hair were spread across the pillow, and it didn't look very golden, more of a dirty grey. Thomas strode forward and leaned over the figure. "Hey, wake up!" The figure didn't move, so he reached out and gave it a shake. That did the trick. The person sat up in a hurry, and the sheets fell away. A collective gasp filled the room. This was Goldilocks? It was a woman, and a cranky-looking one at that. She snarled, threw the sheets aside, and leapt out of bed so hard that the entire frame shook and shuddered. The intruder was big, easily 6 feet tall and wide as a barn. Her wrinkled face suggested she was maybe 50 to 60 years old. "No rest for the wicked!" she yelled. Alarmed, everyone stepped aside as she stomped toward them and brushed past. Hal said, but the woman had already left the room. He hurried into the hall after her, but then he stopped dead. His friends crashed into him from behind, and it took but a second for them all to arrive at the same conclusion. The woman had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 4. Fairy Tale List. Hal shook his head in wonder. "She was right here." "She's a super-fast walker," Robbie suggested. "Or she turned invisible," Darcy offered. Fenton's voice was low and awestruck. "Or she's a ghost." It was Abigail who came up with the most likely solution. "The fairy tale is over. It reached its end, so she disappeared back to fairy tale land, or back to the box of Fables." "Yes," Emily agreed, snapping her fingers. "She arrived out of the blue, ate porridge, broke a chair, and was found asleep in a bed. The tale is done. So she's gone again." "Soup," Dewey corrected her. "But that wasn't Goldilocks," Lauren protested. "It was an ugly old grey-haired woman with a temper. Anyway, Chester the salesman said the fairy tales would be ghostly apparitions. That woman wasn't a ghostly apparition." "No, she was definitely real," Emily agreed. "Anyway, ghosts wouldn't be able to pick up spoons and eat our porridge." She jabbed a finger toward Dewey, who already had his mouth open to correct her again. "Don't you dare tell me it's soup." As it turned out, Mrs. Hunter was able to shed a little light on the story when the class joined her in the classroom. Not at first, though. She waited until chairs stopped scraping, workbooks were open, and pencils were ready, then smiled and looked around at them all. Well, this is nice, isn't it? All right, we're going to get started with some math. We have 3.5 hours left of this afternoon, and... She paused and frowned at Emily's raised hand. Yes? Sorry, I was wondering. Wondering what, my dear? Emily's words came out in a rush. Was the story of Goldilocks always about a little blonde girl? Mrs. Hunter's jawline hardened. Really, Emily, enough of the fairy tale nonsense. We're here to work. I know, but... And no, the teacher said, as she turned toward the blackboard with a piece of chalk in her hand. The original story was about an old hag who snuck into people's houses and stole things. The cute little girl story came later, so that young children wouldn't be frightened. Now then, let's concentrate on numbers. She began scratching on the board. As she did so, Emily glanced over her shoulder at the rest of the class, her eyes almost bugging out. We definitely saw an old hag, Hal thought. There might be a lesson to be learned from the Goldilocks story, Mrs. Hunter said, still writing. The power of 3. 3 bowls of porridge, 3 chairs, 3 beds. And with each, what did Goldilocks end up settling for? Answers, anyone? Lauren called out. The porridge was too hot or too cold, so she went with the one that was just right. Same with the chairs, Robbie piped up. Too hard, too soft, and just right. No, that was the beds, doofus, Fenton retorted. The chairs were too big, too small, and just right. The point being, Mrs. Hunter interjected, that Goldilocks settled for just the right temperature, just the right height, and just the right level of comfort, which in mathematical terms might be rather like finding the mean average of each subset. You already know how mean averages work, and even the rest of what she said became a monotone in the background. Hal's focus was still on the fact that the box of Fables might not be quite as sweet and innocent as they'd expected, especially if the characters it conjured were real instead of apparitions. He wondered if Emily realized that. If not, she needed warning. But all that faded into oblivion under the weight of the mind-numbingly boring afternoon class. Pure torture, Robbie whispered at some point. Abigail took to poking him with a pencil. Meanwhile, Fenton's jaw went slack, and he appeared to doze off with his eyes still open. In one back corner of the class, Thomas doodled in his workbook with such intensity that he seemed to be on a mission to wear his pencil down and make it impossible to write math equations with it. Mrs. Hunter moved on from algebra to history, which at times could be interesting. Only not today. How could knowledge of social reform at the turn of the century in Old Earth have any possible use for the shapeshifters? It was utterly pointless. It would be far better to learn about Greek and Roman mythology, or better still, the history of New Earth, where they now lived. Sadly, Mrs. Hunter claimed that kind of history was best taught by lifelong residents rather than immigrants from a secluded foggy island in Old Earth. Why do we say in Old Earth? Abigail asked, obviously trying to derail the history lesson. Shouldn't it be on? Her tactic worked. Mrs. Hunter paused and frowned at her. Abigail, we all live on planet Earth. But planet Earth is divided into 2 realms, Old Earth and New Earth, and we live in realms. You didn't know that? I had no idea, Abigail lied. She smiled sweetly. Thank you for clearing that up. Finally, 4 p.m. rolled around, according to Mrs. Hunter's small wind-up clock on her desk. Hal's heart thudded with relief and excitement. Any second now, she'd release them from their punishment. The teacher put down her chalk and brushed off her hands. All right, I think that's all for today. I appreciate your hard work, well, from most of you, and now you get to goof off for the rest of the evening. Bedtime rules are lights out by 9, no exceptions. Go outside and run around before supper. You're dismissed. Everyone jumped up and bustled from the room. The afternoon's class had been so tedious that it didn't bear thinking about. let alone discussing. Nobody mentioned it as they headed outside into the fresh air and early evening sunshine. "We have to open the box again," Thomas said, before anyone could get a word in. "I want to see the Beanstalk." "Yes," Darcy exclaimed, "and Rapunzel." Most of the shapeshifters clamored for other fairy tales, but Hal didn't share their excitement. What if the tales ended up a little more real than they wanted? Robbie scoffed at him for voicing his concerns. "They're fairy tales. Anyway, that old hag Goldilocks vanished as soon as the tale was done. It'll be the same for others. What could possibly go wrong?" Emily, Lauren, and Darcy cut short their early evening fresh air and disappeared inside, keen to try the box again. Thomas and Robbie joined them. While Fenton and Dewey talked quietly together at the picnic table, Hal walked with Abigail. "I want to take a look at the boundary around the glade," he said, heading for the dense trees at the perimeter. "Well, as it happens, so do I," Abigail agreed. "It looks pretty thick all the way around, but it won't stop me." They approached the trees, becoming more doubtful with every step. Finally, coming to a halt at the fringe of the woods, they scoured the vegetation for even the slightest opening to squeeze through. "I mean, there has to be a way out somewhere," Abigail muttered. But the giant tree trunks seemed impossibly close to one another, and tangled bushes covered every square inch between. No human could fight their way through that mess without being ripped to shreds on the thorns. Even the hanging vines looked like they might deliberately throttle any passers-by. "Bet Darcy could make a path," Hal said. He could imagine her working some Dryad Magic to shift the plant life aside. "Do you think it's this bad all the way around?" Shielding his eyes against the sun, he turned to study the almost perfectly circular perimeter surrounding the cabin. "Probably," Abigail said. "I think this enchantment spell is working perfectly. Nobody can get in, and we can't get out." She grinned. "Well, you can't, but I can." "Don't transform," Hal warned her. "I know you can fly over these bushes, but if Mrs. Hunter sees you, we're dead meat." Abigail sighed. "You're probably right. So now what? Let's go and see what fairy tales Emily has released." As it turned out, she hadn't released anything yet. But it wasn't from a lack of ideas. The problem was, everyone seemed to be chipping in with their own favorites, and nothing had yet been decided. The babble of voices rose dramatically as Hal and Abigail hurried along the hall and into the last room on the left. "Whoa!" Abigail exclaimed over the noise. "Guys, settle down!" The argument died off, and 7 faces suddenly looked sheepish. "It was supposed to be Lauren's turn," Emily griped. "Then they all piled in here and started demanding this and that." "I can wait," Lauren said helpfully. "So can they." Abigail laughed and stepped in to place a calming hand on Emily's shoulder. "Steady, girl. So what you're saying is, you've all been arguing over which fairy tale should be released next, and none of you have come to a unanimous decision yet." "Right," Darcy agreed. "Fenton and I tried to be polite about it, but—" "Polite?" Robbie scoffed. "First thing you said was, 'Do mine, do mine,' like your idea is better than the rest." "Watch it, Beanpole," Fenton warned him. Hal shook his head in amazement. "Wow, you guys have lost it. Is this what happens when we have literally nothing to do with ourselves? We're not allowed to shapeshift, and it only takes half a day to go stir-crazy?" "Hal's right," Abigail said, nodding. "The solution is simple. We write down our choices, and then everyone has to pick one that's not their own. The one who gets the most votes goes next." A long, somber quiet suggested her solution might be doable. When several of the group shrugged and nodded, Abigail smiled and went to fetch a pencil and some paper. Tempers cooled off as she started jotting down names. Thomas would have chosen Jack and the Beanstalk, but someone had beaten him to it, so he picked Snow White and the 7 Dwarves instead. Emily raised a hand. That story's kind of long and complex. How about we stick to the short tales for now? Otherwise, we'll have to wait ages to take turns." So Abigail crossed it out. Disgruntled, Thomas shrugged and muttered, "Fine. Cinderella, then." Robbie rolled his eyes. "That's a long story as well. Can't you pick a really short one?" "I don't like the short ones." "Oh, stop being fussy," Darcy chided him. "Come on, time to vote." "We're nearly there," Abigail said. "We have Jack and the Beanstalk, 3 Little Pigs, Little Red Riding Hood, Hansel and Gretel, Rapunzel, the Princess and the Pea. Thomas, have you thought of one yet?" "The Red-Legged Scissor Man," he muttered. Abigail frowned. "What on earth is that?" "It's a fairy tale, a short one." "Never heard of it." Emily rolled her eyes. "It's not a fairy tale, it's a horror story. Don't include it." Thomas flared up at once. "Hey, I already had 2 thrown out, and I'm not letting you do that again. The Red-Legged Scissor Man is my choice." "But why such a grisly tale?" Emily argued. "The last thing we want is that story coming to life." Dewey piped up. "What story is it?" Nobody answered him directly. "The Red-Legged Scissor Man," Thomas said firmly. "We'll see who gets the most scared." He had a gleam in his eye as he said this. Sighing, Abigail wrote it down. Then she added her own. "The Elves and the Shoemaker," she murmured. "Hal, what's your choice?" Hal shrugged. "Don't really care." "No, wait. Since you're doing one about shoes, I'll do The Emperor's New Clothes." Like Thomas, he received a few frowns at his choice. "Not familiar with that one," Robbie muttered. "Really? Sounds boring." Hal laughed. "I'm curious to see how that one plays out." Abigail wrote it down, then dramatically gave the sheet of paper a flourish. "All right, now we vote. Remember, don't choose your own." So, a show of hands for Jack and the Beanstalk. The voting commenced, and Hal was disappointed to see that his suggestion received no votes. Nor did Thomas's. But in the end, the winner, surprisingly, was The Princess and the Pea. He put it down to the fact that Goldilocks had not been a cute golden-haired girl, but instead an old hag, and maybe some of the other tales could turn out a little darker than expected. The Princess and the Pea was a safe bet. "So it's the story of a prince," Lauren said, pleased that she'd ended up getting her turn after all, who was looking for a princess to marry, and one showed up at the castle during a storm, but he wasn't sure she was really a princess because she was so damp and messy from the rain. So the queen made up the guest room with lots of mattresses to make the bed extra thick, but she placed a pea at the bottom to see if the so-called princess would notice. Thomas snorted. "Well, obviously she wouldn't." "Ah, but she did," Lauren said. "She's a real princess, and real princesses are accustomed to the finest, softest mattresses in the kingdom. She had a really rough night with that pea in her bed." Robbie laughed. "I would too. Ugh, gross." "I said PEA, Robbie, the vegetable." "All right, let's get this done," Fenton said. "Open the box and say the title." Emily did the honors. She knelt by the box of Fables, paused, then lifted the lid. As before, nothing happened, until she spoke the title of the fairy tale. The Princess and the Pea. A gust of wind swept through the room, accompanied by a dazzling flash of purple light that swirled like a tornado. The light show was 10 times more dramatic than the first time she'd opened the box, and the force of the gale took them all by surprise. The curtains billowed, long hair was swept on end, clothes ruffled, and Abigail's sheet of notepaper was snatched from her hand to join myriad other lightweight objects caught up in the whirlwind, including a pair of socks. Most of those loose objects eventually flew off into the corners of the room, but Abigail's list fluttered and flapped around the box of Fables. The purple light brightened for a moment, then, abruptly, went dark. The wind seemed to get sucked into the box, along with the paper, and then the lid slammed shut. Everyone stood dumbfounded. Robbie said eventually. "That was a bit dramatic." Lauren clapped her hands. "Obviously it worked, though. That was pretty spectacular." It took my list, Abigail grumbled. She moved closer to the box of Fables and reached for the lid. Opening it cautiously, she peered inside. It's not there. It did get sucked inside, right? Definitely, Emily and Lauren said together. Thomas yawned. Well, I'm suddenly really bored. The Princess and the Pea sounds like a stupid story. Good luck with that. Hal called after him. Hey, let's go find Mrs. Hunter and get the rest of the Wulver story. Boring, Thomas said over his shoulder as he stomped along the hallway. I'm going for a run in the woods. I doubt that, Hal thought. But he was curious to see if Thomas would actually make it into the trees somehow. Okay, but wait for me. And me, Robbie said. Hey, Lauren protested. What about my fairy tale? Are you all going to leave me here alone? Come with us, Emily told her. Your fairy tale won't start until you're asleep anyway. Lauren caught up to them. That's not true. First, a princess has to show up at the door, and then... But she didn't bother finishing, probably because she had no idea how it would play out. The story didn't quite fit the circumstances. There was no prince staying at the cabin, there was no queen either, or a castle. How could the tale be woven in? They all ran out the front door and into the early evening air. Thomas headed for the perimeter, and the others tagged along behind. He won't get past the thorns, Abigail said in a low voice. Not without scratching himself to death, Hal agreed. The red-haired boy paced back and forth at the edge of the trees, seeking a way through the vegetation. I see brambles, firethorn, and hawthorn, Darcy said. There's a locust tree, too. I find it weird that all the thorniest bushes grow together around the glade. I find it weird you know all the names, Robbie muttered. Why? You know the names of bugs, and I know the names of plants. Oh, I think I see natal plum as well. Thomas seemed to be on a mission to walk the entire perimeter. He hurried along, his gaze fixed on the foliage, occasionally pausing to lean in close before abandoning the idea and continuing. Darcy squinted. Goodness, I see a huge silverthorn shrub getting choked out by bougainvillea vines. I'm not even sure that stuff can grow here. Well, obviously it can, Abigail said with a laugh. The protection magic works well. Thomas gave up and jogged back over to them. It's hopeless. We're well and truly stuck here without Mrs. Hunter's scarlet feather. She better not lose it then, Hal said. He looked at the darkening sky. I can't even fly us out of this place if I can't transform. Nobody can, except maybe you, Abby. In an emergency at full human size, she'd only be able to manage one passenger at a time, and even that was a tall order for her delicate fairy wings. Hal didn't like feeling trapped, even in a place that was supposed to be a safe haven. At least nothing bad can get in, he added, seeing a lot of glum faces. It's a protection spell, to protect us, not make us prisoners. That didn't change the fact they were prisoners for the duration of the week. Well, let's go find your mom, Lauren, Emily said. I'm hungry, and it's time we heard the rest of that Wulver story. Mrs. Hunter was in the kitchen, preparing the table for sandwiches. She had bread, ham, cheese, tomatoes, various pickles, boiled eggs, nuts, and fruity jams. Good timing, she said with a smile. Grab some extra chairs, squeeze in, and make yourself some supper. And later this evening, we can make hot chocolate. Apparently Simone likes a cup of it herself because she has dried cocoa beans right here in this cupboard. Even pressed up tight against one another, with Hal and Abigail sharing a chair, there wasn't quite room for everyone around the table, so Fenton and Dewey politely gave up their spaces and stood by the kitchen counter to munch on their sandwiches. Mrs. Hunter remarked on this, gushing about their good manners to the point that Hal started to think he should get up too. Tell us about the Wulver, Emily urged. All right. Now where did I get to? They had to remind Mrs. Hunter that Miss Simone, a few weeks ago, had come out to visit the cabin after a very long period of absence, only to discover the route through the woods had vanished. "Oh yes," Mrs. Hunter said with a nod. So she set her goblins to work investigating the matter. They asked around and eventually learned of a mysterious wanderer. This person wore a hood and never showed her face, but she had a soft, female voice and smooth, slender hands. She'd been sighted several times, hunched over a river, fishing. Perfectly harmless, of course, but a little strange. Who was this person? Why the hood? Word got around, and that's how the goblins learned of her. "And you said she's a Wulver?" Darcy asked, clutching Fenton's hand. "What is a Wulver?" Now, Mrs. Hunter admonished her. "Don't jump ahead. Let me tell this story at my own pace." And as she began, Hal quietly closed his eyes and hung on to every word. She spoke in her very best storyteller voice, and she offered so much detail that he was able to imagine himself in Miss Simone's shoes. Chapter 5. The Wandering Wulver. "So who is she?" Simone demanded when Blacknail entered the laboratory. The goblin shrugged. "Nobody knows. She showed up a few weeks ago, maybe a month, doing a bit of fishing at different parts of the river, hunched over with her hood up. Didn't do no harm. Then she vanished." "And no one asked who she was?" The goblin scowled. "It ain't illegal to fish, Simone." She huffed and started pacing about the small room, then paused to straighten a few books and a microscope. "All right, but why do you think she has anything to do with my cabin?" "Because she asked someone about it." Simone blinked at him. "Someone had a conversation with her?" "Yeah, a traveling salesman with a long name and a wagon full of junk. Chester Beauregard something. He was riding through the forest and found her standing there by the turnoff. Sold her a new fishing pole." "Ah, so the trail to the cabin was still there at that point?" "Yep, as always." "And what did she look like?" The man never saw her face, what with the hood she wore. It hung all the way down over her face. But she talked softly and seemed nice. She asked who lived in the cabin, and he said he didn't know, but that it had been empty for years. Simone nodded. "That doesn't mean the place is up for grabs, though." Blacknail grunted. "You got that right. But it didn't stop her from moving in. Next time that salesman passed through, in the other direction, he couldn't find the turnoff for the cabin. According to him, that was a day after he'd talked to the hooded wanderer." "Definitely sounds like it was her, then," Simone agreed. Blacknail nodded. "She used magic or something to grow those thorny bushes." Simone turned to look out the window. It was late, and the sun would be descending behind the horizon soon. Or maybe it was natural growth fed by a powerful fertilizer of some kind. It's been years since I was there last. Plenty of time for the turnoff to become overrun. "The man said it was clear the day before," Blacknail reminded her. "Yes, so he said. But he might have meant it was overgrown except for a tiny gap to squeeze through, and by the time we got there, that gap had closed up." The goblin said nothing. Simone knew he disagreed, and that was fine. It didn't matter, though. The point was, this mysterious stranger had moved into her cabin, and the vegetation now hid the trail. Nothing particularly sinister or magical, just a squatter taking advantage of the unkempt turnoff. It made her angry, and she hurried over to the coat stand to grab her silky cloak. "I'm going to confront her." "What now?" "Why not? I've waited too long already. Did you clear a path?" "That's the thing," Blacknail said, casting his beady gaze downward. "We tried and failed. It wouldn't burn. Couldn't uproot it. Chopped at the vines, hacked at the bushes, got cut to pieces." He pushed up his sleeve to show her the welts. "Made some headway, but then found it was growing back again, closing in behind us." Miss Simone tied the cloak's sash around her neck. "That's highly unusual." "Ain't when magic's involved?" Blacknail threw up his gnarly hands in disgust. Go look for yourself. I left some tools there. Me and the goblins have done all we can. In fact, they done more than I expected. It ain't easy getting them to do stuff what they don't want to do. They know I ain't a real goblin, and sometimes it takes a lot of words to persuade them to help. And I ain't much of a speaker." Simone felt a rush of guilt. She moved closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. "I didn't mean to doubt you. Thank you, Blacknail. I'm going out to the cabin tonight, and I will get through those thorns." It was pitch black by the time Simone arrived on horseback. She realized the lack of good light would make her life much more difficult, but being under the cover of darkness had its advantages too, namely sneaking up on the squatter. First, though, she had to get through the impenetrable tangle of bushes. The turnoff was easier to find this time, because Blacknail had left a number of tools and implements by the roadside. Other than that, there was no sign he'd been here, let alone done even the slightest damage. She'd brought a torch, and setting fire to the thorny brambles was her first task. Ordinarily, this would be a dangerous move, potentially setting the rest of the forest alight. But she had a hunch the flames wouldn't take, as Blacknail had indicated. He was right. No matter how long she held the flickering torch at the base of the nearest bramble, it refused to blacken and catch a light. Simone propped the torch upright on the ground and changed tactics. There was no point trying to dig up roots or hack at the stems. If the fire didn't work, then other mundane methods wouldn't either. She trusted Blacknail, and he'd already tried everything. So she rummaged in the bags, slung across the horse's back, and pulled out a leather bladder filled with a powerful weed killer. It wasn't the usual concoction that took half a day to start working. Besides, even dead weeds would stand in the way. No, this brew was something more. First, she tested a drop on a small bush on the opposite side of the trail. The moment the drops touched the short, sturdy stem, a wispy, pungent mist drifted outward from it, and Simone clutched her cloak to her nose and mouth and stood back. A minute later, the bush started to wilt. The trunk darkened, wilted, bubbled, and began to crumble. This dramatic effect spread up into the thin branches until the entire bush fell apart. Before long, all that remained was a scattering of twigs and dark grey ashes, and a sizable gap that wasn't there before. Smiling, she stepped back across the road to the block turnoff and carefully applied some of the concoction to the base of an enormous prickly bramble. To her surprise, no wispy vapors appeared. She waited a while longer, then applied some more drops. Still nothing. It was as though the bladder's contents had turned to simple water. To double-check, she crossed the road again and applied some more, this time to the base of a sapling. She waited and waited. In the end, with no sign of damage to the sapling, she sniffed at the weed killer and tipped a drop onto the tip of a finger. It didn't sting like it was supposed to. She rubbed it between her finger and thumb. It's been nullified. Uncertainty crept in. She'd expected a degree of resistance from the fire-retardant, hack-proof bushes, but not this. How could her special brew of weed killer turn to simple water in an instant? "All right, fine," she muttered. "There's more than one way in." It wasn't a route she'd ever taken before, but she'd always known it was a possibility. For someone like her, anyway. She rode a little farther until she came to the short but very wide bridge. There, she jumped down from the saddle and tied the horse to one of the posts. Below the bridge, the black river water gurgled along at a leisurely pace, no doubt extremely cold. Annoyed she had to go to such lengths, Simone climbed down the steep bank and stepped into the water. Gasping, she swore under her breath, slung her cloak aside, and waded deeper. It was up to her waist in the center. She leaned forward, transformed, and submerged. Being a mermaid instantly took away her sensitivity to the icy cold water as well as her natural fear of the gloomy depths. Suddenly, she felt at home. Swimming with ease and ignoring the surprised-looking fish, Simone cruised toward the cabin. She knew the river passed all the way through the woods to the glade, dumping out into a pool behind the building. Most people couldn't navigate the long underground stretch, but this was a simple route for a mermaid. With trees surrounding her on all sides, a grassy bank rose ahead. This would be where most people would balk. The river plunged into a tunnel with no room to take in lungfuls of air, but she continued underwater in complete darkness, feeling her way while comfortably holding her breath. The anatomy of mermaids had always puzzled her. For creatures that were half fish and spent much of their time underwater, they hadn't sensibly evolved to take advantage of that. Their upper human half had human lungs, meaning they breathed air. Still, they could hold their breath for an unusually long time and create huge bubbles of air below the surface. She emerged from the tunnel. Popping her head above water, she found herself once more back among the trees. The river was as deep but narrower. Ahead, several soft glows of orange firelight illuminated the windows of her distant cabin. "Ha!" she thought with triumph. "You can keep most people out by blocking the path, but I bet you weren't expecting a mermaid." But she wasn't quite there yet. Seeing the way ahead was blocked by more of those tangled, thorny bushes, she ducked under the surface again to pass beneath. The water seemed to grow colder and inexplicably thicker, like half-formed ice, and it was a struggle to forge onward. Her limbs tired quickly. Gasping, she wanted to rise to the surface and rest, but the thorns dangled low. All at once, the water thinned and warmed, and she shot forward. She stuck her head out, pleased to be through whatever barrier had nearly thwarted her. She'd arrived. The cabin stood alone in the moonlight, in the center of the glade. Simone climbed out of the water and reverted to human form. Her fishtail became legs, and her shimmering, silky dress shed every drop of moisture in an instant. She absently smoothed her hair, which had gone from dripping to dry at the shake of her head. After glancing in several of the cabin's windows and seeing nobody in the softly lit rooms, she ended up at the front door. Simone turned the handle and quietly slipped inside. The living room was warm, with a fire crackling under the hearth. The flames of candles danced in the waft of cold air. Softly closing the door, she listened carefully for signs of life. The clink of a mug or plate from the kitchen caught her attention. Simone smiled and headed that way. Ready for a brawl, her fists were clenched. She could always screech like a mermaid if necessary, which tended to drop her opponents to the floor and send them crawling away, covering their ears. The sounds of someone putting silverware in a drawer sounded so ordinary, as if the intruder thought she lived here. The squatter was tidy at least, washing dishes after her and keeping the place in good order. Well, tidy or not, she had no right to be here. Aided by her bare feet, Simone silently moved into the kitchen and stopped in surprise. The woman stood over the kitchen sink, her hands in soapy water. She wore a grey, ankle-length skirt and a red and white plaid shirt, with an apron tied about her waist. Though her bare arms and slender figure were clearly human, her head was definitely not. She had shaggy grey-brown fur and dog-like ears stuck up on top. The woman froze. Hackles rose on the back of her neck. The long ears twitched and rotated halfway. Then she swung around. Simone's words caught in her throat, but she finally managed to croak, "You're a wolf?" The two of them sat opposite each other in the living room, nursing cups of hot cocoa. Simone had expected a shouting match or even a tussle with the squatter. She hadn't expected to be sitting there, talking calmly to a wolf lady. "This is tasty," Simone commented, gesturing to her mug. The wolf lady nodded. "Picked it up at a market weeks ago. Lovely, isn't it?" Simone began her interrogation. What exactly, she started to say, then corrected herself. Sorry, who are you? The lady's pointed snout offered a form of grin, which looked similar to a snarl. My name's Rudy. I'm part wolf, as you can see. A wulver. I've never met someone like me. The woman nodded. That's not surprising. I've never met another of my kind either. I grew up in a tiny hamlet far west of here. My real parents had left me there as a baby, in a basket, floating down the river. A farmer found me and took me in, and that was my home growing up. She seemed ready to talk, relieved almost. Simone's heart softened. Intruder or not, this poor woman had to be lonely. No wonder she wore a hood. Why did you leave? Rudy looked away, and her nostrils twitched. She had the most doleful brown eyes, and they glistened when she spoke next. Dragons attacked us, she said softly. Simone swallowed. We've had trouble with dragons too. They attack without mercy, snatching up people and... She sighed. One day, I'll put an end to it. I took over a shapeshifter program, and I brought shapeshifters into our world so that we might bridge the gap between our kind and those merciless beasts. We're making some headway. We can't destroy them, but we can perhaps reason with them, perhaps even... Rudy snorted. Reason with dragons? Sorry, but that's unlikely. She cocked her head. You never told me your name. Apologies. I'm Simone. This cabin belonged to Professor Bartholomew, and he left it for me to use when I needed to get away from the demands of the village. I've neglected the place for many years, though. It's odd that I chose to return now, so soon after you moved in. It's as if I sensed you were here. The wolf woman nodded slowly. I see. Well, I'm sorry. It was empty, but I know it was wrong to intrude. Simone softened. I'm curious to know how you grew the indestructible thorny bushes. Clearly, you have skills I can learn from. The half-smile appeared on Rudy's snout again. Likewise, how did you break through the protection spell? The fire crackled softly in the cozy warmth of the living room as the two women gazed at each other. Simone took a sip of her cocoa and nodded approvingly. It seems we have a lot to discuss, she said. All right, Mrs. Hunter said, clapping her hands and making them all jump. How about an early night? Like everyone else, Hal had been totally absorbed in the story and didn't want it to end. But you haven't finished, and it's early. We just ate. Yeah, Mom always told me not to go to bed on an empty stomach, Robbie agreed. That's how you get constipation. I think you mean indigestion, Lauren said with a giggle. No, seriously, Yes, thank you, Robbie, Mrs. Hunter cut in. But you're all forgetting you have homework to do. I'd like you to spend an hour doing that, then head to bed so you're well rested for an early start in the morning. Thomas was aghast. Homework? We're not even at home. Mrs. Hunter smiled and stood up. Well, cabin work then. Either way, shoo, all of you. I have a book to read. Oh, what's this? She paused by the kitchen counter and peered at a bowl. This looks lovely. Which of you put this together? Nobody answered, because nobody had the first idea what she was talking about. Put what together? Darcy asked. This lettuce salad. Look at the pretty leaves, so neatly arranged in rosettes. I don't think I've ever seen lettuce like this before. Darcy edged closer. That's... She frowned. Valerianella locusta. It's full of vitamins, has a nutty flavor, and is ready to eat in the spring. She blinked. How do I even know that? And why is it growing around here? It's not native to this region. Then again, neither are some of the thorn bushes outside. Mrs. Hunter smiled. Well, thank you, Darcy. This is lovely. I might take it with me to the living room and nibble on it if I may. Well, it wasn't me that... Emily leapt in and gripped the teacher's arm. Never mind the salad. Please finish the story. You haven't told us about the protection spell and what happened to Rudy and—" But no amount of begging would change Mrs. Hunter's mind, and she headed off to the living room to settle in front of the fire with a book and her curious bowl of lettuce, probably sitting in the same armchair Miss Simone or the Wulver had used in the story. Despite their protests, they did indeed have a bit of homework to do, which seemed completely unfair since they were already doing double time in the classroom. There was no use arguing, though, and everyone knew Mrs. Hunter would come down on them like a ton of bricks if anyone failed the assignment. So, grumbling and muttering, they headed off to their separate rooms to get on with it. "Really, Darcy?" Robbie said as they reached the end of the hall. Putting on a mocking voice, he added, "Making a lovely little salad for the teacher?" He grinned. "It wasn't me." Hal was glad he was sharing with Robbie and Dewey. Fenton would be okay, but Thomas would be a nightmare. He heard the boy's voice next door once in a while, and Fenton's sharp rebuke. Even after their homework was completed, it was still a little early for bed. But Mrs. Hunter had already stipulated from the outset that they all turn in at the same time. "Lights out or else," she warned, calling along the hallway. "Good night, all of you. See you in the morning, bright and early." Well, lights out doesn't mean I'm automatically going to fall asleep, Hal thought with a rebellious streak. We could all get together in the dark and tell ghost stories or something, or fairy tales. That reminded him of Lauren's chosen story, The Princess and the Pea. Would the events of that tale kick in tonight? He didn't see how, not without a princess knocking on the door to get it all started. "Hal," Robbie whispered in the darkness. "Yeah? Do you think it's odd that Rudy is a woman with a wolf's head? I mean, she sounds like the wolf from Little Red Riding Hood." Hal had considered that too. Good point. A coincidence, do you think? Or something more? Well, it just seems a huge coincidence to have this magical box of fables that brings fairy tales to life, and now we have the real-life story of a Wulver who actually lived for a while in this cabin. If we asked the box to bring the Little Red Riding Hood story to life, would Rudy end up being the grandma, or would it be a real wolf? "I don't see how she could be," Hal muttered. "I mean, she obviously doesn't live here now, so—" Yet all kinds of possibilities stole through his mind. "Let's see what happens with the princess and the pea first. I reckon that's happening tonight somehow." "Well," Dewey chipped in from his temporary bed by the far wall, "that's not likely unless a princess shows up at the—" All three boys bolted upright. Hal could see his friends as mere shadows in the gloom as they slowly climbed out of bed. The three converged at the open door. Emily and Lauren appeared in theirs. Before long, all 9 shapeshifters crept into the hall and huddled together in silence, listening intently. "It has to be the princess," Lauren whispered. Chapter 6. A Tower in the Hallway. Hal could hardly contain his excitement, and nor could the others. "A real-life made-up princess," Robbie enthused in a low voice. "Do we have any peas in the kitchen?" "Shh," Fenton hissed. This time, they heard the faint, faraway voice of Mrs. Hunter. "Hello? Who's there?" "We have to get closer," Thomas growled. "Come on, it isn't like we're disobeying orders or anything. Somebody's knocking on the door. It's a good reason to go investigate." "I agree," Darcy said. They all hurried along the hall toward the living room. When they arrived, they found the front door standing open, and Mrs. Hunter facing a stern-faced, middle-aged, black-haired woman wearing a long black dress, which seemed a little odd considering the cool night air. She looked like she'd arrived at the wrong place for a ballroom party. "Can I help you?" Mrs. Hunter said, clearly taken aback. She still had her salad in her hand. "How did you get past—" The woman scowled. "I'm here to claim what's mine. Where is she?" I beg your pardon?" "You stole from me," she snapped, pointing at Mrs. Hunter with a long-nailed finger. Or rather, your husband did. He made a promise, and I'm here to claim what's rightfully mine." Mrs. Hunter looked dumbfounded. "I'm sorry. You have me mixed up with someone else." The woman straightened to her full height, which was a good few inches taller than the teacher. "Really? And what's that in your hand?" The perplexed expression on Mrs. Hunter's face deepened. What, this?" Emily suddenly let out a squeal and clapped her hands to her mouth. Then she ran toward Mrs. Hunter. "Close the door! Quickly, close the door!" Since nobody moved a muscle, Emily ended up standing between the two women. "You can't have her," she told the stranger. "Go away." And with that, she slammed the door in the visitor's face. Mrs. Hunter found her voice at last. "Emily, would you please explain to me—" Just then, Lauren gave a soft cry. "Darcy! Your hair!" Everyone swung around except Darcy, who suddenly found herself the center of attention. "What?" she demanded. Her blonde hair was lengthening at an alarming rate, about an inch per second. When she realized this, she gasped and held up handfuls of her locks so she could study it. It flowed from her hands, continuing to grow. "It's Rapunzel," Emily said. She spun to face Mrs. Hunter. "That woman out there was Dame Gothel, the wicked sorceress. She's here to claim your daughter as her own. Well, except Darcy's not your daughter, but the point is, you ate Dame Gothel's lettuce, and the story says that your husband made a deal to give up your daughter in return, and—" "Whoa!" Thomas broke in. "This is about eating lettuce?" "Valerianella locusta," Darcy said, her voice shaky as her hair draped on the floor. "I didn't think of it before, but it's also known as mache, corn salad, lamb's lettuce, and Rapunzel. This is what the sorceress named the child after, once she'd claimed her and taken her home." "That's nuts," Thomas said, beginning to laugh. "Seriously, guys, why do you all look so scared? It's a fairy tale. This is the kind of thing that's supposed to happen." "But my hair," Darcy wailed. Fenton put his arm around her shoulders. "I bet it'll stop growing once the tale is done." "And when's that?" Hal was at a loss, as were his friends. "Fenton's probably right," he said at last. "Until then, we have to, play along." "Mom," Lauren said, "are you okay?" Mrs. Hunter had a strange, far-away expression on her face. She blinked and gazed at Lauren, then at the half-empty salad bowl in her hand. "This isn't going to work," she mumbled. For a moment, Darcy's ever-lengthening hair was forgotten. "Mum, what's not going to work?" But Mrs. Hunter seemed to be in a world of her own. She carefully placed the bowl on the small, round table by the wall and shuffled past the startled group, heading for the kitchen. "What's got into her?" Thomas grumbled. "She looks like she's seen a ghost," Robbie added. Lauren went after her mom. Then all eyes returned to Darcy and her eerily long hair. By now, it was beginning to pile up around her feet, clean, shiny, and smooth as if she'd been brushing it all morning. "Okay, guys, this isn't funny," she whispered. "How long's it going to get? I can't walk around like this. I'm afraid to move." "Go to your room," Emily suggested. "Abby, help her, would you?" Abigail hadn't said a word throughout. Both mystified and concerned, she bent to collect up handfuls of Darcy's hair, then walked behind her as if she were a bride's train-bearer. Even so, the locks tumbled free and threatened to catch under Abigail's feet. Fenton didn't know if he should go with her or steer well clear. In the end, he chose to stay exactly where he was. Emily faced the boys. "This is the wrong fairy tale. It was supposed to be The Princess and the Pea." "What does it matter?" Thomas exclaimed. "It matters, Thomas, because it might mean the box of Fables has grabbed all the fairy tales from that list Abby made." That was a sobering thought. "All right, one thing at a time," Hal said. "Long hair isn't exactly a huge problem. We'll let the story play out like Thomas said, and then Darcy will be back to normal." But how does it play out? Emily demanded, spreading her hands wide. Think about it. What exactly— A sudden rumbling caused them to freeze and look down at the floor. Though there was nothing to see, the deep noise and heavy vibration made their knees tremble. It felt like an earthquake, but Hal suspected it was something related to fairy tales. "Hal!" Abigail yelled from the other end of the cabin. At the same time, Darcy let out a scream. Their cries sent a jolt of fear down Hal's spine, and he shouldered past Robbie and Dewey before they even had a chance to glance around. He tore down the hallway, aware that Fenton was close behind. The two of them skidded to a halt at the sight of Abigail backing out of her bedroom. "What's happening?" he said, his heart thudding with the uncertainty of it all. "Abby, what's wrong?" The rumbling intensified. From inside the bedroom, Darcy screamed again. Fenton rushed to help, but paused in the doorway alongside Abigail. Hal peered over their shoulders at the tornado within. Tons of loose bricks swirled about the room in a ferocious whirlwind, except the room itself was no more. Abigail's and Darcy's beds were gone. All their stuff was missing. The furniture had vanished. The outside wall, along with the floorboards and ceiling, had vanished. Grass sprouted where the floor had been. The whirlwind of bricks completely surrounded Darcy, whose impossibly long blonde hair stood up straight and swirled high above her head as if being sucked up into the maelstrom. She lifted off the floor. Held in the grip of a powerful force, with her eyes bugging out in terror, Darcy floated higher and higher. Fenton edged forward and reached out to test if the bricks were in fact real. He snatched his hand back in a hurry when one of the flying projectiles smacked him hard on the knuckles. The swirling bricks began to tighten into a more unified formation. The gaps between them closed up, and as they joined together, the steady rotation slowed. A gently curving wall came into being, one side of a brand-new brick structure that towered high over the cabin. Gradually, the noise died away, and peace descended on the hallway. A fine dust cloud drifted over them all, as well as a cool breeze. Though the doorway to Abigail and Darcy's room remained intact, now it served as an exit to the outside, and even had a neat stone step. The bedroom had become a small courtyard walled in by the neighboring bedrooms. Much of the ground was grassy, but a gravel path led to and encircled the brand-new tower, which stood about 20 feet away. Thick bushes grew around its base. Awed, Hal stepped outside and craned his neck to gaze up at the tower, which had to be 4 or 5 times higher than the rest of the cabin. Vaguely aware that all his friends were crunching along the gravel path behind him, Hal circled the tower and paused at a solid oak door set deep into the brickwork. What are the chances it's unlocked? He tried the handle. 0. Sighing, he stepped back. "Well, Emily, you were asking exactly how the rest of the tale is supposed to play out. I think we have our answer." But, Emily gasped. This is incredible." Fenton backed well away from the tower, retreating across the moonlit grass. "I see a window up there." He was right. "And Darcy's a prisoner," Robbie said. "But she has long hair now. She can let her hair down and—" "Yes, thank you, Robbie, we get it," Emily said shortly. "And you're willing to climb up, are you? Like in the story?" Now that she mentioned it, the prospect of climbing 4 stories was terrifying. Hal couldn't transform, and neither could Emily nor Lauren, so he glanced at Abigail. "Want to take a look?" he asked. She swallowed and nodded. "Definitely." Seconds later, she'd grown her fairy wings and lifted off the ground with a noisy buzz. She shot straight upward until she reached the tiny window at the top, then hovered outside, peering through the glass. "Darcy," she called softly, "you in there?" The window abruptly opened, and Darcy leaned out. "I'm here. Oh my goodness. How did this—" She gasped and retreated out of sight. Abigail buzzed closer. Now look, this isn't the time to be scared of heights. Grab hold around my neck like we're besties, and I'll lift you down to the ground." "No way!" Darcy cried from inside, her voice muffled. "Anyway, what about my hair? It's so long, and somehow it's braided itself, and it's heavy." Abigail continued hovering. "That's a good point, but we'll have to take that risk. Come on, lean out and—" "No!" Then quietly, "Sorry, I can't, and the door is locked. Can you ask Robbie to come upstairs and break in?" "Not really. The door downstairs is locked as well." "Well, tell him to break that door down." The two girls argued a little more, but Hal knew it was futile. Darcy was already freaked out. Sure enough, Abigail returned to the ground and shook her head. Not a chance. She's stuck there for now, unless Robbie can grow some muscles and break all the doors down. At least she has a bed. Her room's quite nice, actually, with plenty of books and all her things. And my luggage as well. "Is she scared?" Fenton asked, peering up at the window. "A little. I mean, we think this will end when the tale is over, but we don't really know." "Then let's get it over with," Fenton growled. He cupped his hands together. "Darcy, throw your hair down!" No response. Dewey cleared his throat. Fenton, if you're thinking of doing what I think you're thinking, maybe someone else should—" Thomas snorted with laughter. "He means you're the heaviest of us all." He gave Dewey a clap on the back. "If anyone should climb up Rapunzel's hair, it's you, little guy." "Darcy!" Fenton yelled. "Where are you?" Still no response. A strange expression crossed Fenton's face. He frowned, blinked, shook his head, appeared thoughtful for a moment, then smiled in understanding. "I get it now. I'm not saying it right." Emily stepped closer. "Fenton, are you okay? You have the same look on your face as Mrs. Hunter did earlier." Ignoring her, Fenton cupped his hands to his mouth again and called, in an oddly melodic voice, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair, that I may climb thy golden stair." A second later, Thomas burst out laughing and practically fell to his knees with uncontrollable mirth. Hal couldn't help smiling himself, and Abigail clapped a hand over her mouth. But Fenton was unfazed. He continued peering up at the window, and his smile broadened when Darcy popped her head out. "This is so weird," she called down. "I feel an urge to do as I'm told." And with that, she began tossing her long hair out the window. It fell in the form of a thick, braided golden rope that shone in the moonlight. A collective gasp filled the air as the fairy tale played out. Rapunzel was letting her hair down for her prince to climb. "It'll all be over soon," Robbie said, sounding relieved. "Although I can't remember exactly how it ends. Can you?" Emily sucked in a breath. "Oh my goodness, Fenton, don't do it!" She reached for him. As it turned out, there was no need. Darcy's hair was incredibly long, dangling about 4 stories, but not yet long enough to reach the ground, nor Fenton's outstretched hands. "Oh," Abigail muttered. "Look, it's still growing." Emily ran to Fenton and gently slapped at his face. "Wake up! Wake up! We'll have to try this later, okay? Her hair's not long enough yet. Come on back inside for now. Anyway, look, it's starting to rain." She was persistent enough that they all left Darcy behind to complain about having to pull her hair back up. Inside the cabin, in the hallway, Emily closed the door and leaned on it. In the story, the prince climbs Rapunzel's hair. But it's actually the sorceress pretending to be Rapunzel because she'd already cut off the hair and was holding it herself. She lets go, and the prince falls. He lands in the thorny bushes and is blinded by the thorns. After a shocked silence, Robbie said, "But that wasn't the sorceress just now. It was Darcy. Should be safe, right?" Whether he'd made a good point or not, their attention was drawn to a new sound, one that came to them from outside and filled their hearts with fear. The distant howl of a wolf, "Oh no," Dewey whispered. "What now?" "Little Red Riding Hood?" Abigail said shakily. "Or maybe Three Little Pigs. Both stories have a big bad wolf in them." "Let's find Lauren and her mom," Emily suggested. "I think we should all stay together. It's going to be a long night." They hurried to the kitchen, but neither mother nor daughter was to be found. "Lauren!" Abigail yelled. "Mrs. Hunter!" Emily joined in. Nobody answered, so the group dashed from room to room, checking the classroom and even the smallest broom closet. Their search grew more and more frantic. Darcy was already captive in a tower that had appeared out of nowhere. Where might Mrs. Hunter and Lauren be? "I hope they're not outside," Abigail said, her eyes wide. "Not with a wolf about." "I'll check," Thomas offered. "This is only a bit of fun anyway. Seriously, I'm not sure what you're all so scared of. None of this is real." "Says you," Robbie scoffed. "That tower was real. I'm not going to risk putting my head inside a wolf's mouth to see if it'll bite." The problem with Thomas offering to go outside and search was that he seemed to have no real sense of caution. Hal swallowed and said, "I'll go." Abigail immediately reached for his hand. "Hal, no, it should be me. I can transform and fly away if I have to." She had a point, but before he could say anything, the front door flew open, and Lauren stood there, her face white. She was drenched from head to toe because apparently the light rain had turned into a downpour. "Mum's gone," she wailed. "She was mumbling about there not being enough food in the pantry, and she wandered into the living room, and I was trying to talk sense into her, and then I went to make her a hot cup of cocoa. And when I came back, she was gone, and the door was wide open. I went after her, but she's nowhere to be found. And did you hear that wolf?" "All right, calm down," Emily said, rushing to her. She dragged her sodden friend inside and slammed the door against the increasingly noisy rainfall. "Come and sit down. No, wait. Go change out of those wet things. You're soaked." "But my mom's out there somewhere." Robbie, who'd been standing there looking lost, sidled over to pat her hand. "It'll be okay. Like Thomas said, it's probably just part of a story. She'll be fine." Hal and Abigail looked at one another. "We're going to look for her," they said in unison. The idea of the poor, confused woman wandering about in the downpour, in the dark, with a possible wolf on the loose. Hal shuddered. Fairy tale or not, dangerous or otherwise, they had to locate Mrs. Hunter and bring her home. Hal and Abigail grabbed a lantern each, pulled the door open, and peered out into the blackness. The rain was hammering down. "I didn't think to bring a coat with us," Abigail murmured. "I saw one in the closet by the kitchen," Dewey said. "A red one with a hood. Do you want me to—" He trailed off as everyone turned to glare at him. "I guess not." "Be careful out there," Robbie warned. Hal and Abigail stepped onto the porch, ducked their chins, and headed into the darkness with their shoes squelching on cold, wet grass. Their shoulders were drenched in seconds, and they huddled together as they walked, holding their lanterns high. "Where do we start?" Abigail said, her breath pluming in the air. "Don't know, but she wouldn't have gone into the trees, so I guess we'll walk around the perimeter." "Okay," she agreed. They did so. The rain eased off, but they were already dripping by then. The wolf howled in the distance again. Trying to ignore it, they hurried onward, walking the perimeter of the clearing, feeling hopeful they'd run across Mrs. Hunter, trying in vain to spot a path through the bushes. Though cloudy and dark, the moon kept appearing briefly to shed a little light on the glade. "If she's not here," Abigail said, "where else should we look? She's not in the cabin, so—" "There is nowhere else," Hal muttered. "It's not like there's another—" He stopped dead, and Abigail halted with him. They stared in amazement at the silhouetted outline before them, a suspiciously cottage-shaped structure with a chimney and a trail of smoke lifting into the sky. The moon went behind a cloud then, and the details fuzzed out, but the soft glow of light from the windows left no doubt they'd run across a house that hadn't been there earlier that day. That's somehow not surprising, Hal admitted. No, it's not. Do you think she's there? She has to be, right? Cautiously, they approached. The wolf howled again, and a branch cracked, suggesting it was on the move and crashing through the woods. This prompted them to speed up a little. Cute paving stones led them to the mysterious cottage. Colourful flowers grew from pots, and an out-of-season pumpkin sat to their right. Hal tentatively reached for the door handle. He twisted it, pushed the door open, and was engulfed by a sweet, irresistible smell. "Chocolate," he whispered. "Oh my gosh," Abigail murmured. "Cookies, brownies, whatever it is, it's delicious." "I think I smell gingerbread too," Hal said with a frown. "Wait." Mrs. Hunter appeared suddenly before them, bathed in the cozy glow of firelight. The place was much darker than the cabin, but a few candles here and there offered enough light to see by. "You're drenched," Mrs. Hunter said, looking horrified. "What were you doing outside?" "Looking for you," Abigail said, no longer keeping her voice low. "Are we alone?" "Just the three of us," the teacher confirmed. "Oh, you poor things. Did you come after me? I'm so sorry about how I acted before. I'm not sure what got into me. Where's Lauren?" Hal took a good look around the living room while replying. "She's at the cabin, worrying about you. What's with all the candy?" The place seemed to be littered with glass bowls full of sugared candies, as well as plates piled up with cookies, brownies, and gingerbread. A couple of cakes sat on a low table, and it looked like Mrs. Hunter, or someone, had cut a slice or two, ready for handing out to hungry passers-by. "I have no idea," Mrs. Hunter said. "Smells wonderful, though, doesn't it? There's some dry clothing in that room at the back. Put your lanterns down and go find something to change into." Hal had no intention of wearing someone else's things. "No, thanks." "Well, at least go and dry your hair. You're dripping all over the place." To keep her happy, Hal and Abigail wandered into the room she'd mentioned. A single candle offered meager light. "What do you think about Mrs. Hunter?" he whispered, after they'd located a neat stack of clean towels on a shelf. "I'm not sure what to think," Abigail mused. "I can't tell if she—" The bedroom door slammed shut, followed by a rattle and a clunk. Mrs. Hunter had locked them in. Chapter 7. The Oven Awaits. Abigail sighed. "Well, I guess that proves she's still not right in the head." Hal stomped over to the door. "Mrs. Hunter? What are you doing? Let us out." He hadn't noticed earlier, but now that the door was closed, he found a square panel with bars set at eye level. Below, about halfway down, was a horizontal slot to pass trays in and out. This back bedroom was a prison cell. The quiet, dark shape of Mrs. Hunter stood a safe distance from the door in case Hal tried to reach through. "I'm sorry, my dears," she whispered, "but you're going to have to stay a while." Abigail sidled up next to Hal. "Mrs. Hunter, let us out." The woman shook her head. "Don't cause a fuss now. Perhaps you'd like a slice of cake. Wait here, and I'll bring you something." After a brief rattle of keys, she moved away. Hal and Abigail had no choice but to stay behind. "This is Hansel and Gretel," Hal said at last. Abigail nodded. "Mrs. Hunter is playing two roles. In the story, the woodcutter and his wife fell on hard times and decided to send their kids into the woods, hoping they'd get lost, and maybe a kind stranger would take them. That way, the remaining scraps of food in the pantry would last longer." "Nice. They never went to parenting school, did they?" Mrs. Hunter already played the part of the woodcutter's wife back in the cabin. She said there wasn't enough food in the pantry, so, like a couple of idiots, we walked outside into the rain and got lost, and ended up here, at the witch's house. "And this witch is hungry too," Hal agreed. "She'll bring cake to fatten us up." "Well, fatten you up anyway. She wants to roast you in her oven and eat you for dinner." Hal shuddered. She was always telling us how she'd like to have us over for supper one day, but I didn't think she meant this. Funny, Abigail said, giving him a light jab. Be serious. We have to finish this tale, Hal. That means pushing Mrs. Hunter into the oven instead of you. Abby! Obviously I wouldn't, but that's what happens in the story. She asks Gretel to lean close and see if the oven's hot enough, and Gretel pretends like she doesn't understand, so the witch demonstrates for her, and then Gretel shoves her in. Yeah, but we're not doing that. It might be a fake oven, Abigail argued. As real as everything seems, we haven't actually been harmed yet. Yet, Hal repeated. Abigail crossed the room and tried the small, rounded window, then returned to the door. Bars won't stop me. I guess I'll nip out and find the key. Okay, he agreed. But wait, Mrs. Hunter's coming back. Their teacher appeared in the short, darkened hall. She slid a plate halfway through the slot in the door and pressed her face to the bars. Here you go, Hansel. A nice slice of chocolate cake. And there's plenty more where that came from. Not hungry, Hal said, taken aback by the wicked gleam in her eyes. She looked different. The same person, but older and thinner. The woman's tone had hardened. Take it. But there's only one slice. Oh, Gretel won't need it. She's to help me in the kitchen in the morning. She can nibble all the cookies she wants, but you, my dear, should eat the cake and fatten yourself up, you skinny little thing. Hal knew the story, but still it gave him a chill to hear Mrs. Hunter hinting that she planned to cook him for dinner. Not quite sure how to answer, he took the proffered plate and stood looking down at the enormous slice of chocolate cake. Eat up, Hansel, Mrs. Hunter said cheerfully, and Gretel, please get plenty of rest. I'll release you in the morning so you can help me do some chores around here. Then we'll get the oven warmed up. Quietly, she vanished into the shadows. Sounds lovely, Abigail murmured. You heard her, Hal. Eat up. You're to be the main course for dinner tomorrow, and you need to be nice and plump. Did you see her, though? Hal whispered. She looked weird, kind of witchy. Abigail sighed. I guess this fairy tale is really kicking in. She began to pace again. The box of Fables can create characters out of thin air. It created a huge brick tower in this cottage, and now it's messing with Mrs. Hunter's mind. And her face. Come on, Abby. Fly through the bars and get us out of here. She nodded. Fine. Wings sprouted from her back. Then she smiled, shrank to 6 inches high, and buzzed into the air. She ducked through the rectangular slot in the door and hovered on the other side of the bars. Her voice was squeaky. Well, she definitely took the key. I'll be back. She disappeared into the darkness. Left alone, Hal sighed and placed his slice of cake on the small bedside table. The thought of eating it sickened him. The story dictated that Mrs. Hunter, the witch, would check one of his hands to see if he was plump enough to be cooked in her oven. He just needed to shove a small stick through the bars instead of a finger, and she'd think he was still too bony. Such a dumb story, he thought. According to the tale, the woodcutter's kids ended up wandering about in the woods, lost and tired, and were enticed into the hands of a witch because her home was made from gingerbread. Why would anybody go to the trouble of building an entire cottage made from gingerbread? How could she bake so much? How did the structure stand upright? Questions raced through his mind. Then he frowned. Was the house made of gingerbread? Could he eat his way out? He hurried to one of the walls and felt around, but it seemed perfectly normal, a regular wall, and in no way edible. Eat my way out, he muttered with a short laugh. How ridiculous that sounded in real life. Maybe the idea of a house made from gingerbread was exaggerated. Maybe it only seemed that way, what with the smell of cookies, chocolate cake, and gingerbread wafting about the place. Or maybe the box of Fables tried to make the conjured stories a tad more realistic. A high-pitched buzzing told him Abigail had returned. Instead of a key, she carried a thick glove. As small as she was, it hung from her tiny hands. It took a moment to drag it through the slot in the door. "Can't find it," she whispered, after she'd grown to her normal size and retracted her wings. "I looked for key hooks on the wall and searched tables. She must have it in her pocket." "Well, that's just great," Hal snapped. He immediately regretted his tone. "Sorry, getting a bit frustrated. I don't like being away from the others and not being able to transform. What's the glove for?" Abigail smiled and held it up. It was well worn, made from lambskin or cow leather. "I found a pair next to a huge woodcutting axe. I guess chopping wood is a big thing in these tales. Anyway, instead of using a stick as your finger to prove how bony you still are, maybe we can speed the story up a bit? Did you eat the cake?" "Nope." "Okay, get rid of it." Uncertain of her plan, Hal had to trust that she was onto something. He scooped the slice of chocolate cake under the bed and hurried back to the door with the empty plate. "Okay, put the glove on," Abigail told him. He finally understood her plan and thrust his hand into the rough glove. It made him grimace. "Mrs. Hunter," Abigail called, "I think we might be ready." Half a minute later, Mrs. Hunter appeared in the shadows. She moved closer and squinted through the bars. "What do you mean?" "Look at him," Abigail said, gesturing with vigor. "Fat as a pig. Want me to, help you in the kitchen?" Mrs. Hunter pressed her face to the bars. "I can't see you, Hansel," she complained. "Step closer to the candlelight." Hal figured it would be better if he seemed blissfully ignorant of her dastardly plan. "What for? Look, please let us out of here." He reached through the bars. Though the hall was dimly lit, it was pretty obvious he wore a glove, and when she grabbed his hand and started squeezing each of his fingers, he doubted very much that she'd be fooled for 1 second. Nobody in real life would. But this wasn't quite real life. Magic was at play here, and his ruse seemed to be acceptable. "Oh my," Mrs. Hunter cooed. "What chubby fingers you have. That cake certainly fattened you up." Yeah," Hal agreed. "Stand back," she ordered. As Hal stepped clear, she produced a key, unlocked the door, and pushed it open a little. "Come on, my dear Gretel. I need your assistance with the preparations." Hal thought about rushing forward and shouldering his way past Mrs. Hunter. He easily could have done so, but then what? The fairy tale wouldn't be finished, and she'd remain in the guise of a hungry witch. Abigail exited the room. Mrs. Hunter closed and locked the door after her. "Good, good," she said. "I'll be back for you soon, Hansel." The menace in her voice was undeniable. She stalked off, rubbing her hands with glee and anticipation. Abigail glanced through the bars at him. "I'll be back even sooner," she whispered. After that, Hal had nothing to do but pace around the room, occasionally stopping to listen to the distant howl of the wolf. He heard faint dings and clinks from the kitchen as the hungry witch and Gretel, Mrs. Hunter and Abigail, worked on preparations for the great roasted meal that Hal would literally be a part of. On the whole, he wasn't too worried about it. These were fairy tales, not real life. He wouldn't actually be thrown into an oven, especially as the story didn't call for it. Instead, Gretel was supposed to throw the witch into the oven, and Abigail would never do such a thing to Mrs. Hunter. Unless, of course, the oven was cold, in which case it might be all right. Somehow, they had to trick the storybook magic into believing it had played out correctly. His pathetic ruse with the glove had worked, so it shouldn't be difficult to pretend the rest. But how frustrating to be locked in a room with no way to escape. If he were a dragon, he'd simply push his way through the cottage wall. A key rattled in the lock, and the door opened. Abigail popped her head around the door. "Mrs. Hunter will be coming to fetch you soon. Her oven's hot, and I don't like it. Time for us to go." He felt a jolt of horror. "It's actually fired up?" Come on. He rushed to join her. So we just leave? That suits me fine. Doesn't matter if the fairy tale is finished or not. What's she going to do to stop us? With that in mind, they snuck along the hall and peered into the kitchen. There, Mrs. Hunter brushed flour from her hands and nodded with approval. Everything's prepared, she muttered. The herbs and seasoning, the pie crust, everything. All I need now is the meat. Goodness, I'm hungry enough to eat 2 children. Mrs. Hunter had worsened. The scowl on her face, the deeply wrinkled lines, the hooked nose, even her voice. Now she was a true witch from the storybooks. "Gretel!" she squawked suddenly, making Hal and Abigail jump. They retreated as the witch stomped toward the doorway they hid behind. "Gretel, come here, please. Oh, there you are." Even though Hal loitered behind Abigail, the fairy tale witch didn't appear to notice him. Instead, she grabbed Abigail's arm and pulled her roughly into the kitchen. "Now, my dear, test the oven for me, would you? See if it's hot enough." Abigail stood in front of the huge iron oven, looking uncertain, while Mrs. Hunter hung close by, hands on hips. "Well, hurry, girl. Open it up and see what you think. Poke your head in and make sure the coals are good and hot." Well, I'm not sure exactly how." "For goodness sake, Gretel, open the door and, move aside and let me demonstrate." Mrs. Hunter grabbed a towel, wrapped it around her hand, and wrenched the thick door open. Abigail took a few steps backward and glanced over her shoulder at Hal with wide eyes. "You see, girl, this is all I need you to do. See? Lean in, like this, and check the coals." The hungry witch was in position, bent double in front of the open oven. A solid kick to her rear end would send her toppling inside. But this was no game. Hal could feel the heat from where he stood. He stepped out from his hiding place. "Let's get out of here," he urged Abigail. She frowned at him, then looked back at Mrs. Hunter. The woman remained bent double, almost as though waiting for the inevitable. The fairy tale magic expected the scene to play out, and so she waited, as though her co-actor in a stage play had forgotten her lines. Abigail backed away from Mrs. Hunter and glanced again at Hal. A series of expressions crossed her face, first confusion, then understanding, and then steely determination. To Hal's horror, she turned toward the vulnerable witch, raised her hands with palms forward, and took a step closer. "Abby, no!" Hal yelled. He sprinted toward her. She seemed to be lost in the moment, and she lunged at Mrs. Hunter. But Hal intercepted in the nick of time and shoved Abigail away. The two of them tumbled to the floor. Abigail scrambled to her feet in an instant and again ran at the vulnerable witch. Hal grabbed at her ankle. She stumbled again, lost her balance, and fell to one knee. All this time, Mrs. Hunter remained bent over the oven. Hal leapt up, pulled her away, and slammed the heavy door shut. Mrs. Hunter's face was red and dripping with sweat, but at least she'd lost the angry, ugly witch mask. Now she looked like herself, frowning and lost. Abigail, too, blinked in wonder. She stared at her hands, then at Mrs. Hunter. Tears filled her eyes. "What happened?" she wailed. Hal hugged her tight. "Nothing. It's okay. Story's over now." Though he wondered if that were actually true, the cottage still existed, and the story was incomplete. What were the rules to this fairy tale magic? It seemed they would be learning as the night went on. "Come on," he said, as Abigail cried into his shoulder. "Let's get back to the others. Mrs. Hunter, are you okay?" The teacher had been staring at the oven. She nodded and swallowed. "I'm going to snuff this fire first. Did I really put my face in there? I feel hot. Do I still have my eyebrows?" Hal supervised as she gingerly opened the oven once more and threw 4 shovelfuls of sand inside. He wasn't sure if that was the normal way to put out these kinds of ovens, but it did the trick. When smoke started belching, she slammed the door again in a hurry. Meanwhile, Abigail refused to even look. Plagued by the memory of what she'd nearly done, her eyes were wide with horror. She reached for Hal's hand and clung on, whispering, "Thank you for stopping me." Hal didn't even want to think about the horror that might have been a reality. Fairy tales were brutal. He focused instead on returning to the safety of the cabin, though safety seemed a little questionable right now. "We'll have to rethink this," he said, as the three of them finally headed out the door into the darkness of the night. If the story of Hansel and Gretel nearly ended up so badly, what about other fairy tales we've conjured up? "I'm worried about Fenton," Abigail said, a fierce expression on her face now that they'd left the cottage. "If he climbs the tower, Dame Gothel will push him down, and he'll fall in the thorny bushes and scratch his eyes out. He'll go blind, and he won't be able to shapeshift and heal himself." "What have we done?" Mrs. Hunter muttered. They picked up their pace, heading across the wide expanse of grass toward the cabin. The brick tower loomed high above, completely out of place, a dimly lit window at the top. Behind them, the wolf howled once more. Hal shuddered. It seemed to be a portent of what lay in store. But which story was the wolf part of? Little Red Riding Hood or Three Little Pigs? He had to wonder which, if played out in real life, would be the most violent. "I'm going to check on Darcy," Abigail said, sprouting her wings and zipping up into the night sky. "See you in a minute." "Then I'll wait right here," Hal called. Mrs. Hunter hurried onward. She circled the tower's base, crossed the small grassy courtyard, and entered the newly formed door leading to the hallway and bedrooms. The wolf howled again. Well, as long as it stayed in the woods. Hal had a moment of hope. The cabin was, after all, enchanted with a protection spell. Maybe the wolf couldn't get into the glade. Yeah, sure, like it would stop me if I were a dragon. He imagined himself charging through the brambles without a care. Maybe the wolf would too. "I told Darcy everything," Abigail said when she returned. She slipped her arm through Hal's, and they headed for the cabin. "She's bored out of her mind up there. She wants to get to the end of the story, and I warned her about the thorns. So the question is, how do we get to the end of her story without that part happening?" "I don't know." They walked inside. "About time you showed up," Robbie exclaimed, hurrying down the hall toward them. "Mrs. Hunter said you had some trouble with a fairy tale cottage, but she didn't go into detail. How's Darcy?" "Later," Hal murmured. "Where is everyone?" "In the living room. Mrs. Hunter wanted everyone together. I came to get you." So they headed that way. Mrs. Hunter had taken the rocking chair, and everyone else was arranged either on the sofa, in armchairs, or on the floor by the fire. Everyone but Darcy. "I'm afraid this is going to be a long night," the teacher said morosely when all the attention turned to her. "At first, I dismissed the idea of this silly magical box." "The box of fables," Emily cut in. "Yes, well, whatever it's called, it's clearly a force to be reckoned with. Children, I need to know exactly what you did to awaken this artifact. How did you invoke fairy tales? Which tales? Obviously somebody requested Goldilocks, and that's done. And the story of Rapunzel, which is as yet unfinished. I had the unfortunate experience of being the center of the Hansel and Gretel story, and—" She swallowed and glanced over at Hal and Abigail. "Well, it became a little too real for comfort." Thomas looked incredulous. "You ate the house?" "No, doofus," Abigail scolded him, "but I nearly shoved Mrs. Hunter into the oven." The silence lasted a few seconds, and then everyone chimed in at once. "What do you mean?" "The oven wasn't on, was it?" "Why would you do that?" The rest was lost in the babble of noise. Mrs. Hunter raised her hand. "Quiet, please. The point is that these stories are likely to crop up in some form, and we'll be forced to play along, to the point of doing things we normally wouldn't do. Unfortunately, as innocent as these tales may seem when we read them, many are rather horrifying. Yeah, like deadly horrifying, Hal added, and we might not get the tame version of the story. Goldilocks should have been a cute little blonde girl, but instead we got an old hag. As in the original story, Mrs. Hunter said with a nod, I suggest we establish which stories are likely to come to life tonight and fully acquaint ourselves with the tales so we'll know what to expect. Everyone nodded, and a chorus of muttered voices drifted through the room. Definitely. Yep. Sounds like a plan. Again, Mrs. Hunter raised her hand. But first I should finish the story of Rudy. I suspect that this Wulver, a woman with a wolf's head, is very much part of the problem we're having. Again, an expectant silence. How so? Emily whispered. I know it's a coincidence with Little Red Riding Hood and the wolf disguising herself as Grandma, but... That's just it, Mrs. Hunter said with a sigh. I don't believe it's a coincidence at all. Let me finish the story. You'll remember that Simone allowed Rudy to remain at the cabin after all. Chapter 8. Powerful Magic. I do apologize for being here, the wolf-headed woman said after a sip of her cocoa. I didn't mean to stay for long, but... Simone answered with a shrug. It's no problem. I admit to being curious about you, and as I said, perhaps you can assist me in my work. I didn't intend to move into this cabin at all, you know. I enjoy fishing in the morning and cooking my breakfast over a fire, exactly as my father had always done, so I built myself a temporary shack in the woods, knowing this was private property and that nobody would bother me. In the woods, among the thorns? Rudy's ears twitched. There weren't any thorns when I built my shack. That's the problem, you see. The strength of the protection spell increased over a week or two, and the thorns came out of nowhere and encroached on my campsite, forcing me out of the woods and toward this cabin. All my possessions are still in the shack, including my journals. Simone let that sink in for a moment. So, you lived in a shack in the woods, and you only moved into this cabin because you became trapped here in the glade. Yes, but don't worry, I haven't taken any of the bedrooms. The attic suits me fine. The attic? Oh, that's really not necessary. It's perfectly adequate, Rudy assured her. They talked for a while about the glade. Rudy confirmed that the forest was impenetrable, yet the lawn was immaculate and weed-free, neater now than it had been when she'd arrived. I've had very little else to do, she murmured, and since I'm staying here for free, it seemed fair to do some yard work. Simone chuckled. My goblin friends always complain about the weeds. Rather than use scythes or simply let goats roam free, they built a mechanical contraption with blades, a mower. Blacknail is very interested in reinventing technology from old Earth. Ah, old Earth, Rudy repeated. You're familiar with it? Simone was surprised. Many in New Earth shunned the place despite all the portals that had opened in recent times. How do you know about it? The Wulver asked. Simone spent a moment explaining the parallel world and her involvement with the awakening civilization there. With the virus over, humans were emerging from bunkers and rebuilding cities. But now, they had to come to terms with the fact that numerous smoky black holes had opened up, offering gateways to a magical realm. We've closed many of them, she said, and the ones we're leaving open need to be guarded. We're installing sentries for that purpose, a newly formed organization called the Portal Guard. These armed officers will prevent unauthorized access by Old Earthers. Travel between the twin worlds is still allowed, but it has to be carefully managed. She went on to explain how she also ran a shapeshifter program, leading to 9 young shapeshifters who could transform into magnificent creatures, just like herself and her own school friends. You're a mermaid, Rudy exclaimed when Simone got to that part. She let her mouth hang open for a moment, her long tongue dangling. So that's how you got past the protection spell. You swam under it. Simone smiled. A rare use for my ability. The news interested the Wulver because she herself was a half-creature. Perhaps when I was younger, I would have sought a way for you to make me fully human, she mused, staring into the crackling fireplace. Why would you want to be? Rudy's nose twitched. Growing up, other children were mean to me, making fun of my dog head, as they called it, pretending to bark and howl, giggling whenever they saw me. I had a lonely upbringing, which is why I turned to books. I absolutely loved fairy tales as a little girl. My father often brought me gifts, including some old books snatched from another world, from old Earth, as I know it now. When I was young, those portals you mentioned were few and far between, but they existed. So you grew up reading quaint old tales from old Earth to escape into a fantasy world, despite actually living in what might be described as a real-life fantasy world. Simone sighed. Oh, the irony. Indeed. So yes, I escaped by reading fairy tales. I was both fascinated and horrified by them, such morbid stories. Some versions were dark, others delightful and enthralling. I read the stories often. Simone nodded. I'm familiar with them too. When I turned 7, Rudy went on, my father gave me a magical item that helped me visualize the tales. I loved it. The tales came to life before me. What was your favorite? Miss Simone asked. Rudy smiled, or rather bared her teeth. Jack and the Beanstalk. And your least favorite? Ah, well, you see, there was one story in particular that caught my attention, that of Little Red Riding Hood, because in that story there's a wolf dressed up as an old lady and— I know it, Simone said. I admit to wondering what you thought about that, given that you're, a lady with a wolf's head? Rudy sighed. Being ridiculed on a daily basis wore me down. But worse than being ridiculed was being pitied. And worse than being pitied was being feared. I can imagine, Simone said softly. When I was 10, a family visited from afar, and it tore my heart out when their small girl ran screaming at the sight of me. She'd seen wolves before and knew how dangerous they could be. So the idea of a person with a wolf's head, well, it terrified her. She had nightmares for weeks. After that, the story of Little Red Riding Hood became very difficult for me to read. So did other tales featuring wolves, and let me tell you, there are quite a few. Gradually, I stopped reading them altogether. When I was old enough, I escaped my life simply by traveling. And the protection spell? Simone prompted her. Rudy yawned long and wide. That's something I'll show you in the morning, she said after a moment. Perhaps we could continue this conversation at dawn. I'll show you the source of the protection spell then. Simone tried to hide her dismay. Of course. She retired to one of the bedrooms and tried to sleep, marveling at how long it had been since she'd stayed a night in the cabin. Many years. Why had she neglected the place? Meanwhile, the Wulver climbed a ladder to the attic. After some soft footsteps and the creak of a bed, all went quiet up there. The next morning, the two women exchanged pleasantries as they ate a light breakfast. Simone bit her tongue and waited patiently, knowing Rudy would explain about the enchantment spell soon. She did so by stepping into the sunshine and leading the way around the side of the cabin to the outdoor picnic table. There stood an ornamental bird bath on a pedestal, about shoulder height overall. In the bowl lay an egg large enough to fill 2 cupped hands, scarlet-colored with a shiny surface. It rested on a small mound of ashes, and the heat emanating from that spot was startling. Simone held her hands around it as if warming them over a fire. What is this? A phoenix egg. Extremely rare. You can tell it's alive by the heat it generates. There's a living phoenix in there? Oh yes, it will hatch one day very soon, I'm sure. Simone shook her head. I've never seen a phoenix egg before. Rudy gestured around her. It generated a field of protection in the form of prickly, dense vegetation. It will nullify dangerous magic too. So if a dragon flew overhead, it would be repelled. And if a witch came here to cast deadly spells, she'd find her magic had been nullified. The egg protects itself. It has to in order to survive for so long. This brought to mind the weed killer Simone had tried to apply to the brambles. The potion had lost its magic the moment she tried using it. And where did you find this egg, Rudy? I bought it from the same traveling salesman who told me this place was empty. He suggested that the egg's power would increase over the next week or so and would offer me the privacy I desired. And it did. Simone sighed inwardly. The old man hadn't offered that information to blackmail. She peered closely at the egg once more. Why place it here and not inside the cabin? Rudy gave a toothy grin. I don't think it would be wise to let it hatch inside the cabin. So now you understand why I'm here. With the woods being impenetrable, I can't leave this place until the phoenix hatches and the spell lifts. Which is why... Wait a second, Thomas interrupted. Everyone jumped and turned on him with irritation. Shh, Emily whispered. Don't butt in, Fenton griped, poking him in the shoulder. You're ruining it, Robbie complained. I had my eyes shut and I was lost in the story, and then your stupid voice boomed down from the sky. Don't you know how to let someone tell a story? Lauren scolded him. Mom's great at stories, and now she's going to lose the thread. All right, Thomas said, holding up his hands in surrender. I'm sorry, but I need to know something. Mrs. Hunter, is the egg still out there in the bird bath? I didn't notice it. Hal was as annoyed as everyone else, but he had to admit to wondering the same thing. It has to be, right? He said. We still have the protection spell. Mrs. Hunter smiled. Indeed it is. Thomas raised a hand. Mrs. Hunter, if the Wulver's egg is still here, unhatched, protecting the place, then where's the Wulver? Abigail gasped. Good point. How did she get out of the glade? A clamor of questions filled the air, and Mrs. Hunter raised her hands for quiet. Our very own resident Phoenix, Blair, suggested that his feathers would override the spell, so he gave a couple to Simone, who returned to the cabin the very next day to test his theory. It worked. The woods moved aside for her. She gave one of the feathers to Rudy and kept one for herself. Ah, so Rudy left? Fenton asked. She's a grown adult who can do as she pleases, Mrs. Hunter said. However, I understand she was going on a short fishing trip this week. She may be back here any day. So Rudy still lives here, Hal exclaimed. Indeed, but it's probably a good thing she isn't here at the moment. Everyone sat in silence to digest the information. Hal frowned. You said Rudy was part of the problem we're having? Yeah, Robbie chimed. I get that she read fairy tales when she was young, but where's the connection between her and the box of fables? Fenton rolled his eyes. Didn't you listen? Her dad gave her a magical item when she was 7 that helped her visualize stories. That must have been the box of fables. Robbie's eyes widened. Holy cow! Hal had forgotten that detail too. I guess she got rid of it, and it ended up with the traveling salesman, and he sold it to us. That is a coincidence. Mrs. Hunter steepled her fingers under her chin. Even more coincidental is the fact that we immediately came here, to this cabin, where Rudy has been living recently. I find that a little too coincidental. Something is afoot here. We simply don't yet understand what. Outside, as if deliberately adding a hint of menace, the wolf howled. Hal snapped his fingers. Maybe that's Rudy we're hearing. What if she's out there, trapped somehow, and we're assuming it's the big bad wolf coming to eat us all up? He trailed off, realizing his guess was nothing more than a wild stab in the dark. Still, baseless or not, it got his friends rubbing their chins and frowning. Lauren raised her hand. I have a solution. We leave, pack our bags, grab the phoenix feather, and walk out. Except we can't, until we rescue Darcy from the tower, Fenton reminded her. Therein lay the problem. Nobody was going anywhere until the Rapunzel tale was finished, and for that to happen, someone had to climb up her hair. In the meantime, what other tales might rear their ugly heads? Outside, the wolf howled once more. Mrs. Hunter tested a theory that the feather might nullify the magic emanating from the box of Fables, perhaps ending the fairy tales. However, nothing whatsoever happened. Besides, the box seemed dormant. Maybe it wasn't generating magic right now, so there was nothing to nullify. The fairy tales had already been created. Or, Mrs. Hunter said, thinking it through, more likely, the feather specifically disables phoenix egg magic, not any kind of magic. It seemed Lauren's plan to leave was the best option. They'd go as soon as they were able. Since it was so late, and they had to stick around until they could rescue Darcy, the group voted on whether to tackle the Rapunzel story now or in the morning. Mrs. Hunter voiced her opinion early on. She said it would be far too dangerous traipsing around in the woods at midnight with that wolf running about. Besides, it would also mean scaling tower walls in the dark. It was too risky. Better to tackle it in the morning. The tally of their vote suggested that everyone agreed with her except for Thomas. He rolled his eyes and threw up his hands in disgust. Typical, he muttered. So it was decided they'd all try to get some sleep. I'll need to drag a bed into your room, Abigail said to Emily and Lauren as the three of them climbed to their feet. It'll be cramped, but at least we won't be alone. I'm staying up, Fenton announced. I'll keep an eye on the tower in case Darcy needs me. Don't you dare try climbing up there until the morning, Mrs. Hunter warned. Yeah, Abigail said, or you'll fall onto a thorny bush and scratch your eyes out. Then you'll be sorry. Hal decided to stay up with Fenton and keep watch. As soon as he said that, Robbie chimed in as well. Everyone else yawned and headed for bed. Thank you, boys, Mrs. Hunter said as she shuffled from the living room. Wake me in a few hours, will you? I'll take my watch then. She raised her voice. Everyone, leave your bedroom doors open. The fire crackled softly. Hal and Robbie curled up in their armchairs while Fenton slipped away to look out on the tower. All was quiet in the cabin. Mrs. Hunter, Abigail, Emily, Lauren, Dewey, and Thomas were no doubt sound asleep by now. And Darcy too, hopefully. After a while, Hal sighed. I don't like that Fenton's wandering about outside. He won't do anything silly, Robbie murmured, sounding tired. A log shifted and sparks flew up. Flames licked high, then settled again. They'd need to add some more firewood soon. At least I don't think he will. Hal looked over at Robbie. Now you've got me worried. Go look, will you? You go. Troubled, Hal climbed out of the cozy armchair. Fine, if you hear me yell, you'd better come running. Sure. Hal tiptoed along the darkened hall toward the bedrooms. He passed Mrs. Hunter's open door and glanced in, seeing nothing but a pitch-black room. He stopped outside the 4 rooms at the end, or 3 rooms now, since once had become the exit to a grassy courtyard. That door was shut, so Hal cracked it open and peered out into the night. He spotted Fenton immediately, standing with his hands in his pockets at the foot of the tower, craning his neck to look up. The window at the top had a faint orange glow, but all was quiet. Not wanting to wake anyone, Hal slipped out of the door, closed it softly behind him, and hurried along the gravel path. After the warmth of the living room fireplace, the chill in the air made him shiver. All good? He asked. Fenton shrugged. Nothing happening. I haven't seen her yet. She's probably asleep. I don't think any part of the story took place at night, so I guess it's going to wait until the morning. Well, come inside then. It's cold out here. He started to turn away, then took note of the bushes surrounding the base of the tower. They were extra thick directly under the window. Yikes, he muttered, edging closer. Have you seen these thorns? Fenton grimaced. Yeah. Carefully, Hal reached to see how sharp they were, and regretted it when he stabbed his thumb. Man, those are sharp. You can tell they're part of the story. They're begging for you to crash down on them. They'll break your fall, but they'll blind you as well. No need for the reminder, Fenton grumbled. Anyway, how come you're so sure I'll be the one climbing up there? That surprised Hal. Because Darcy's your girlfriend? Thing is, even if I climb up there, what am I supposed to do? She's terrified of heights. It's not like she'll climb down with me. And how could she anyway, since it's her hair I'm supposed to climb? I don't know, Fent. And if Dame Gothel is up there, wouldn't Darcy warn me? I guess. The story's dumb. Nothing makes sense. They never do. Hal peered at his thumb, which was oozing blood. He sucked on it and shivered at the thought of merely stumbling into the thorny bushes, let alone dropping from a great height. Come inside, he said. Let's make hot chocolate or something. We can talk man stuff. Fenton agreed to returning to the cabin, but he raised an eyebrow as they walked. Talk man stuff? Yeah. You know? Hal shrugged. Stuff. He didn't really have a clue what he, Fenton, and Robbie would talk about that hadn't been discussed a million times before. They stepped into the dimly lit hall, closed the door softly, and headed toward the living room. But before they could take a few steps, a low cry came from the single remaining girls' room at the end. Hal sighed. You go on, I'll take a look. He tiptoed back to check on Emily, Abigail, and Lauren. Since everyone had agreed to leave their doors open, it was simple enough to peek in on them. They had a small lamp glowing on the dresser, which revealed the vague outlines of 3 sleeping girls under the sheets of their respective beds. Well, 2 sleeping girls. The third tossed and turned. Abby, Hal whispered, are you awake? It's not her, a voice whispered back. She sat up. It's me. I can't get comfortable. Lauren, go sleep in your mom's room then. Good idea. The figure shuffled out of bed, and Hal moved aside. Lauren appeared, looking disheveled and bothered, her hair all mussed up. She rubbed her back and winced. Can't wait to go back home, honestly. There's nothing like your own bed, right? Hal nearly chuckled out loud at how disgruntled she was, but he bit his lip. See you in the morning, he said. Night, she replied, as she padded into her mum's room. In the living room, Fenton and Robbie chatted idly. Hal went to sit down, then remembered his promise of hot chocolate and headed off to the kitchen. It meant boiling some water on the stove, but that was pretty easy. It would be even easier if he could breathe fire. Anyway, once boiled, he only had to pour it over some of the pulped cocoa beans and... Hal blinked at the 3 cups he'd placed on the counter. In the dim light, they had dark smudges on them. Bloodstains. After a moment of shock, he let out a nervous laugh. Oh! His thumb was still bleeding, and he hadn't even noticed. He sucked on it again, grimacing at the coppery taste. Now, how was he supposed to get the stove lit? It needed a flame. Again, if he could only breathe fire. A noise startled him. He froze and listened carefully. It came again a few seconds later. It sounded like... What? Something metallic? He stood perfectly still, straining to hear, but it was gone. Letting out a sigh, he bustled about the kitchen for a few minutes until he had a pot of water starting to boil. It would take a while, so he ambled into the far cozier living room. Water's boiling, he said. Fenton frowned at him. You bandaged your thumb? Yeah, stupid thorn got me good. Crybaby. The loud rapping on the front door made them leap out of their skins. Chapter 9. An Unsettling Visitor. Somebody else at the door. At this time of the night? In a patch of woods that nobody could enter? It had to be something to do with the box of Fables. "What should we do?" Robbie whispered. Fenton had a deep frown on his face as he absently counted off on his fingers. It could be an evil witch, or Dame Gothel come to collect Rapunzel, or the big bad wolf, or someone harmless, Hal argued. Not all fairy tales are dangerous. This could be a nice one. Who are you trying to fool? They froze again. It was loud enough to wake the entire household. What should they do? Answer it, or ignore it? What if we need to meet whoever it is so we can get to the end of the fairy tale? Robbie reasoned. What if we don't care? Fenton growled. What if we don't bother, and we get Darcy in the morning and just walk out of this place without looking back? Hello? The voice startled them all over again. It was the thin, reedy voice of a man. Though unexpected, whoever it was couldn't be too terrible. I say, is anybody home? I'm going to open the door, Hal said quietly. You're nuts, Robbie accused him, but Fenton nodded. Be careful. Hal moved toward the door. Bracing himself, he unlatched it, turned the knob, and pulled it open. A finely dressed young man stood there. He was clean-shaven, with a chiseled face, clear eyes, and shoulder-length brown hair. A cloak hung from his shoulders, and he carried a staff with a golden orb on the top. "Oh, good evening," he said, flashing a smile filled with even white teeth. "I'm terribly sorry to disturb you, but I understand a princess is staying with you tonight." Hal's mouth worked up and down. Honestly, I'm not certain she's a princess. My goodness, forgive my manners. I'm Prince Harcourt. May I come in?" Still speechless, Hal stepped aside and waved the gentleman in before realizing what he was doing. The prince, if indeed he was one, strode indoors and swept off his cloak. He practically threw it at Hal, then, with hands on hips, grinned at the three dumbstruck boys. "Now, where is this pretty lady? I believe she came this way. For a year now I've been seeking the perfect maiden to marry, and have thus far been disappointed. I need someone who will listen to my tales of bravado without ever growing bored, who will laugh at my jokes and show sympathy when I am sad, who will never question my word nor my judgment, who will speak highly of me in private as well as in public, who is both beautiful and intelligent, who dresses in fine clothing and—" "Whoa!" Fenton interrupted. "How about just a nice person?" The prince laughed. "Oh, how simple you are. No, my standards are very high. Anyway, I understand a woman professing to be a princess came this way, and I'd like to see if she meets my exact requirements." "There's no princess here," Hal said. "That's for me to decide," the prince retorted. He clapped Hal hard on the shoulder. "Go fetch her, would you, boy? I'd like to question the fair maiden." "She's 13, Robbie said with a frown. "I mean, assuming you're talking about one of our friends, we're all 13. You're way too old." Prince Harcourt spread his hands. "I am a prince, lad, but aha, you admit there is a princess here?" "No, I meant, Tish and Pish, fetch her before you get my dander up." Hal's dislike for this fellow increased rapidly. It looked like Fenton was about to start arguing too. It was time to send this guy on his way, regardless of how poorly that fit with whatever fairy tale was being spun here. "Look, Prince Harcourt, I promise you there are no princesses here. You've come to the wrong place." "Nonsense. She came in from the rain, yes? Drenched and bedraggled? This is the problem, you see. I understand she claims to be a princess, but it will be hard to tell when she looks so frightfully untidy. However, my mother gave me an idea." While he stood there, looking like he wanted to be asked about his mother's idea, Hal suddenly realized which fairy tale they'd ended up in. He'd forgotten all about it. As it happened, this one seemed perfectly harmless. No wolves, no evil witches, just a prince and a princess, and a pea. "It's Lauren," he muttered to Fenton and Robbie. "That's why she can't sleep. I guess there's a pea under her mattress." "That's ridiculous," Robbie retorted. But the prince looked amazed. "You know of my mother's idea? It's really quite ingenious, you know. A true princess is accustomed to luxurious comfort, and even the slightest lump under her mattress will—" Yes, we know the story." Hal's annoyance grew. This loathsome prince needed to leave. "Tell you what, come back in the morning to see how badly she slept." "Oh, we don't need to wait that long, young man," the prince said. "Wake the lady at once, so I may make her acquaintance." "Not likely," Robbie exclaimed. He grew a few inches in height and across the shoulders, straining at his ordinary non-smart shirt. Whatever the prince thought about that, the moment was interrupted by someone else hammering on the front door. "Who the—" Hal exclaimed. "What now?" The prince beamed. "Perhaps it's another princess? My lucky night." Before anyone could stop him, he strode across to the door and yanked it open. He jerked in surprise at the visitor standing outside, not a lost maiden or princess, but the most sinister-looking man Hal had ever seen. The newcomer stood so tall that he had to stoop to peer under the doorframe. His dark brown, moth-eaten jacket hung loosely, revealing a grey waistcoat and bright yellow tie. But it seemed most of his height was in his legs, which were as thin as sticks, almost like stilts, wrapped in dirty red trousers that must have been custom-tailored to fit. He wore a pair of filthy brown boots. But his face, pallid skin, a hooked nose, sunken cheeks, and ears that stuck out under his black top hat. He had a sneering grin as he inspected the occupants of the cabin. His wide eyeballs roved from side to side, and his tongue briefly flicked at the corner of his mouth. "Good evening," the stranger whispered, sounding like he had a sore throat. "I believe somebody here needs to be taught a valuable lesson." Hal, Fenton, and Robbie, and even the prince, stared uneasily at the visitor. "Probably him," Fenton said, pointing at Prince Harcourt. "He shouldn't be here." To Hal's horror, the tall man stooped a little lower and stepped inside. His legs were so long that one single pace brought him deep into the living room. The door stood wide open behind, and a distant flash of lightning suggested a storm was approaching. Hal said, "if you're talking about our grades, then yeah, we're being taught valuable lessons." The man swiveled his head to cast an unblinking stare at him. "No, my boy, that's not what I meant at all." His gaze dropped a little, and his sneering smile widened. "Ah, perhaps it's you." Hal frowned, trying to figure out what the man was so fixated on. He soon realized it was the bandage around his thumb. "Oh, this? Yeah, well, I guess I shouldn't have touched that thorn. Lesson already learned," he added with a nervous chuckle. "No need for any more." "We shall see." "Who are you?" Fenton demanded. It was a strangely unsettling moment. The man standing head and shoulders above anyone else, looking down on them all like a reanimated skeleton ghoul in a suit, grinning inanely. He seemed particularly interested in Hal. Slowly, the visitor leaned closer until his pointed nose was mere inches away. "Now, my boy, surely you've heard of me. I am known as the Great Tall Tailor, and I always come to those who suck their thumbs." Confused, Hal retreated a few steps. "What?" In a flash, the tailor man reached inside his jacket and whipped out a giant pair of scissors. He wielded them like an expert, and they gleamed in the firelight as the twin blades opened wide. "Never suck your thumb, laddie, or I'll snip it off with my scissors." Hal gulped and backpedaled so fast that he stumbled against an armchair and almost toppled over it. The tall man grinned broadly and slowly tucked his scissors into his jacket. "Remember, snip, snip, gone. Suck your thumb, and I'll cut it clean off, and it won't grow back again." We'll see about that, Hal thought, remembering how he'd once had 4 fingers bitten off by a steamer dragon. If they could grow back, he was sure a thumb would. He shook himself. What was he thinking? "First of all," he said, "I don't suck my thumb, and second, I can grow it back." Don't threaten me, mister, or you'll be sorry. Despite his tough words, he couldn't really back up his promise. The tall tailor grinned down at him, then slowly turned to Fenton and Robbie, who stood dumbfounded to one side. "How about you two boys? Ever suck your thumbs?" "No," Robbie exclaimed. Fenton didn't even bother answering. He scowled instead and bunched his fists, either to start to fight or maybe to protect his thumbs from being snipped off. Prince Harcourt found his voice at last. "Well, I say, this is most irregular. Dear fellow, be off with you. I can't have you coming in here and frightening my potential bride. Go on, shoo." The tailor cast another long, lingering look at Hal. "I offer one warning only," he growled. "This was it. Next time any of you suck your thumbs—" He grinned suddenly, then bent to step through the doorway, straightened up, and glanced over his shoulder as if to offer one last parting shot. But Hal gave him no time to speak. He slammed the door shut, placed his back against it, then let out a long breath. "Creep," he muttered. "What fairy tale is he from?" "With those giant scissors, I'll bet it's Thomas's choice," Robbie said shakily. "He was the red-legged scissor man." Hal sighed. "Of course he was. Well, as long as we don't suck our thumbs, I guess we'll be—" He trailed off, staring thoughtfully at his bandaged digit. Was it a coincidence that he'd stabbed it on the thorn and made it bleed? Or had that been orchestrated by the box of Fables magic? "Bring this darling princess to me," the prince ordered. "Chop, chop." That's an unfortunate choice of words straight after meeting the scissor man. "Actually," Fenton said, his fists still balled, "how about you chop your way out of here before I—" Then he paused and frowned. "I suppose we could probably end this fairy tale pretty easily. One less to deal with, right, guys? Let's get Lauren to come out here and meet this dude." "Splendid idea," the prince exclaimed. "Make haste." Robbie's face darkened. "Not a chance. She's my girlfriend." "It's only for a minute," Fenton told him. "Don't worry about it. Go get her, and then we can say goodbye to this moron for good." "Can we?" Robbie snapped. His own fists were balled now. "How does the story end, then? Does it end with the prince leaving? Or does it end with the prince marrying the princess and living happily ever after? Which do you think sounds more likely?" Hal grinned. Robbie had a point there. Still, the promise of marriage to a make-believe fairy tale prince who would shortly disappear was a far cry from an actual marriage. Plus, they had more dangerous tales to worry about. So while Fenton and Robbie argued, Hal slipped away to fetch her. His friends' voices and that of the prince seemed quite loud until he reached the hallway. Then they faded to a murmur. He edged into Mrs. Hunter's room and waited for his eyes to adjust to the dim light. "Lauren?" he whispered. "You awake?" "Are you kidding?" she hissed. "There's no way I can sleep on these awful beds. I feel like there's a knife sticking up through the mattress." "Probably just a pea," Hal said in a low voice. "Well, I considered that, but if there's a pea, then it's too small to find. And there's no way a single pea would hurt this much. And why would it be in the two beds I happen to choose? Come on, you have a visitor. I have a—" As she climbed out of bed and shuffled from the room to join Hal in the hallway, her mouth dropped open. "Wait, are you saying a prince has come to see me?" "Yep. You'll need to prove you're not a princess, so maybe he'll go away, or agree to marry him. Either way works." They walked together along the hall. She kept wincing and trying to reach a sore on her back, and in the end, Hal stopped her. "Let me take a look." Gingerly, she lifted her shirt a few inches at the back. Hal tried not to gasp, but he was pretty shocked at the extensive bruising he saw there. She wasn't kidding. "Holy cow," he muttered. "Okay, sorry I doubted you." "Is it really bad?" she said. "Oh, it is, isn't it? I knew it. Well, this is my own stupid fault. I'm the one who chose this fairy tale." "You also went out earlier and came back drenched, like in the story." Lauren sighed. "So now what? This will prove I'm a princess, and he'll want to marry me. She considered for a moment. Is he handsome? Not really. He's weedy and pompous. Well, anyway, I'll try not to act like I'm in agony. She straightened her shoulders, lifted her chin, and headed for the living room. But Hal hung back. I'm going to find that pea, he whispered after her, so you can sleep better later. She gave him a nod and disappeared from view. Seconds later, Hal heard the delighted prince welcoming her, and he shuddered. Well, Fenton and Robbie were there to protect her from his overpowering pomposity, although she could take care of herself perfectly well. He returned to the bedroom, overcome with curiosity about this stupid little pea. He knelt and slid his hands under Lauren's mattress, beginning his thorough search for the elusive vegetable. Or was it a legume? It didn't matter. More importantly, was it mushy? Surely not. It had to be hard, like a rock. Maybe it was a rock. Stories passed down over centuries often got altered. It might have been a pea-sized rock, which would make a little more sense than an actual pea. It had to be somewhere in the middle of the mattress, so he focused his search there, and to his surprise, found it. He withdrew a tiny round object that he couldn't see in the dark, but he knew it was the mystery pea. It had to be. Well, now it wouldn't bother her anymore. Although, was there another in her own bedroom? Either there were two, or this magically conjured pea had switched from one bed to another when she'd shifted to her mom's room. He guessed that was the case. He pocketed it to show her later. In the living room, voices were rising. "I will not," Lauren protested, "and a true prince wouldn't ask to look at a girl's bruises." "Oh, come now, child, I merely wish to establish whether or not you felt the pea under your mattress, and if so—" "You heard her," Fenton warned. "Time for you to leave, Buster." "Yeah, or you'll be feeling the wrong end of my fist," Robbie added. He never had been good at clever-sounding threats. "I mean, you'll get a knuckle sandwich." Hal entered in time to see the prince throwing himself into a fighting stance with his fists raised. He danced back and forth with an air of superiority and royal pomp. "Right, you've got my dander up now, you frightful fop-doodles." "Frightful what?" Robbie scoffed. His own fists had grown to twice the size, and his forearms bulged under his shirt. Even if that was the extent of his transformation, it might be enough to make him a formidable opponent. Prince Harcourt seemed to think better of scrapping. He paused, then dropped his fighting pose and stood up straight. "All right, you ungrateful gutter snipes, I'll take my leave." He swung around to face Lauren. "But rest assured, my dear, that I will return. I'm a prince, and I believe you'll make a fine wife when you are of age. First, though, I will need to ensure that your personality is up to snuff by telling you some of my tales of bravado, as well as my favorite jokes and—" Fenton and Robbie charged toward him, and at last the loathsome prince was forced to flee the cabin. He dashed into the night, and Robbie slammed the door shut. "Good riddance," he snapped. Hal had to laugh. "Okay, look, let's all calm down a bit. I think maybe we had some good results here tonight. We got rid of the red-legged scissor man and the stupid prince, so—" "Did we, though?" Fenton argued. "The scissor man didn't look like he was done. Seems like he's waiting for you to suck your thumb again, loser." "I didn't suck my thumb." Hal huffed out a breath. "All right, maybe I did, but only because it was bleeding." He quickly unraveled the bandage and threw it aside. "See, look, it's fine now. All done. Finished." "Doesn't mean someone else won't suck their thumb," Robbie said. "We'd better warn everyone." That was a sobering thought. What if one of their friends inadvertently chewed on fingers and thumbs while sound asleep? The scissor man might show up again. They had to catch Lauren up on the visit by the tall tailor. Then, grimacing, she showed Fenton and Robbie the bruising on her lower back. "Is it bad?" she asked. Robbie looked appalled. You're black and blue." Hal dug into his pocket, and all because of this. What he extracted didn't seem like a garden pea. But it was a legume of some kind, oblong and slightly brown. Funny how you could feel this through a mattress. Lauren shuddered and backed away. "I have a feeling it's going to be following me around all night, jumping from one bed to another, wherever I decide to sleep. Get rid of it, please." Robbie took it from Hal. "Let me deal with it." As he headed off to the kitchen to burn or crush it, a sense of calm settled over them all. Hal yawned. "How about a shift change? I feel like we've done our duty for now. We can wake some of the others, warn them not to suck their thumbs, and Lauren can get some real sleep without that big fat pea under the mattress." "Fine," Lauren said, rubbing her eyes. "Honestly, I can't wait for this night to be over." Outside, lightning flickered. A distant rumble of thunder followed several seconds later. The annoying wolf howled. Shortly after, the shift change had been organized, and Mrs. Hunter joined Abigail and Dewey in the living room. Lauren checked for the magical appearance of a new pea, but that fairy tale seemed to have been nipped in the bud, at least for now. She climbed between the sheets with a relieved groan. Hal, Fenton, and Robbie headed off to their own beds. Hal noticed that his thumb had a fresh drop of blood on it. It still hadn't healed. If only he had his shapeshifter powers. It annoyed him that Mrs. Hunter had robbed him of that. Before he messed with fluffing up his pillow, he absently raised his thumb to his mouth to lick the pinprick wound clean. And froze. "Don't suck your thumb." "Great," he muttered as Robbie dimmed the lantern. "If anyone's going to get their thumb cut off, it'll be me. It's not fair. It's Thomas's tale, not mine." Robbie chuckled softly in the darkness. "He's asleep. Go and stick both his thumbs in his mouth. It'll be fun to watch him wake up in the morning with no thumbs and blood all over the pillow." Hal lay there in silence, thinking about that, until he heard the sound of snoring. "Fun?" he said softly, rolling onto his side and tucking his arms under the sheets. "That's horrible, and now I'm not going to sleep a wink. Cheers, buddy." Chapter 10. The Girl with the Long Hair. To his surprise, Hal slept well. He woke with the first slants of morning sunlight falling across his pillow. It took him a moment to remember everything, and then he jerked upright. Robbie was still asleep, a tousled mop of brown hair poking out from the top of his sheets. Dewey was busy yawning. All good. Hal climbed out of bed, stretched, and stepped into the hallway. Nothing appeared to be wrong. Abigail, Lauren, and Emily had already begun the process of brushing hair and teeth as they moved about with bleary-eyed expressions. In the next room, Fenton poked and prodded at Thomas to wake up. Mrs. Hunter wasn't in her room. Lauren said she'd already gone to the kitchen to make some breakfast. Overall, Hal felt relieved that nobody had been snatched away in the night, or eaten by wolves, or had their thumbs snipped off by the red-legged scissor man. Maybe the fairy tale magic had worn off. Still, Darcy hadn't joined them yet. Hal popped his head out into the grassy courtyard and squinted up at the huge brick tower. Yep, so that still needed dealing with. It took a good 20 minutes for them all to be ready for the day, sharing the bathrooms and jostling each other for space at the sinks or in front of various mirrors. But, at last, the shapeshifters stepped outside and surrounded the tower, making sure to steer clear of the thorny bushes. "So?" Robbie said, glancing sideways at Fenton. Fenton chewed his lip. "This would be so easy if I could shapeshift. I could literally stick to that wall like I did at the lighthouse on our island." "And you've tried shifting this morning?" Hal asked. Fenton scowled. "I'm pretty steamed at your mum, Lauren, for bringing us here. If I'd known we'd lose our powers—" "Yeah," Thomas broke in. We didn't agree to that. Being told not to transform is not the same as not being able to. Everyone muttered their agreement. I'd fly up and carry her down if she'd let me, Abigail said. I asked her last night, and she nearly died of fright thinking about it. Emily sighed. Well, that's about the only choice. The doors are locked at top and bottom, and none of us can open them. That caused Robbie to frown. Well, actually, I didn't try. I can do a partial transformation. Worth a go, right? They hurried around the tower to the door at its base. Robbie concentrated hard, and his shoulders bulged as they had the night before. But his power was limited. I guess any ogre bigger than this is considered dangerous, he said in disgust. He thudded into the door anyway, over and over, until he gave up and rubbed his dwindling shoulders. The door had barely rattled in its frame. Lauren turned to Abigail. Are we sure Darcy's door is locked in that room she's in? Abigail snorted. I'm pretty sure she would have tried it, Lauren. Yes, Dame Gothel has her trapped in there. With all the possibilities exhausted, they returned their attention to Fenton. How will it help even if you climb up there and get in? Emily asked him. You'll be as trapped as she is. I'm thinking about using her own hair as a rope. Cut it off, then tie it under her arms and lower her down. Ooh, Lauren whispered. That could work, if she lets you. With a sigh of trepidation, Fenton brushed his hands and moved back from the wall a little. Darcy, he yelled. When there was no answer, Dewey said, Use the special words. Hal had forgotten the phrasing, but apparently it came to Fenton in a flash, because he nodded and cupped his hands around his mouth. Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair, that I may climb thy golden stair. Again he half sang the rhyme, and when he'd finished, he looked thoroughly dismayed at himself. It did the trick, though. The high window popped open, and Darcy appeared. She leaned down, looking white-faced. Oh my goodness, is it time? Guys, I can't do this. Let your hair down, Darcy, Fenton told her in his ordinary, much gruffer tone. One thing at a time, okay? Let me climb up. Darcy grumbled with apprehension as she pulled great handfuls of hair over the window-sill and let it tumble loose. She still had it all braided as one single thick rope, and Hal thought it might actually be strong enough to support Fenton's weight. If it didn't tear out of her head or pull her from the window. The shiny blonde hair easily reached the ground, but she had to swing it outward so Fenton could pull it away from the thorny bushes. Even then, it kept coming, piling up around his feet. How does she deal with all that hair? Emily wondered aloud. It would be a nightmare to wash, Lauren said. And brush, all those tangles. Seriously, how does she even walk from one side of the room to the other? She'd have to scoop bundles of it up in her arms. All of Darcy's hair was hanging from the window now, and she gripped the windowsill in terror, as if knowing that Fenton's weight would likely pull her over the edge. But Fenton had other plans. Pull some back. We have plenty. Loop it a few times around the bedpost or something to take the pressure off your head. As she was doing that, Hal couldn't help thinking that was pretty smart. He doubted Fenton would have cared as much if it were one of the other girls. Also, at least now it was confirmed that her hair was still attached to her head. Emily had mentioned Dame Gothel cutting it off and pretending she was Rapunzel, and then letting go as the prince climbed up. Or maybe the prince climbed the hair, and then Dame Gothel cut the hair loose. Maybe both variations of the story existed. Are you alone? He yelled up to Darcy. Yes, she called back. Oh my goodness, Fenton, be careful. The big boy had taken a firm grasp of the rope hair. Grab the end, he said to the waiting crowd, so I don't swing into the bushes. All 7 of them rushed to grab a handful. They dug their heels into the grass, pulling the rope away from the tower's wall. Moving fast, Fenton started climbing. Everyone held tight until he was clear of the thick bushes, at which point they carefully relaxed their grip. But Fenton tired quickly. He only made it a quarter of the way before he stopped. "Can't do it," he gasped. High above, Darcy had her elbows on the windowsill and her head lowered, a look of immense concentration on her face, as though she had Fenton's entire weight pulling at her scalp. She didn't really. Several loops around the bedpost had taken care of that. Still, she was worried. "Fenton, go back down!" she cried. Hal had the horrible feeling he was going to fall, like in the fairy tale. Those awful thorny bushes lay directly below. "We need blankets or something," he yelled. "Hold on, Fenton, we'll be right back." He tore inside, followed by Robbie and Thomas. "Blankets won't help much," Robbie panted. "What about—" "Grab a mattress," Thomas suggested. "That's exactly what I was going to say." The three of them rushed into a bedroom and grabbed the mattress of the nearest bed, then hurried back outside. It was only a narrow mattress and easier for two to carry than three, so Robbie got out of the way and held the door open instead. Hal and Thomas raced back to the tower and threw the mattress over the top of the thorny bushes. It looked like Fenton was about to lose his grip, in which case their efforts were in the nick of time. But as it turned out, he held on grimly, too weak to climb, but able to hang. He peered down at his softer, cushioned landing place. "Can you move it to the left a bit?" he gasped. While Hal and Thomas leaned in to shift it, thorns seemed to jab outward as if the vegetation was alive. "Ouch!" Hal hissed as one caught him on the forearm. "Ow!" Thomas snapped, staggering backward. A couple of thorns had come loose and protruded from his shoulder. "Okay," Fenton said. "I think that might work." Just then Darcy cried out, "Watch out! No, don't!" A cackle of female laughter came from the room behind her. For an instant, scissors came into view at the window and flashed in the sunlight. Hal instantly thought, "Who sucked their thumb?" But it wasn't the tall tailor wielding the scissors, it was Dame Gothel. Darcy's severed hair tumbled free, the great golden rope fell, and Fenton went with it. Luckily, the mattress caught him. Everyone scattered as the braided rope hair spiraled down and thudded onto the ground. High above, Dame Gothel had replaced Darcy at the window. She laughed and pointed down at them. "See what you get. Don't you ever try that again. Rapunzel is mine." Fenton rolled sideways off the mattress onto the gravel path, then joined the others in glaring up at the black-haired woman. She retreated inside and slammed the window shut. "That does it," Abigail muttered. "I'm officially angry. Somebody needs to transform and get up there, or bash that door down." "Easier said than done," Hal growled. They all tried shifting again. Dewey still had no trouble transforming into his centaur form, and he even went so far as to kick at the sturdy door with his hind legs, to no avail. Abigail felt useless in her fairy form. Robbie's partial ogre was pitiful. As for the others, they barely mustered the tiniest changes. "Let's ask Mom," Lauren said. "Maybe she knows of a way to get our powers back." They all thought it was a long shot, but worth a try. However, Fenton stayed behind. "If that nasty woman leaves the tower, I'm going to be here ready for her. We'll get inside one way or another." Thomas stayed with him. They loitered out of sight from the doorway. The moment Dame Gothel emerged, they'd be able to pounce on her. If she emerged. The rest of them went to see Mrs. Hunter. She stood peering out of the kitchen window toward the backyard. A frying pan of eggs lay forgotten on the stove, sizzling away. Lauren quickly removed the pan, and they all gathered around her mom. "Has she lost her marbles again?" Hal whispered. To his chagrin, Mrs. Hunter turned and smiled at him. "No, Hal, I haven't lost my marbles. I simply noticed something outside and forgot what I was doing. Take a look." She opened the door and walked out. The rest of them gathered around her and gazed at a strangely familiar sight. A twisted, leafy plant about 10 feet high. Like Darcy's hair, the stem looked like it had been braided. "A beanstalk," Dewey gasped. There was no doubt about it. But nobody sold a cow at the market and brought home a magic bean, Abigail mused aloud. I'd have thought this fairy tale magic would at least follow some of the rules. Hal sighed and turned to Robbie. This was you. Robbie swung to face him. Huh? That pea Lauren slept on last night? What did you do with it? Did you burn it? Crush it? Robbie's cheeks turned a deep red. I threw it out. You threw it out. Hal rolled his eyes. Somewhere around here, you mean? Like somewhere close to where that mysterious beanstalk is growing? About there, yeah. He dodged to the side as several hands reached to give him a quick slap. But it wasn't exactly his fault. The fairy tale magic would have found a way eventually. Well, it's not really a problem, Robbie said at last. Even if it grows as high as the sky, it's not like anyone needs to climb it. He narrowed his eyes and nodded. Yeah, see, in the story, Jack climbs it because he's bored or curious, and then he gets in trouble with the giants who live in the clouds. But we're not bored or curious, so we're not going to climb it. Actually, Abigail mumbled. All heads turned toward her. With the tiniest of smiles, she suddenly sprouted her wings and buzzed away. Abby, Hal called after her, be right back. While she was gone, the group circled the mysterious plant. Hal plucked at the large, hand-sized leaves. They were firm. The tightly twisted stem was strong. Even when he pushed on the 10-foot plant, it somehow failed to bend very far. It was supported by more than just its roots. Magic held it in place. Abigail returned then, with a shovel in each hand. Start digging, boys, she said with a grin. Dig it up carefully while it's small, and then move it next to the tower. If we can't climb up using Rapunzel's hair, we can climb up the beanstalk instead. Abigail's idea was both brilliant and foolhardy. It was safer than climbing up a rope of hair, but still terrifying, with a risk of bringing fairy tale giants down on them. Look, it's not like we'll be climbing up to the clouds, she assured them all as Hal and Robbie hefted the stiff plant into its new hole next to the tower. We'll wait until the beanstalk is as tall as the tower, then climb up to Darcy's window and help her down. That's all. The mattress still lay on top of the thorny bushes, and everyone agreed it should stay there, just in case. Even so, the foliage had opened up and allowed the mattress to sink a little, almost as though absorbing the foreign object into its prickly arms. Fenton and Thomas watched the replanting from the far side of the tower, but they didn't leave their posts. The moment they did, Dame Gothel would escape. Mrs. Hunter also watched the proceedings as the classmates patted the soil flat and watered the plant in with a bucketful from the pump. Very good, she said. Where did you learn your gardening skills? That was a silly question. They'd all been taught how to tend to vegetable gardens back on the island. Plus, Darcy had shown them a few tricks in the past year whenever they cared to listen. As a dryad, she had an affinity with plants, almost an understanding with them, and she knew what helped them grow and what didn't. In this case, though, the beanstalk was powered by magic. It'll keep growing no matter what we do, Hal said, feeling certain about it. Already, it seemed the leaves were flattening out and turning toward the sun, their shiny green surfaces eager for the light. When they all stood and listened, they could hear a slow, faint creaking as the stalk settled into its new home and pushed its roots farther into the dirt. Is it taller than it was when we dug it up? Dewey asked. It seems taller to me. Everything seems taller to you, little guy, Robbie quipped. All right, gang, what next? Mom, Lauren said, jumping in, is there any way for us to get our powers back? Mrs. Hunter sighed. Unfortunately, your powers won't return until after we've left this place. We won't need our powers by then, Hal complained. But what was the use in arguing? Okay, so if we can't transform and protect ourselves, then we need to get the feather and walk out the way we came in. As soon as we save Darcy, we can make a run for it." "Certainly," Mrs. Hunter said. "I'll go fetch it from my bedside table. We'll wander out to the edge of the woods and check that it does indeed allow us a passage out of here. But I have to say I'm very disappointed. We've been here less than 1 day, and we're already talking about leaving." "Mum, these fairy tales are dangerous." I know, and I agree we should leave. But it's a terrible shame. I wish we hadn't bought that stupid box." "You can all go on without me," Emily said, who'd been gazing at the beanstalk. "I'm going to stay and tend to the plant. Maybe add some more water. The quicker it grows, the faster we can get Darcy down." "Don't climb it," Abigail warned her, wagging a finger. "We'll be back soon." Mrs. Hunter retrieved the scarlet-colored phoenix feather from her bedside table, and the group of 6 set off across the grass to the edge of the woods. It was another beautiful day. Hal felt he could get used to staying a week at this hidden haven, if it weren't for hazardous fairy tales coming to life. At the fringe of the woods, they found the start of the trail that led to the road. It was entirely buried under nasty, dense vegetation. As they approached, Mrs. Hunter slowed and held up the feather. Immediately, the thorny foliage began to rustle and creep aside. Soon, a narrow path opened up. "Seems to be working fine," Mrs. Hunter said, sounding relieved. "I must say, I never doubted this particular magic until we were beset by witches, princes, and howling wolves. It's good to know we can leave any time." She turned away from the woods. "Now let's—" "Mrs. Hunter," Robbie interrupted. "What's that?" He stood on tiptoes, his gaze fixed on something deep within the trees. "What's what, dear?" Robbie pointed, and they all took a moment to squint. "See it? Is that a shed?" Abigail buzzed into the air. From her elevated position, she gasped and pointed, much as Robbie had. "Yes, I see it." "I can't see anything," Mrs. Hunter complained. Nor could Hal, Lauren, or Dewey. They were all too short. Dewey fixed that by transforming into a centaur. He rose in height and shielded his gaze against the sun. "Yeah, it's right there." Abigail landed next to Mrs. Hunter. "Let me borrow the feather. We need to clear a path through the thorns to get to the place." But Mrs. Hunter clutched it tightly to her chest. "Not a chance, young lady. Just point the way for me." Lauren climbed up on Dewey's back. Abigail continued hovering. Hal and Robbie stayed as close as possible. The path opened up well ahead of the magical feather, but had a habit of closing in a little too quickly behind. The constant scratching and rustling gave Hal the chills. Out of the corner of his eye, the thorns reared up like angry scorpions perched on thin branches and poised to strike. The foliage quivered as if alive. A minute later, they reached the curious little shack. The brambles peeled back from it to reveal a rounded, flimsy structure with lightweight walls made of tree bark strung together with thin rope. The thatched roof was domed, with a flap on the top. Closed at the moment, but clearly designed to fold open. "How quaint," Mrs. Hunter said softly. "Has this always been here?" Abigail asked. "Or is this a fairy tale creation?" Mrs. Hunter shrugged. "I wonder if this is what Rudy built. I hear the river nearby." There were no windows, so she moved toward the slim door and pulled it open. Inside, the shack's dirt floor was covered with a woven rug of long, dried grass. The furnishings consisted of a single wooden chair, a small table, and a tiny shelf unit, all of which seemed to have been constructed from sticks left lying around nearby. Rudy was a skilled crafter. The place was empty except for a jar of dead worms and a fishing pole standing against a wall. "It's smelly," Lauren whispered, as they all clustered in the doorway. "Yeah, what is that?" Darcy agreed, wrinkling her nose. "Fish," Mrs. Hunter murmured. "This is definitely Rudy's campsite. There's probably a fire pit out there somewhere. I must say, it's a little more sophisticated than I expected." She gently stomped on the rug. "Hear that?" It sounded hollow, as if the rug covered a wooden panel. But then other sounds alerted them to a presence, cracking twigs and rustling leaves. Whatever was outside had to be big. A heavy panting caused them to clutch at each other in alarm. Chapter 11. Big Bad Wolf. Dewey reared up on his hind legs in a panic. "What is that?" The noise grew louder. Something very large crashed through the undergrowth. The heavy grunting and panting suggested the creature wasn't about to be deterred by a bunch of thorns. "Inside," Mrs. Hunter ordered. They all crowded into the shack, though Dewey had to revert to human form first. When Mrs. Hunter pulled the door shut, the interior was plunged into near darkness, with only thin shafts of daylight shining through numerous gaps in the walls. The group huddled together with barely enough room to move, standing on a rug-covered board that bent and creaked under their combined weight. A large shape blotted out the rays of light on one side. Judging by the heavy snuffling sound, the creature was very interested in the smells coming from within. Everyone stopped breathing. "Oh no," Robbie whispered. Hal nudged him hard. "Shh. Don't you get it?" he moaned. "It's going to huff and puff and blow the house down." The reality of that sank in over the next few seconds. Then the silence was shattered as the creature outside let out the noisiest, most blood-curdling wolf howl ever. "Run!" Robbie urged. "Don't move!" Mrs. Hunter barked. "It's going to demolish this place." Maybe he was right, and maybe he wasn't. At the moment, the flimsy walls of the shack felt marginally safer than no walls. But all that changed when a gale sprang up out of nowhere and blasted one side, causing it to shake and shudder. The entire structure tilted and twisted. Bits of the wall came loose and flew inward. The roof began to detach. Gaping holes appeared everywhere. Straw and dust swept around the tight space, and everyone had to squint through half-closed eyelids. The gale stopped abruptly, but after what sounded suspiciously like a giant drawing in a long breath, the wind started up again. More damage ensued, and the walls quickly became rickety and threadbare until all the bark covering had been stripped off and only spindly support posts were left. Through the cloud of swirling dust emerged what had to be the largest wolf in the world. Easily 3 times the normal size, the grey-furred monster had massive shoulders, thick legs, and yellow eyes. Its ears were flattened back, its mouth wide open, and from that gaping maw blasted a powerful wind that seemed to go on and on, steadily stripping the flimsy shack down to its skeletal structure. "Now can we run?" Robbie yelled over the storm. They shoved their way out of the door and followed Mrs. Hunter as she created a path through the woods. Wind tore at them from behind. Maybe the wolf hadn't noticed they'd vacated the shack, or maybe it didn't care. It continued demolishing the small place anyway. As the group neared the safety of the glade, the terrible wind snatched the scarlet feather from Mrs. Hunter's outstretched hand. She gasped and cried out as the feather whisked away, and they had no way to go searching for it because the bushes were already closing in on them. Desperate, they surged onward as thorns tore at their clothing. "Cover your faces!" Mrs. Hunter yelled as she threw up her arms. They tumbled out of the dreaded bushes and onto grass, back in the sunshine and relative safety of the glade. But was it safe? The wolf might have been fighting its way through the unyielding brambles since its first howl the day before. Nothing would stop it from going a little farther. "Keep running," Mrs. Hunter cried. But she lacked their youth and speed, so Dewey transformed, and everyone hoisted their teacher onto his back. That meant Dewey could take off at a gallop toward the cabin while the rest ran freely. Hal realized the wolf was on the move again, doing exactly what he'd feared and pushing its way through the rest of the thorny barrier. They'd never get to the cabin in time. The fearsome creature would reach the glade shortly, and once on open ground, it would race after them and— "This way!" he yelled, changing direction. Robbie, Abigail, and Lauren followed without question as he headed for the Hansel and Gretel house, which was much closer. Hal glanced back to see a terrifying sight: the giant wolf bursting from the bushes and shaking itself off. It howled and came after them across the grass. It covered the distance in seconds and would have pounced on them all if they'd still been fleeing toward the cabin. But they reached the Hansel and Gretel house in the nick of time and practically flew in through the door, slamming it shut behind them. The panting wolf slid to a halt and crashed against the wall, and the heavy thump caused ornaments to leap from their shelves and windows to rattle in their frames. The four of them were breathing too hard to say anything. They backed deeper into the living room, watching the front door and nearby tiny windows with apprehension. The wolf's snout appeared, nostrils twitching furiously. The glass fogged up in an instant, and the pane rattled again. The glass cracked and broke free, but the wolf was too big to fit through the frame even after the last shards had dropped clear. "It's going to huff and puff and blow the—" "Shut up, Robbie," Abigail snapped. "We get it." "I can't help it," he wailed, clapping a hand over his mouth. "The words just come out." Another gale sprang up as the wolf began its demolition work. The wind was even stronger this time. It sounded like a tornado had dropped in on them. Hal's mind raced. "Okay, look. The straw house is gone, and this is the wood house. Let's face it, it'll be blown down as well. So we have to get out of here and—" "And go where?" Lauren yelled. "The cabin's made of wood, too." "The tower's made of brick," Robbie said. "Yeah, but we can't get into it," Hal pointed out. "The cabin's strong, though. This little cottage has thin paneling and will be blown apart, but the cabin has big, thick log walls. The story says the third house remains standing, right? So the third house has to be the cabin." Abigail nodded. "Let's find a way out the back before this one comes tumbling down around us." It seemed unbelievable for a real-life wolf to actually blow a house down, but they'd experienced quite a few hard-to-believe events lately. The monster paused to draw in a new breath before resuming its attack. The entire cottage began to tear loose, its walls warping out of square, tilting and buckling as the rafters above splintered and popped free. When the first corner of the roof fell in with a terrific crash, it seemed the rest would come down right after it. Meanwhile, Hal, Abigail, Robbie, and Lauren made haste toward the back door. Even that frame had twisted a little, so the door jammed, but they yanked until it came free, then dashed outside. Fearing the wolf would abandon its work on the cottage and race after them, they sprinted as if they already had snapping jaws inches from their rear ends. The much sturdier cabin awaited them, and they could see Mrs. Hunter and Dewey in the doorway, frantically waving at them to hurry. "Yeah, okay, we'll hurry," Hal thought. "What a great idea!" Breathless, the four of them toppled inside the cabin's far more spacious living room, and Mrs. Hunter slammed the door shut. The sound of the tornado cut off for the most part, but not completely. They pressed their faces to the windows, watching with awe at the destruction of the Hansel and Gretel cottage. "If it were actually made of gingerbread," Abigail murmured, "it would fall a lot quicker." Dust billowed into the air as the rest of the roof collapsed and the chimney toppled over. Walls began to fall. Soon, the entire structure was a pile of jagged wood, smothered in a thick haze, and from the gloom emerged the giant wolf. "Good grief," Mrs. Hunter murmured. "That's no fairy tale wolf. That's an absolute monster. I've heard of dire wolves, but goodness, this could be the great Norse legend itself, Fenrir." The name rang a bell. They'd all heard the legend of a giant wolf, bound by chains until doomsday. But then again, its freedom suggested Ragnarok had already happened, and anyway, That wolf was said to be big enough to devour the sun and swallow the god Odin. None of that rang true. This was nothing more than a giant wolf conjured by the fairy tale magic. It sure was big, though. It stomped across the grass, sniffing at the air, peering around and trying to find its prey. "Did you warn the others?" Hal croaked. Mrs. Hunter jerked and swung around. "My heavens! But surely they must have heard all the ruckus. Never mind. All of you, go and warn them at once. I'll stay here and keep watch." Hal took a last fearful look at the wolf, and for the first time in a long time had an inkling of what it must be like for his enemies to look upon a dragon as it bore down on them. The wolf was no dragon, but it could tear their throats out in a heartbeat. He hurried with his friends to warn the others. Fenton, Thomas, and Emily had already come inside to shelter in the hallway. The door to the courtyard remained open, and they huddled there, looking out at the tower. Hal, Robbie, Abigail, Lauren, and Dewey joined them, and the 8 shapeshifters squeezed together in the doorway and gazed out in awe at the ruins of the distant cottage, where a cloud of dust lingered in the air. There was no sign of the wolf from this angle. It was well out of sight around the front of the cabin. Emily peered at Hal and his windswept friends. "You looked like you got dragged through the bushes backward." It was almost as though her words caused their multiple scratches to start stinging. Hal winced and glanced down at his hands, arms, and upper body. These kinds of cuts didn't bleed much at all, but boy, they hurt like crazy. His friends had fared about the same. "I don't like this," Fenton muttered, still peering out the door. "Darcy's up there. What if the wolf blows the tower down?" "It won't," Hal assured him. "It's made of brick. Darcy's probably safer than we are right now." Robbie clapped his hands over his mouth. "It's going to huff and puff and blow the house down." Abigail rolled her eyes. "There, you said it. Happy now?" "Okay, look, we can't get inside the tower, so scratch that idea. So what do we do? Wait it out here?" She winced and absently sucked on the side of her thumb, which had a nasty welt. Hal studied the beanstalk. It had grown significantly in the short time they'd been away. "Emily, what did you feed that thing?" It had thickened and grown to about half the height of the tower, an impressive feat, but not enough to be useful. It was difficult to see the stalk actually growing in real time, though the leaves quivered constantly. The sheer girth of the plant was staggering, easily the thickness of a tree. Though it stood straight overall, it had plenty of curves and bends along the way. Out of sight around the front of the cabin, a new storm blew up, the wolf's strongest effort yet. Meanwhile, clouds rolled in and blotted out the blue sky. Another storm on the way. "Darcy," Hal muttered. An idea was forming. He shoved past his friends and, ignoring their warnings, trotted down the gravel path to the base of the tower. "Darcy!" he yelled. Distant hurricane-force wind continued to batter the cabin. Luckily, the tower wasn't in its path. In fact, barely a breeze ruffled the grass around this side. Darcy appeared in the window. She leaned out, her eyes wide with fear. Pointing over the rooftop, she screamed, "Have you seen this?" Hal nodded impatiently. "Listen, can you make this beanstalk grow any faster?" It took a moment for her to understand his meaning. She focused on the massive plant. "Until it's tall enough to reach me," she yelled. Hal gave an enthusiastic thumbs up, then hurried back indoors. They shut the door and stood in the relative quiet of the hallway, listening to the muted noise of the battering. Would the wolf be strong enough to knock the cabin down? And was it permanent? Hal couldn't get his head around that. The Hansel and Gretel cottage and the tower had sprung up out of nowhere. Being magical creations, it didn't matter if they were destroyed. But Rudy had built the little shack in the woods, and of course the cabin was very much real. So 2 out of 4 structures were fairy tale reenactments, while the other 2... Thomas seemed to be a little overwhelmed, by the sudden appearance of a giant wolf and hurricane-force winds. For once, he kept his griping to himself. Abigail winced again. So did Robbie. Both of them were busy checking their various welts and grazes. Make-believe thorns or otherwise, the stinging was very real. Hal counted 12 vivid scratches on his own arms and body, not including the prick on his thumb. He noticed it had started bleeding again. How in the world? He didn't lick it, but the very thought of doing so caused him to look over at Abigail, who was again sucking on the welt on the side of her thumb. "Abby, no!" he shouted. She jumped a mile and swung to look at him with wide eyes. He batted her hand away from her mouth, then gently grasped her wrist and said, "Sorry, but don't suck your thumb." "I wasn't." "You were. All of you, don't do anything even remotely like sucking your thumb, okay?" "The red-legged scissor man is long gone," Thomas said, speaking for the first time in ages. "Oh, but I'm not," a deep, gravelly voice said. Everyone swung about, trying to locate the source of the voice, and at that moment the long-legged man leapt into view, surprisingly agile for such a tall, gangly man. He appeared from the doorway of a bedroom, and suddenly he was right there in front of them, blocking their way. He held up his oversized scissors and grinned. "Did your parents never tell you not to suck your thumb? Do you know what happens when you suck your thumb, children?" "My mom said it'll shrink," Thomas said defiantly. "Big deal." "My mom said my teeth will fall out," Robbie offered, sounding a lot more worried than Thomas. "Wrong!" the tall tailor snarled. "Your thumbs get cut off." With terrible speed, he launched himself toward Abigail. His scissors came down, and she screamed and fell backward. Everyone yelled in fright, some scattering and others throwing themselves at the man. Hal clung onto one arm, forcing the scissors downward, and he refused to let go until the combined weight of Robbie and Fenton caused the man to stagger. The tailor roared and swung himself around, and everyone flew backward. He faced Abigail again, but she'd vanished. "Where is she?" he snarled. "Both thumbs have to come off, not just one. Bring her to me." "Leave her alone!" Hal yelled, throwing himself once more at the man. His friends piled in, and together they forced the evil tailor along the hallway until he stumbled and fell over his own feet. His scissors pointed straight upward, and Thomas pounced on them, trying to wrestle them free. "Both thumbs," the red-legged scissor man gasped, struggling violently. "Both must come off. That is the punishment for sucking a thumb." Distraught and angry, Hal yelled in his face, "She didn't suck her thumb. She was licking a scratch." Since they all had him pinned down, the tailor stopped thrashing and glared at Hal. Their faces were inches apart, the man's eyes full of malice. "And you also sucked your thumb, little boy." "It was bleeding. That's not the same as—" "Don't even bother trying to explain," Thomas growled. "Let's throw him out." "Better still, throw him in a closet and lock him in," Fenton said, panting with the effort of keeping the tailor pinned. The red-legged scissor man began struggling again, but he had 4 boys and 2 girls clinging to his legs and arms, and they hoisted him off the floor and carried him to a nearby broom cupboard. Tossing him in wasn't easy, and he sat up in a hurry, but a swift kick to the chest sent him sprawling, giving them time to slam the door shut. The angry man immediately began hammering at the door, and 2 of the boys pressed their backs to it while Fenton kept a tight grip on the doorknob. The door opened outward, so they rammed a chair up against it. The red-legged scissor man hurled himself over and over at the door, causing it to shudder in its frame. But the chair, wedged under the knob, refused to budge. "Right," Fenton said, brushing off his hands. "Let's get back to—" But Hal was already running. "Abby," he called. "Where are you?" Emily was right behind him. "I don't think she was hurt. I think she was just frightened. I'm sure she's fine, hiding in a corner somewhere. She transformed and zipped away and—" She trailed off. Hal sank to his knees, feeling sick with horror. Abigail's thumb lay on the floor in a tiny pool of blood. "Oh no!" Emily gasped. Climbing to his feet again, Hal spun in a circle. Ignoring the cluster of wide-eyed friends, he shouted, "Abby! Where are you?" Everyone stood in silence listening. Then, a high-pitched buzzing drew their attention to the nearest bedroom. Abigail appeared, a tiny 6-inch fairy clutching one hand. Growing to full size, she dropped heavily to the floor and retracted her wings. She was white-faced and teary-eyed. Before anyone could say anything, she shifted again, shrinking to her tiny form and buzzing about in a circle before reverting to full height once more, then shrinking, growing, shrinking, over and over. "Wait," Hal said. He snatched up the severed thumb from the floor and offered it to her. "It might grow back in a few days, or maybe you can sort of glue your old one back on. Hold it there while you're transforming." This was a topic they'd discussed a number of times. It had taken days for his fingers to regrow after being bitten off by a steamer dragon. If only the 4 digits had been left behind, it might have been possible to stick them on and let his constant shifting heal the wounds. Abigail snatched it from him and held it in place, then shifted again, sprouting her wings and shrinking in less than a second. Her detached thumb shrank with her this time, which was promising. After 10 more transformation cycles, Abigail returned to full size and paused. She was still white-faced, with both hands still bloody, but Hal could tell from her expression that the pain had gone away. She held up a shaky hand, and everyone gasped at the sight of her thumb, which was now attached. "I'm okay," she whispered. "It worked, but this really ticks me off." She frowned and peered closer. "I don't think it's on straight." "It'll fix itself," Hal said, feeling helpless. "Better than nothing, right? It's a good thing you have your shape-shifting power. If that had been me, or Fenton, or—" He trailed off. It didn't bear thinking about. "Abby, go wash that blood off your hands." They all followed her to the bathroom, once more becoming aware of the noise from outside, the constant howl of the wind as the giant wolf battered the structure with its huffing and puffing. It hadn't stopped, but they'd been busy with other problems. Now, as creaking and splintering sounds filled the hall, their attention returned to the bigger issue. "Will this place hold?" Dewey asked. "It's only made of wood," Lauren said. "It's thick logs, but it's still wood. We need to be inside a brick building. I'm afraid the wolf will treat this like the little pig's first and second homes and knock them down. We have to get inside the tower." "I agree," Abigail said softly from within the bathroom. The door was open, and she was leaning over the sink, apparently mesmerized by the blood washing off her hands. Shaking her head, she snatched up a towel and turned to face everyone. "What if I draw the wolf away? I can fly up to Darcy, and then we can both call for the wolf and make it attack the tower instead. It's brick, so it can't be knocked down, unlike this wood cabin. So Darcy and I will draw the wolf away, and the rest of you can stay here and be safe." "Safe?" Thomas scoffed. "Safe?" "All right, safer, safe-ish." "I'm with you, Abby," Hal said. "I can't fly, but I can climb." "Me too," Robbie said, though he looked ready to vomit. Abigail frowned. "Wait, that's not what—" Emily swallowed. "And me." Before anyone else could make their decision, Abigail held up her good hand. "All right, stop. That's plenty. The rest of you, go tell Mrs. Hunter the plan, then hunker down in a safe-ish place in case the roof falls in." "Man, she's really taking charge," Hal thought, with admiration, as she studied her mangled hand with a grimace. "Your thumb will be fine," he reassured her again. Abigail shook her head with annoyance. "Never mind my thumb. Let's go climb a beanstalk." Chapter 12. The Beanstalk. Hal, Abigail, Robbie, and Emily raced along the short gravel path toward the tower. They stopped at the corner of the cabin and checked to make sure the wolf wasn't in their line of sight. Darcy had been busy. She leaned out of the window high above, her hands held up and her eyes closed. She appeared to be in a trance. Her blonde hair dangled over the sill, and it had grown again. It had to be down to her knees by now. Earlier, Dame Gothel had cut it off at about the waist. Where was Dame Gothel? If she remained inside the tower, she might present a challenge later. The beanstalk, after being moved, replanted and watered, had shot up under Darcy's Dryad influence. It was nearly at the window, but not quite. It looked very strong, though, and the vibrant leaves stuck out like carefully crafted stepping stones. That couldn't be by chance. The beanstalk was meant to be climbed, after all. The fairy tale magic had designed it that way. "I'm going up," Abigail said, transforming again. "You guys be careful. The wolf will see you climbing the next time it stops to take a breath." She zipped away, shrinking as she went. That left Hal, Robbie, and Emily. With trepidation, they hurried into the wolf's view and scrambled onto the first of the beanstalk leaves. Though the green steps held under the combined weight, Hal advised his friends to spread out. It wasn't long before they were safely out of the wolf's reach, even if it came after them. The leaves really were like steps. They spiraled up the stalk, occasionally offering a couple of choices, but mostly suggesting a single, logical route. Hal went first, Emily second, and Robbie last. Ascending meant they could put most of their focus on their handholds, always looking up instead of down, but it occurred to Hal that a return journey via the beanstalk would be absolutely terrifying. "Nope," he thought grimly. "We're walking down the tower stairs, even if we have to fight our way past Dame Gothel to get out of that top room." A tremendous splintering noise made him flinch. The cabin's roof was beginning to collapse. The structure had been a far greater challenge for the massive wolf, but it had persevered and started to make headway. The log walls seemed impenetrable, but the roof, not so much. At least the tower wasn't going anywhere, being made of brick. All they had to do was climb in through Darcy's window and start hollering for the wolf. Then it could blow all it wanted. Hal reached the top of the beanstalk first. He stood on the second-to-last leaf and leaned against the topmost stem that stuck upward. The thick stalk swayed this high up, and it made him giddy to look down. In fact, he wished he'd kept his gaze firmly skyward. Now, terror set in. Emily appeared alongside. "Oh no," she said, staring up with wide eyes at Darcy's window, which was a good 10 feet above. The blonde girl remained there, her eyes still closed, a frown plastered across her forehead. Abigail buzzed next to her, whispering urgently in her ear. I know," Darcy muttered. "I'm trying." Hal, Emily, and Robbie waited, frozen in place, not daring to look down. The howling wind continued, and then cut off. The wolf had noticed them. No, Hal thought. "Just another few minutes. Don't come over here yet. We're not ready for you. Stay there until we're safely inside." But the wolf growled and turned away from the cabin. It had wrought destruction, and the roof over the living room had collapsed at last, leaving a gaping hole. Still, it obviously liked its chances with 3 helpless humans clinging to a swaying beanstalk. It began to stomp closer. "It can't reach us," Hal told himself. But that didn't quell the fear in his heart. What if it huffed and puffed at the beanstalk? They'd sway like crazy. "Hurry, hurry!" Abigail screamed as she rapidly grew to full size. "Darcy, you have to try harder!" It looked like Abigail was preparing to make a grab for Hal and fly him the rest of the way. He was okay with that, and he steeled himself for the journey. She could do it. Short trips were okay. 3 quick grabs and they'd all be safe. But thankfully, the beanstalk's growth sped up. It twisted and rotated as it went, causing Hal's perspective to change. Now the wolf was behind him. Robbie gasped as the monster wove into his view. "That's it!" Hal shouted as they drew nearer to the window. "Keep going, Darcy." The wolf started huffing and puffing, this time at the beanstalk. The terrible gale blasted the trunk, and it began to shudder and shake. Emily screamed, and the three of them clung even tighter. What with their terrified hollering, Abigail's frantic persuasion, and the howling of the wind, Darcy's Dryad magic ramped up tenfold. Hal reached for the windowsill as soon as he was able, briefly wondering how he would leap across. Maybe Darcy could bend the stalk over a little. But the plant kept growing up and up. Hal watched in amazement as the windowsill dropped away below. The tower's roof came into view. That dropped away seconds later. The beanstalk continued to twist and turn, shooting higher and higher, reaching for the sky. The sky! Hal looked up. "No way!" he gasped. "We have to climb back down," Emily screeched in his ear. Robbie let out a whimper of fear. "What's going on? What's Darcy doing?" Below, Abigail screamed, "Darcy, stop!" "It's not me anymore!" Darcy wailed. Whether her power had spun out of control or the fairy tale magic had taken over, the beanstalk was unstoppable now. Hal, Emily, and Robbie clung tight as their handholds expanded. Hal's shiny green platform widened to the size of a bedroom floor, plenty of space. But he remained standing on the narrow stem where it joined the main trunk. He held on for dear life. Emily had been next to him, but because of the rapid growth, she seemed to have migrated a bit farther away. The beanstalk writhed with energy, constantly shucking off green layers and exposing newer, more vivid colors beneath. The air cooled, and the sounds of howling wind died away. All they heard now was the eerie creaking of the growing plant. The helpless passengers were headed toward a low-hanging bank of thick clouds. In another minute or two, they'd plunge into that gloom and rise into... what? A make-believe kingdom of giants? Hal groaned. Whose stupid idea had it been to ride the stalk to the tower? The three of them went very quiet. A grim reality had set in. They were the main players in the Jack and the Beanstalk story, whether they liked it or not. "What happens in the story?" Hal said at last, his voice sounding impossibly loud and shaky. "Anyone remember?" "All I know," Emily moaned, "is that Jack steals some treasure, then chops the beanstalk down when the giant comes after him." "Yeah," Robbie agreed. His eyes were squeezed shut. "There's a golden egg, I think." Emily frowned. "Doesn't Jack make a few visits to the top of the beanstalk before he finally chops it down?" Hal couldn't recall anything about a golden egg, but he was fuzzy on a lot of the smaller details. It had been years since he'd heard the stories. "We'll be in and out," he said. "Steal the treasure, then straight back down. Okay?" The stalk reached the curiously low clouds and plunged them into a dense fog. At least that hid the terrifying view of the distant ground. But it was hard to get their bearings after that because they had nothing tangible to focus on. The clouds surrounded them, completely white and featureless. It stayed that way for a while longer, eerily peaceful. Then a blue sky opened up above. When they rose out of the fog, the beanstalk finally quit growing. They had arrived. Still clinging to their leaves, Hal, Emily, and Robbie quietly took in the scenery. It seemed the tip of the stalk had come to rest at the edge of a strange land, floating among the clouds. It was hard to see the ground itself with a layer of fog drifting over the surface. Whoever lived here must spend every day wading knee-deep in the smoky substance. Still, a house stood not too far away. It looked like a fairly ordinary cottage, with whitewashed walls, rusty orange roof tiles, and a squat chimney, but it was huge, taller than the nearby trees. A cottage and trees, in the sky. What's next? "There's a road," Robbie whispered. He was right. When the smoky layer drifted aside, a road surface came into view underfoot. Hal jumped down and let out a great sigh of relief. Despite being bright and sunny, his feet and ankles were lost in the swirling fog. He stamped about, feeling for the ground. If he wasn't careful, he'd walk straight off the edge and plummet to the earth far below. He fixated on the cottage ahead and started walking. Robbie and Emily caught up moments later. The three of them said nothing for a while. Their footfalls on what felt like cobblestone echoed in the still air. It seemed they were heading to their doom, but they had to push through and get this done. In the distance, grassy hills rose from the clouds. There was even a small patch of forest and a rough wooden fence. Cows and sheep grazed on the slopes. How? Hal had to remind himself this was a fairy tale land conjured by magic. It wasn't real. Sure feels real, though. The cottage towered over them, 3 times taller than normal and standing well clear of the wispy cloud. An even bigger structure stood to their left, an old barn with one door ajar and straw scattered across the floor. But Hal gave it only a cursory glance. His focus was on the front door of the cottage. As they approached, a giant woman stepped out. She, too, was 3 times taller than the average person. Her brown hair had streaks of grey and was done up in a bun. She wore a yellow dress and a white apron.
"Help you?"
she said in a gruff voice. Emily croaked. She cleared her throat. "Good morning. I'm Emily. This is Hal, and this is Robbie. The woman put her hands on her hips.
"Yes? Spit it out, girl."
She didn't speak unkindly, but she had a rather stern expression and a fierce glare that caused Emily to falter. Hal thought quickly. Any excuse to get inside would do. One came to him out of nowhere. "We're hungry. Any chance you can spare some food? We haven't eaten today." His stomach grumbled at the reminder. They seemed to have been too busy to think about meals, what with the wolf and the red-legged scissor man. The woman nodded.
"I can spare some bread, maybe a bit of cheese. Come in, but you'll have to be quick. My husband doesn't take kindly to strangers from below."
They followed her inside, feeling dwarfed by the giant-sized doorway. The interior elicited more gasps. Literally everything stood 3 times larger. Hal couldn't help thinking he and his friends had simply shrunk, but on closer inspection, many clues suggested otherwise. A bowl of apples, cloves of garlic, and all kinds of herbs hanging from a beam, a random collection of old tomes on a shelf, all of which were normal size. "It's a giant house with giant furniture," Hal muttered, "but with some ordinary things as well. Look at those barrels by the wall, and that little chest of drawers." "And so many pots," Emily remarked. She'd been jabbing her finger at them, counting in her head. Probably 8 giant-size ones, but also 10 or 12 little ones. Pots and pans hung everywhere. Jugs and glass bottles sat on the enormous table, as well as a couple of smaller surfaces. 4 or 5 sacks were piled against a wall, and herbs, tomatoes, and potatoes filled several large baskets. The amount of clutter was staggering. While the woman rummaged in a low cupboard, Robbie tried to climb onto a chair to sit at the table. That was much harder than it looked, because the seat was at eye level, so he gave up. Even if he'd managed, the table towered overhead. There was no time to sit anyway. The woman stomped over to them, causing the floorboards to shudder. She handed down a hunk of bread, a modest half-loaf to her, but a hefty weight and size to Emily, who clasped it in her arms. "Thank you," Emily said. "This smells yummy. Have some, guys." The 3 of them spent a moment breaking off bits to chew on. It tasted fine, with the same light texture as normal bread, only supersized.
"Now you take that and run along,"
the woman boomed.
"I don't want to see you get hurt. Blunderbore will flatten you."
"Blunderbore?" Emily repeated. That's the name of your husband?
Yes, and he'll broil you on a piece of toast if you don't hurry.
What's your name, ma'am? The woman blinked, her eyebrows shooting up.
Ma'am, eh? People don't normally call me ma'am. I like it. Makes me sound all posh.
Hal was busy looking for the treasure they were supposed to steal. He finally spotted it against the wall, near where the 3 barrels stood, a chest of gold coins. He couldn't believe his eyes. If he ever needed proof that this place was a fairy tale land, here it was, because nobody would leave such riches lying in plain sight for any visitor to see. It was clearly a storytelling device. The gold practically begged to be stolen. Robbie nudged him. Look. Yeah, I know. No, not the gold coins. I mean that. Hal gasped. An ordinary white goose lay quietly on a bed of straw in a corner. It seemed quite content and lazy, eyeing the visitors without the slightest concern. Next to the goose lay 3 golden eggs. This is crazy, Hal whispered. But hey, at least we won't have to do what Jack did and make 3 trips. There are 3 of us, so we can each take some treasure and be done with this. Robbie frowned. What's the 3rd treasure? The giantess suddenly let out a cry.
Shh! Listen.
They all paused. In the silence, the sound of a deep-voiced male boomed across the hills. He was singing, badly.
Blunderbore will be back shortly,
the woman said.
You must leave. Take your bread and vamoose.
Hal felt panic rising. Could you go out and meet him? Maybe distract him so he doesn't see us? The giantess nodded.
I will do that. He'll be angry if he sees you. Make sure you get going now.
She marched to the door and stepped outside. Turning to the left, she put on a huge grin and vanished from sight.
My dear husband, what do you have there? Are we having beef for supper tonight?
The approaching giant named Blunderbore rumbled a reply, but Hal was already racing over to the chest of gold. He stared down at it, wondering why the coins were suited to normal-sized humans rather than giants. The chest itself had handles far too small for the couple who lived here. Either giants lived among ordinary folk in this strange land, or the giants regularly descended the Beanstalk and stole things. Hal started filling his pockets. I guess we can take some, he said, feeling a little sheepish. It's not real, right? I'll help, Robbie said. Hal waved him off. No, I've got this. You grab the goose. It took a second or two to realize his friend still stood there. Huh? Robbie exclaimed. You mean a goose egg, surely? Not the actual goose? I think it has to be the goose. Hurry. You grab it. We don't have time to argue, Robbie. Just grab the goose so we can... A booming voice came from somewhere outside.
What's that smell?
The giantess sounded breathless.
Oh, nothing, Blunderbore, nothing. Now why don't you put that cow down before you injure yourself?
Hal hurried to a window, but couldn't see over the sill. He turned back and jabbed his finger toward the goose in the corner. Robbie, get it! We have to go. But Robbie still dithered, so Emily huffed in annoyance and went to grab the bird instead. She was gentle, making small cooing sounds as she bent to wrap her arms around it. But the goose suddenly stood up and backed off, flapping its wings and beginning to hiss. I knew that would happen, Robbie muttered. Outside, heavy footsteps approached, and the giant's voice rose above his wife's.
Fee, fi, fo, fum!
He roared. Hal groaned. Too late. Hide! The 3 of them dove behind the barrels against the wall, shoving them outward so they had room. Hal pulled one of the sacks closer, too. A quick glance inside told him it was full of flour. Blunderbore crashed through the doorway, stooping to fit under the doorframe since he was clearly a giant of a giant. He had a thick black beard, a raggedy brown coat, tan-colored pants, and well-worn, very muddy boots. He stood there and wrinkled his nose, scowling furiously, his enormous eyebrows sticking out.
I smell the blood of an Englishman,
He roared. Hal frowned. He doubted that. He'd grown up on a foggy island off the northeast coast of America. Definitely not an Englishman, though he did speak English. Dewey's dad, on the other hand, was from the country of Wales, and now that he thought about it, his dad looked a little bit like this giant, what with the black beard and—
Come out!
Blunderbore yelled.
Wherever you are, show yourself!
His wife bustled in behind him.
Stop all that ruckus. There's nobody here. Don't get yourself all worked up for no reason. Now go and hang up that cow before the wolves get into it.
Hal had to duck to avoid the giant's angry, searching glare. With a snort of disgust, the monster spun around and stomped back outside.
I'll be back in a minute,
He warned in an overly loud voice.
and if there are any small folk begging for tidbits, you better clear out quick.
He spoke more quietly after that.
You're too soft, woman. Oh, nonsense, dear. Don't know what you mean.
Grumbling non-stop, Blunderbore's heavy footfalls receded into the distance. When Hal heard the bang of a barn door, he crawled out from behind the barrels and raced over to the goose. "If you want something done," he muttered. But the goose pecked at his hand, and he yelped. The amount of hissing surprised him. He didn't know geese could be so angry. Rubbing the back of his hand, he couldn't help thinking it was yet another injury to add to the rest. He had scratches and cuts all over, and now this. "We'll grab an egg," he said, reaching for one. Even then, the goose looked like it would bite his head off. Luckily, it backed farther into the corner, bristling its feathers and watching him warily. Robbie chuckled. "Just grab the goose, Hal. Come on, man. What's so difficult?" Emily let out a cry. "Oh my gosh, look at this!" While Hal stuffed a golden egg in his pocket to go with the gold coins, he sauntered over to where Emily was dragging something out from behind a collection of picture frames stacked on the floor against the wall. He stopped short when he realized what it was. "A golden harp," he gasped. "Okay, so that's the third treasure. Looks like we can grab everything and get out of here all in one go instead of making 3 trips like Jack did." Emily struggled to pick it up, despite it standing only waist-high. I don't think we're carrying this down the beanstalk." Her fingers accidentally strummed a couple of strings, and a surprisingly loud tune filled the air. Not merely a random note or two, but an actual melody that went on for several long seconds. The 3 of them froze, horrified. This would bring the giant running. Of course it will, Hal thought. That's what it does in the fairy tale. "We have to go," he ordered. "Forget the harp. We have the egg and some coins. Let's get out of here."
What was that?
A voice bellowed from outside. "Run!" Emily croaked, but running out the front door was no longer an option, because the giant came blundering out of the barn and toward the cottage. They turned around and skedaddled, weaving around sacks of flour, tables, and other clutter, and heading for a door that led to the backyard. It was stuck. Blunderbore stomped in at the front. Galvanized by his angry roar, the 3 of them yanked on the door until it squeaked open. They hurried outside, turned a sharp left, and hurdled a bed of flowers. The grass was short thanks to a goat that munched non-stop, but the hedge was overgrown, and it took some effort to push their way through.
Fee, fi, fo, fum!
The giant thundered. Hal had the awful feeling he and his friends were never going to outrun someone 3 times their height, especially as he felt weighed down by heavy coins and an even heavier egg. He saved his breath and concentrated on running without tripping up. One small saving grace was that Blunderbore crashed all the way through his cottage and out the back, following their every move instead of hurrying out the front and cutting them off. He didn't seem very smart. Meanwhile, his wife stood wringing her hands and pleading with him to leave the little ones alone, which he ignored. Once past the barn, the sloping terrain sank back into the cloud. It was hard to see their footing, and running at top speed became a real ankle-twisting hazard. But they had to sprint, because Blunderbore was rapidly catching up.
I'll roast you alive, you irritating little whippersnappers. I'll eat you for supper. How dare you come here and steal my riches?
Never mind that you probably stole it first, Hal thought. A frantic glance told him that the giant would be upon them before they reached the beanstalk. He could already feel the heavy, shuddering footfalls. Robbie and Emily both wore frightened expressions, matching his own rising terror. He felt so powerless. If only he could transform. He tried, giving it his all in a vain attempt to save himself and his friends. If he could only shift to dragon form, he could stop running, turn around, and blast fire at the giant. The chase would be over in an instant, but no matter how hard he tried, nothing happened. Though heat rose in his chest, he remained annoyingly human. "We're dead," Robbie moaned. "Can't you be an ogre?" Hal yelled in desperation. "You'd be as big as him if you could." "I tried already!" Emily looked over her shoulder and screamed. Chapter 13. A Rapid Descent. This was it, the moment the giant killed them. "Spread out," Hal cried, cutting to the left. Robbie veered right, and Emily kept straight on. Just for a second, Hal feared she'd be the giant's first victim, and he turned back toward her, wishing the giant would pick him instead. To his horror, Blunderbore did choose him, and he suddenly wished he could change his wish. Hal picked up his pace again. He could hear the giant's panting and almost feel the hot breath on his neck.
Got you now,
Blunderbore boomed. Wait a minute. Hot breath. Hal skidded to a stop, swung around, and breathed some hot breath of his own. All the heat that had been rising in his chest over the past minute or so. To his astonishment and delight, flames erupted from his mouth right into the face of the stooping giant. Time stood still. Blunderbore blinked and halted, then jerked upright. His beard was on fire. It took him a moment to get over his surprise, and then he snarled and beat at his chin with both hands, trying to snuff the flames. Hal turned and ran again, rejoining Emily and making for the waiting Beanstalk. Robbie changed course seconds later, and the three converged for their final sprint. The giant's momentary setback provided a bit of much-needed distance, enough for Hal and his friends to leap onto the Beanstalk and start their terrifying journey to the ground. Blunderbore roared with fury and slowed when he reached the edge of his land. He looked down at the escaping humans and seemed to be considering what to do next, which would be to follow if events played out as expected. Hal, Robbie, and Emily scrambled as fast as they could down the colossal plant, grateful for the large and very stiff leaves. They were deep within the cloud by now, their vision limited to their hands and feet, which was probably for the best. They lost sight of the giant, though, and that wasn't so good. An eerie silence followed, broken only by their panting as adrenaline fueled their descent through the cloud. But when the whiteout ended, so did their nerve. Below, the landscape came into view. They all stopped at once. Suddenly terrified, they clung to their leaves, and paralysis set in. Their limbs refused to budge. Emily whimpered, and Robbie moaned over and over about how dead they were. To make matters worse, the Beanstalk began to shudder and shake. The giant had climbed aboard and was descending after them.
Fee, fi, fo, fum,
he yelled from the cloud above. "We'll never make it," Hal gasped. "I can't. This is impossible. I can't even move an inch." "I hate not having wings," Emily whispered. "Guys, it's been nice knowing you." Robbie had nothing to offer. Hal thought about the coins in his pocket and the golden egg. Could he offer them back to the giant? He doubted that would work. Blunderbore seemed hell-bent on eating the three intruders for supper, with or without the return of his precious treasure. If only Darcy could shrink the beanstalk again. How would she even know when to do so? And anyway, the giant would still be clinging on above. The shaking got worse. It wasn't only Hal's nerves, it was the approaching giant. Any moment now, huge boots would appear from the bottom of the cloud. It was hopeless. An odd sense of calm swept over Hal. He couldn't tell if he was resigned to his death or at a point where he would literally try anything to survive. Why not? He had 0 to lose. "Robbie," he said. "Emily, listen to me. Are you listening?" Emily was lying face down on the leaf below, her knuckles white as she gripped the edge, but she opened her eyes to squint up at him. "I'm listening. Do you have a plan?" "What about you, Robbie? Are you listening to me?" On his hands and knees and holding the leaf's stem where it protruded from the main trunk, Robbie shook his head. "No." The giant's heavy breathing filled the air. "Guys, I'm going to let go." "What?" Emily gasped. "I'm going to let go and fall. I can't ask you to do the same, but it may be our only way of—" Robbie twisted around, his eyes wide. "Can you transform? That's awesome. I'm right there with you then. Are you going to hover and let us—" "There's no time for this," Hal interrupted. Blunderbore's boots appeared above. Another 5 seconds, and he'd be upon them. "I'm going now. You have to jump with me. Come on!" And to his utter horror, Hal forced himself to scramble to the edge of the leaf. It bent when he neared the end, then tilted so much that he simply slid off. He fell. "Hal!" Robbie yelled. The giant stepped down at that moment. Hal saw it as he spun. Emily screamed. She and Robbie twisted away from the massive boot and threw themselves off the beanstalk after Hal. He tried to tune out his yelling friends. He couldn't bear to think about how he'd encouraged them to jump to their deaths, about how they'd placed their entire lives in his hands with only the slightest possible chance that he might be able to transform and save them. "I can do this, I can do this, I can do this." But he couldn't. He tried and failed. The wind rushed by so hard that his gums and lips and cheeks flapped, and he could barely keep his eyes open. His hair felt like it would be ripped from his scalp. Free-falling head first, he closed his eyes. He could do this. He'd done it before, back when he'd first developed his shape-shifting powers. He hadn't figured out how to get off the ground, so he'd climbed a 200-foot metal frame, what old earthers called an electricity pylon, to give himself a launch pad. That situation had been different, though. He'd had the power of transformation, but lacked the skill to fly. Now he had the skill, but not the power. Big difference. He didn't need to crack his eyes open to know he'd be smacking down on the ground any second now. Robbie and Emily gave him plenty of cues with their endless screaming. "Do it! Do it! Do it!" Nothing worked. Even with his eyes squeezed shut to ignore the rapidly approaching landscape, he simply could not focus enough to make it happen. He did feel a curious tingle throughout his body, but a curious tingle wasn't the same as a full-blown transformation. In the end, he let out a cry of frustration and opened his eyes. What he saw almost shocked the life out of him, the terrifying sight of the cabin roof as he rocketed toward it. He screeched and threw out his wings to slow his descent. The leathery membrane caught the air and— "Wait, what?" He jerked in astonishment. He had wings. But he had no time to think about it. He glanced up to see Robbie and Emily hurtling toward him. "I only have time to catch one of them." Even as that thought crossed his mind, Emily's body suddenly lengthened, and she grew wings of her own, and Hal made the split-second decision to position his dragon bulk underneath Robbie. His friend slammed down on his back. Hal almost came out of his nosedive before hitting the ground. He thudded down with an agonizing crunch rather than a fatal splat. Then everything went black. He woke to the sounds of his friends yelling in his ear, or one of them anyway. The rest were a little more distant. He dimly heard a strong wind in the background and a steady banging of some kind. His fingertips identified tiny, hard rocks, the gravel path around the back of the cabin. Forcing his eyes open, he blinked up at Abigail's fuzzy face. Groaning, he tried to roll onto his side, but cried out at the terrible pain across his ribcage and shoulders and arms and everywhere else. "Hal," Abigail urged, "are you all right? Oh my goodness, you need to shift a few times. Can you do that? I know you can. You already did it on the way down, and again just now. You're human at the moment. Shift into a dragon again. Will you do that for me?" "Where's—" he croaked. He tilted his head to the side and found Robbie sprawled next to him on the gravel, with Dewey sitting by his side. His friend was awake, blinking up at the sky. "Hey, buddy." Robbie peered across at him. "You're crazy." Hal twisted his head the other way. "Emily, is she—" Abigail gently patted his chest, a smile on her face. "She's okay. She's like you, all battered and bruised from a rough landing. Lauren and her mom are taking care of her. But we can't lie around here all day. The wolf's gone back to huffing and puffing at the front of the cabin, and there's a giant halfway down the Beanstalk." Hal sucked in a breath and winced. The giant! From where he lay, in the newly formed grassy courtyard between 3 cabin walls, he had a good view of the tower. Next to it, the Beanstalk stretched into the low-hanging clouds. Looking at it from below, it wasn't quite as tall as it had seemed from above. The giant, tiny from this distance, slowly descended one careful step at a time. "Chop it down," Hal muttered. "You have to—" "Yes, we know. That's what Thomas and Fenton are doing. They're taking turns with the one axe we have, and it's not going well. Plus, they have to wait until the wolf is in the middle of a huff and a puff, otherwise it will see them." Hal struggled to sit up and quickly abandoned the idea when the pain washed over him. "I don't know if I can transform again," he moaned. "I hurt all over." "Well, what do you expect when you fall out of the sky like an idiot?" Her smile returned. "On the plus side, a giant golden egg and some gold coins fell out of your pockets. We're rich." "Yay." Somewhere out of his sight, Emily said, "I'm okay, Lauren. Stop fussing. Hal's worse off than me. He had a heavier landing." "I really thought you were going to die," Lauren wailed. Her mum spoke in soothing, mom-like tones. Now, don't you worry, my dear. She'll be all right. All of you will, once you fully restore your magic." Abigail leaned closer to Hal and whispered in his ear, "You need to transform. Over and over and over. Get better. We might need you to burn through the Beanstalk if those boys can't get the job done." Hal closed his eyes. "I'll try." "Don't try, just do it, okay?" The problem was, Hal's temporary burst of shape-shifting magic seemed to have deserted him again. He tried and tried to transform, but it refused to work. This was awful. Was he supposed to spend the rest of the week lying around with broken ribs and who knew what else? He winced with every breath he took. He couldn't sit up, and it hurt to wiggle his fingers. He imagined Emily wasn't much better off, and Robbie hadn't exactly had a cushioned landing. "Hurry, Thomas," Abigail urged him. Hal groaned. It took effort to rotate his head enough to focus on the axe-wielding boy. Thomas was sweating buckets, and his chopping skills left a lot to be desired. He and Fenton had cut into the Beanstalk, perhaps a third of its thickness, but there were random chop marks above and below as well. Thomas was wavering. He swung the axe, missed the target, and dug into the hard trunk several inches too high. Gasping, he left the axe embedded there and paused to rest. Fenton immediately took over. He wrenched the axe free and swung hard. His aim was true, scoring a perfect hit deep inside the gaping crevice. Blunderbore kept on coming. At this rate, he'd be touching down long before the beanstalk fell. Hal tried again. He had to transform. Only... "I can't," he wailed. A crash from the front of the cabin reminded him that the wolf hadn't let up on its attack. Its breath howled like a miniature hurricane. If it kept that up, it would blow the house down, and then it would start on the tower. "Abby," he said, gritting his teeth against numerous shooting pains in his chest, "I don't think the wolf will stop until it blows everything down, except the brick house. We have to get inside." She frowned. "Well, sure, but Thomas and Fenton have an axe. Use that on the door." "But the beanstalk—" "We'll be safer from the wolf and the giant if we're inside the tower, and that's where Darcy is. Let's get inside." Abigail threw out her hands. "With an axe? It'll take longer than—" "Give it to Robbie. He's not at full strength, but— Ow." He closed his eyes. "I wish I could help." After a moment, Abigail patted his chest. "Stay still. I'll get on it." She stood and raised her voice. "Robbie, get up, lazybones. You have work to do." "Me?" Robbie squawked. "Are you aware that I recently fell out of the sky and broke every bone in my body? I left a crater in the ground." "No, you didn't. That was Hal. You had a nice, super soft landing. Now get up." Despite the grumbling, Robbie struggled to his feet. Hal watched from where he lay, feeling a little jealous that his friend had not only experienced a less jarring touchdown, but could also transform enough to heal. He twisted his head the other way and watched as Abigail raced across to Fenton and stopped him in mid-swing. After a few words, she gently took the axe from him, then sagged under its weight. She gave him a look that suggested she was both surprised and impressed at how easily he'd wielded it. Even compared to Thomas, he looked unfazed by his efforts. His dad had made him do a lot of wood chopping back on the island. At that moment, the howling wind paused. This caused the three of them to rush for cover. "Here," Abigail said as she handed Robbie the axe, "be an ogre and get us into the tower." Robbie looked doubtful. "I've never used—" "But you're so strong, Robbie," Abigail gushed. "Only you can do this. Nobody else is anywhere near as strong as you." Hal grinned. She was an awful fibber, but her false praise worked a treat. Robbie nodded, gripped the axe, and went to work on the tower door. His shoulders expanded, his arms thickened, and shaggy hair sprouted across his neck. He stood taller than the door now, and what he lacked in skill, he made up for in strength. Each time he buried the axe's head in the wood, he wrenched it out with ease and swung again, tirelessly, cutting straight down the middle. The air was oddly still. "What's the wolf doing?" Emily called. Abigail nipped across the grass and peered around the corner. She jerked backward and slapped a hand to her mouth. "I think it's onto us. It's standing there staring this way." At that moment, the monster howled. "Move!" Abigail screeched. "Back inside the cabin!" Everyone scrambled. But even as Fenton bent to grab a handful of Hal's shirt, Robbie let out a howl of his own, a triumphant ogreish roar as the tower door cracked down the center. He threw the axe aside and ran at it, and it bent inward with a further splintering sound. "He's done it!" Thomas gasped. "Into the tower, then," Abigail ordered. Fenton whispered, "Sorry, buddy," and yanked on Hal's shirt. The pain in his arms and chest was terrible, and he cried out, completely helpless, as Fenton dragged him across the grass. He clamped his eyes shut, wishing he could simply transform and be done with this. "Inside! Inside!" Robbie yelled. "Mrs. Hunter, hurry!" "I'm hurrying," the woman grumbled. "I'm not a spring chicken like the rest of you." Amid the breathless cries and pitter-patter of feet, Hal clearly heard the heavy panting of the monstrous wolf. A few more frantic squeals, a yelp of terror, a barked order. It all happened so fast, and through it all, Hal imagined he was being stamped on by the giant itself. He felt a cold, hard floor under his back, and Fenton released his grip. Seconds later, a deafening volley of barks and growls jerked him out of his daze, and he opened his eyes to see jaws snapping and drooling in the doorway. But the door was very narrow, and the wolf's shoulders too wide. It shoved and squirmed, trying to fit through the frame, but all it could do was howl in fury as everyone cowered in the darkness at the foot of the tower's staircase. Then the monster stopped and backed up. Yellow eyes glared in at them, filled with malice. And cunning, Hal thought with a shiver. It's evil. It's not hungry. It wants to kill us for the sake of killing us. His imagination might be in overdrive, but either way, the wolf retreated a little more, glancing up to study the building. Then it lowered its head and took a long, slow, deep breath. "It's going to huff and puff and blow the house down," Robbie wailed. "We'll be fine," Abigail said. She bent to lean over Hal. "You had a good idea. Now we're inside the tower, and it can't get us, nor can the giant." "If the tower holds," Mrs. Hunter said over the wind. "Now look, we should fetch Darcy from that top room in case the building comes tumbling down." "If the building comes tumbling down," Thomas shouted, "we'll be even deader than her." "There are probably 4 levels," Dewey called from the back of the crowd. "There could be 2 rooms between us and Darcy's." "Oh, I hadn't even considered other rooms," Lauren said. "I imagined a bunch of stairs with 1 room at the top." Thomas snorted. "What a waste of effort that would be, building a tower for only 1 room." "Nobody built it," Emily pointed out. "It magically appeared." In his weakened state, Hal started to lose track of who was saying what. Voices merged into one continuous stream as he fought to remain conscious. Ignoring the constant whistling gale, the group argued about who should go up and who should stay, and whether they'd bump into Dame Gothel or not. "Dewey's probably right. There are other rooms." "So she might have locked herself in one of those?" "Well, then we can ignore her and simply go straight to the top." "Yeah, as long as the stairs don't go through the rooms." "If they do, then Robbie can bash the doors down. And we'll all jump on Dame Gothel at once." Someone warned that the nasty woman might be waiting with a large knife in hand. But by then, Hal felt like shutting down and going to sleep. The sound of the wolf's howling wind no longer bothered him, and nor did the constant tugging at his clothing and hair. Everything began to fade, and once again he spiraled downward into blackness. Chapter 14. A Dame and 2 Monsters. "Stay with us, Hal." A warm tear dropped onto his cheek. He woke to find he was still lying on the cold floor at the foot of the tower staircase, now with his head cradled in Abigail's lap. "See," she murmured, "it's all going to be fine. The wolf's given up." Hal forced his eyes to stay open. The wind had ceased at last. "Where'd it go?" he croaked. It stopped huffing and puffing, tried to squeeze in through the doorway again, drooled a bit, then turned and walked off. Hal could see the drool she'd mentioned, a shiny wet patch on the stone floor just inside the door. "Is Darcy okay?" "Don't know yet. The others went upstairs like 3 seconds ago." The sound of steadily diminishing footfalls backed her up. "That's partly why the wolf stopped blowing. I think maybe that tail is finally—" She spoke too soon. The wolf howled again, but it came from the opposite side of the tower, around where the beanstalk grew. Its howl turned into a volley of deep-throated barks that sent chills down Hal's spine. It acted like it had spotted some kind of threat. Then a voice boomed,
"Fee-fi-fo-fum!"
Abigail gasped. "What was that? Surely—" It was the giant. "But—" She shook her head in amazement. "He really says that?" Hal nodded. "It's his favorite phrase. I guess that means he's reached the ground. We were supposed to cut the beanstalk down so he'd fall and die." Abigail gently brushed hair from his forehead while staring into space. "Instead, he's running amok." Judging by the sudden wolf snarls and giant hollering, it sounded like the two fairy tale monsters had clashed. "Maybe they'll kill each other," he muttered, "or send each other running for safety." They listened for a moment. Aside from the wolf and giant attacking each other, the only sound was faint scuffling from higher up on the staircase and muted voices. Then Robbie shouted, "If anyone's in there, you'd better open this door before I break it down." After a moment, more muted voices. Then a thump, pause, thump, as Robbie threw himself at it. "Leave it," Lauren said, her voice rising clearly above the others. "We don't need to open it. Let's just keep going up." A brief argument broke out. It sounded like Thomas and Fenton wanted to confront Dame Gothel, while the others saw no point. But the majority won, and the group resumed their ascent of the tower. Their footfalls and voices faded even more. "What am I going to do?" Hal said. "I can barely breathe without hurting all over. How long am I supposed to wait to get my powers back?" "It's all in your head," Abigail replied. She gently brushed his hair again. "Not being able to shapeshift, I mean. The pain's real, I'm sure. But Emily managed to transform a few times to fix her broken wing. She's feeling a bit rough, but she's obviously doing okay." Hal sighed. "I can't transform in this small space anyway. Maybe you should drag me outside and leave me for the wolf." She sucked in a breath and froze. "What?" "So I have a good reason to shift," he added. "Oh, I thought for a second you were giving up on life." "Who, me? Come on. It takes more than a fall from the sky to stop me." He tried to laugh, but that hurt too. "Actually, a fall from the sky did stop me, but you know what I mean." A small noise from upstairs caught their attention. Something metal, like a latch. Then, the soft creak of rusty hinges. Seconds later, a flurry of footfalls on the steps, descending fast. Abigail would have jumped up in a hurry, but that would have meant pushing Hal aside. They both stayed put, as whoever it was stampeded down the spiral stairs toward them. Dame Gothel appeared, her black hair hanging in her face. The moment she saw Hal and Abigail on the floor, she halted and brandished a wooden walking stick. Clearly she didn't need a walking stick, so it had to be a defensive weapon she liked to keep handy. "Don't try to stop me," she warned. "We won't," Abigail said softly. "We only want to get Darcy back." "Darcy? Who's Darcy?" The dame scowled. "You'll pay for kidnapping my Rapunzel. She belongs to me. I paid for her fair and square. The amount of lettuce that woman stole from me." Abigail let out a scoff. "What a joke! Who would willingly let her child be stolen for the price of some lettuce? You kidnapped that baby, Dame Gothel. Now that she's grown, it's time to let her go." Hal squinted up at Abigail. She seemed to be lost in the real fairy tale. But maybe this kind of conversation needed to be had so the story could end. The woman pointed her stick toward Abigail. "You have no idea what you're saying, girl. I've loved Rapunzel from the moment she was born. I raised her, I schooled her, taught her the wicked ways of this awful world, and kept her safe. And now you're here to kidnap her, or worse, to release her." Her voice rose to a squawk. "She'll never be safe outside. Don't you see that? By letting her out of that room, you're sentencing her to death. She's innocent, knows nothing of the dangers out there. Setting her loose, well, you might as well throw her out of the window right now." Abigail's heart beat so hard that Hal could hear it. "She'll die a different kind of death if you leave her locked in that room for eternity. It's time for Rapunzel to leave the nest and make her way in the world. What's the point otherwise?" But Dame Gothel drew herself up and shook her head. "No, I won't stand for it. And bringing a mob to fetch her? It's not right." She blinked and frowned. "I didn't expect that. I thought that cutting Rapunzel's hair would make that boy fall and fall into the thorns and get blinded. Not in this story. You know what? I don't even know why I'm arguing with you about this. Just leave while you can." Dame Gothel clutched her stick and nodded. "I will. But I'll be back. Mark my words, Rapunzel will be mine." With that, she spun about, stormed outside, and disappeared from sight. Seconds later, the ongoing brawl between the wolf and the giant abruptly paused, and then Dame Gothel screamed. "Oh no," Hal said. She walked straight into the fight. He rolled off Abigail's lap onto his belly and, grimacing, began to drag himself across the floor. "Hal, what are you doing? We have to help her. Get me outside, Abby, now!" But he tuned her out and focused on the daylight beyond the doorway. Every tiny movement was agonizing, but if he could get outside and transform, then everything would be all right. Abigail grabbed one hand in both of her own and began dragging him. It hurt like crazy, but it was definitely faster. Once through the doorway, he bumped down off the stone step and onto the gravel, and then across to the grass, where she let go and knelt by his side. "Hal, the giant and the wolf are literally on the other side of this tower. They could come around here at any moment." "I know," he muttered. "Go back inside. I've got this." But did he? He lay on his belly, listening to the wolf's ferocious snarling and the giant's equally blood-curdling roars. Blunderbore was 3 times bigger than normal, but so was the wolf, and ordinarily a man wouldn't be a match for a ferocious canine, yet he seemed to be putting up a good fight. Occasionally the dame cried out. At least she was still alive. Being out in the open didn't help yet, but the battle drew nearer by the second. Hal lay still, hoping his rising fear would kick his transformation into action. He'd memorized Miss Simone's explanation some time ago. Adrenaline is released in times of great peril, which triggers the body's flight or fight response. Air passages dilate, and additional oxygen flows to the muscles. For shapeshifters, even weakened magic gets an extra boost, as long as there's some magic there in the first place. He had residual magic. It just needed that boost. The wolf's hindquarters came into view around the side of the tower, then darted out of sight again. A moment later, the giant took a tumble and rolled with the wolf into Hal's line of vision. The two separated, jumped to their feet, and attacked one another again. The wolf's jaws clamped onto Blunderbore's arm, and he punched the animal in the side of the head. They continued biting and hitting, thrashing and writhing, snarling and roaring. A fierce but tireless battle between 2 oversized monsters. Hal's heart thudded like crazy. One or both would spot him if they glanced in his direction. If he was going to transform, it had better be soon. Blunderbore had the wolf pinned to the ground, with his fist raised, and he paused. Because of that, the wolf stopped struggling and lay still, as if a sudden truce had been called. Time to transform. The giant's nostrils twitched, then the wolf's.
Fee-fi-fo-fum!
Blunderbore's gaze fell on Hal. Next, the wolf twisted its head and spotted him. Now, now, now! Their fight instantly forgotten, the 2 monsters scrambled to their feet. Blunderbore was scratched and bitten all over, his clothes ragged and sweat dripping from his forehead. The wolf had numerous tufts of hair missing and probably a dozen bruises. Its fangs were bloody. But now they had a common target, a defenseless human lying on the grass. They howled and roared and charged. Hal's transformation took place in an instant. Since he was already on his belly, he pushed himself up on all 4 legs and turned toward his attackers, all in the space of a second or 2. He breathed fire before either monster had a chance to skid to a halt. Finally!
Ah!
Blunderbore yelled, staggering back with his raggedy clothes on fire. The wolf yelped and whined, its fur smoldering. Both retreated in a hurry. Hal still hurt all over, but he took a few steps and breathed fire again. This time, his opponents stumbled away in different directions, each trailing black smoke. The wolf didn't stop. It ran at full speed across the grass toward the trees and plowed straight into the barrier of thorny bushes. Blunderbore zigzagged off, more interested in extinguishing the flames than worrying about where he was headed. With his heart still thudding and adrenaline surging, Hal reverted to human form and immediately back to dragon again, then again and again. He felt better with each change, but his rush of fear and panic quickly ebbed, and suddenly he was stuck in human form once more, unable to shapeshift. He stood shakily, turned his hands over and over to check they worked, flexed his elbows, then absently patted at his thighs to make sure he still had legs. With one eye on Blunderbore, he limped and staggered around the tower to find Dame Gothel. She lay on her back, dazed and confused. It looked like the wolf had brought her down, judging by the bloody injury to her shoulder. If the giant hadn't been there, she'd have been eaten in 2 gulps. But if the wolf hadn't been there, Blunderbore would probably have snapped her in 2 and gone to roast her on a fire. "You'll be okay," Hal said, wincing as he bent over her. He still had shooting pains in his lower ribs. "But you shouldn't stay here. The giant's still around. Come back inside." The woman peered at him through messy black hair. "I don't understand. What just happened?" "Join the club," Hal retorted. He offered her a hand. "Come on." She didn't move. Abigail called to him. "Hal, Fenton did it. They're on their way out." Hal turned to face her. She was pointing up at the tower and had a huge beam on her face. "Darcy's okay?" he said. "Well, we'll know soon enough." She frowned suddenly, looking past him to Dame Gothel on the grass. Hal spun around and gasped. The woman had begun to fade. She struggled up onto her elbows, a ghostly figure who didn't seem to realize anything was amiss. "Please tell me you didn't release Rapunzel from her room." "We did," Abigail said as she approached. "It's all over." "You'll be the death of her," the dame yelled, her face twisting in fury. "My sweet, innocent little girl will die out here. You saw those monsters. Is that what you want for poor Rapunzel? Is it? Is it?" She moved as if to climb to her feet. But then a crowd of friendly faces appeared around the side of the tower. Mrs. Hunter, Robbie, Lauren, Thomas, Emily, Dewey, Fenton, and Darcy. Her blonde hair was a mess, down to her knee on one side and ankle on the other, and horribly tangled. But she was free, and she had a relieved grin on her face. "Rapunzel!" Dame Gothel cried. Then she promptly vanished. Shocking though that was, it wasn't as dramatic as the demise of the tower. It began to shudder and shake, and dust trickled loose. Everyone hurried to a safe distance as the bricks shifted and moved. The entire structure rotated, at first slowly but speeding up, until it was a whirlwind of bricks and dust. The transformation from a tall tower into a cabin bedroom was a bit of a blur. Bricks stuck together in long sections, then warped into logs, which clunked down to form a wall. The missing section of roof came together from the remaining debris, and when it was finished, a faint cloud of dust drifted away on a breeze. A single brick lay on the grass by the restored cabin wall. Lauren picked it up, hefted it, and dropped it again. "So weird," she remarked. "There's always something left over, isn't there?" "Well, I guess that's the Rapunzel story done with," Abigail said. "Makes me wonder why the Hansel and Gretel cottage didn't disappear in the same way." "Because the fairy tale magic knew it would be needed as a second little piggy house?" Hal suggested. But Abigail didn't look convinced. They all took a moment to study the remains of the building in the near distance. The wolf had really done a number on it, but it was still there. "I never pushed Mrs. Hunter into the oven," Abigail murmured. "The Hansel and Gretel story isn't finished." "The Beanstalk!" Thomas snapped, making them all jump. "We need to cut it down. Otherwise, that giant's going to keep stomping about the place." Abigail nodded. "He's right. We may not need to kill the giant, just end the story. Go to it, Fenton. You're the best one with the axe." Why can't Hal burn it down? Fenton griped. They all looked toward Hal, who sighed and murmured, Because I've lost my transformation power again. I got enough back to change a few times and heal up a bit, but— How'd you manage that? Thomas demanded. That's twice now. What's your secret? Adrenaline. Thomas's blank expression was a reflection of his missed school years. Mrs. Hunter stepped in with a simple, calm explanation. Fear. Panic. His flight-or-fight response kicked in. It was enough to jump-start his magic. Like when these 3 idiots fell out of the sky? The only idiot here is you, Abigail retorted. But yes, Hal and Emily both experienced a fight-or-flight response, which in that case was to fly, and Hal's response just now was to fight. And once the adrenaline wore off, so did their magic, Mrs. Hunter said. Right? Because they're not scared witless anymore. Thomas was nodding and rubbing his chin. So, if I was scared enough, I'd shift into a manticore? Well, maybe, Hal said. Thomas snorted. Trouble is, it's not likely I'm going to get scared like you wusses, so I guess I'm stuck in human form for another few days. He clicked his tongue and stalked off with his hands in his pockets, leaving a group of bemused classmates. In the distance, over by the trees, Blunderbore the giant stomped back and forth. He'd been roaring occasionally, but his words were indistinct. Whatever he was saying, the wall of thorns apparently thwarted him. Unlike the wolf, he lacked a coat of thick hair. Anyway, Abigail said, I guess Fenton needs to get chopping with that axe, and then maybe the giant will vanish. Fenton nodded and went off to fetch it. Privately, Hal thought he could probably breathe fire even in human form, but he couldn't imagine burning through the beanstalk quicker than Fenton could chop it down. They'd end up with a massive, flaming plant stretching into the sky, and if it then fell on the woods. He had visions of the entire forest going up. Dewey spoke up. Darcy, your hair's a mess. That reminder elicited a soft cry from her. She grabbed handfuls of her hair and pulled at it. It is a mess, literally all over the place. At least it's not growing Rapunzel fast, though, and it's longer than when it started out, so I can easily cut it back to where it was. She stretched out her 2 uneven handfuls. Or I could leave it like this. What do you think? They spent a moment enjoying their breather and catching up with her. She'd basically spent the entire time in a very cozy room, with a comfortable, clean bed, a small desk with pens and paper, and shelves full of books. Dame Gothel had been kind and thoughtful, even bringing her meals. But she'd been stern, too, not once giving Darcy the chance to escape. And, of course, the door had remained locked at all times. So, she was a really nice person, Emily said slowly, except that she kept you locked in a single room all your life. Gotcha. Mrs. Hunter clapped her hands sharply. All right, children, it's time to make plans. I'm sorry Hal is unable to transform and fly us out of here, but there we are. We'll have to escape another way, and that's with our phoenix feather, except it's lost in the woods. Should be easy to find, though, Dewey said. He reddened when everyone turned to him. Because, you know, the thorny bushes around it will have moved aside to form a path. The feather should be sitting in a clear spot. Abigail grinned and clapped him on the back. You're right. I just need to fly around until I find it. No need to go crawling through brambles or anything painful like that. Mrs. Hunter pursed her lips. But there's a giant stomping about, and we should probably get rid of him before we try to leave. Right. Emily had switched to organizing mode, and she counted off on her fingers. We chop down the beanstalk. The giant vanishes. Abigail finds the feather and brings it to us. We walk out of this place and never come back. Easy. Over by the trees, Blunderbore chose that moment to turn and face them. He let out a bellowing roar and chanted familiar words that they all heard clearly.
Fee, fi, fo, fum!
And then he charged across the glade toward them. Chapter 15 Dryad Magic. "Here we go again," Abigail said with a sigh. Mrs. Hunter snapped her fingers. "Everybody inside! Quickly! Fenton!" She could be really loud when she tried. Everyone winced, and Fenton appeared almost immediately, still holding the axe. The small courtyard entrance was gone now, so Mrs. Hunter suggested using the kitchen door at the rear, since the wolf had done a lot of damage to the living room at the front. They rushed around the corner, piled inside, and slammed the door shut. It almost seemed pointless locking it. "He'll break it down if he's really determined," Lauren said. "Yeah, but he's too big to fit through," Robbie said. "I know, because he's about the size I should be when I'm an ogre." He sounded forlorn. Having limited shapeshifter powers was no fun. "Could you break into this log cabin as an ogre?" Hal asked him. "Could you easily tear the roof off and smash through the walls?" Robbie drew himself up. "I'm pretty strong, so yeah, definitely. But the giant isn't as strong as me. He's tall, but he's just some weedy guy, really. Ogres are much more powerful, more muscular, 20 times stronger, far more—" "Yeah, okay, I get it, thanks." Confident the giant couldn't get inside the cabin, they all made their way into the living room. The front door was blocked by fallen rafters, and one log wall had toppled inward. This left sizable holes that the giant could reach into. He might even wrestle with the roof and widen the gap. "On second thoughts, back to the classroom," Mrs. Hunter ordered. Nobody argued. Through the glassless window frame, they could see Blunderbore lumbering closer. He had his head down, and his ferocious expression suggested he meant business. So they hurried back past the kitchen and out to the classroom extension. This part of the cabin was undamaged, the windows small and intact. It felt reasonably safe for now. "Take your seats," Mrs. Hunter said. "I think we're safe for the moment, despite the noise." With nothing else to do, they seated themselves at their desks. Fenton thumped his axe down next to him, making it clear he'd be ready to use it if necessary. Mrs. Hunter slid behind her own desk at the front. She shuffled some papers, picked up a pen, tapped it a few times, then cleared her throat. "Since we're here—" "No!" everyone chorused. "Please, Mom, don't give us math to do," Lauren pleaded. "I wasn't going to, dear, but it's worth discussing what's been happening." She got up and approached the blackboard with a piece of chalk in hand. But before she could say anything, a terrible ruckus started up from the front of the cabin. "Please ignore the giant," she muttered. "Now let's begin." Always a teacher. Even in the middle of a crisis, she sees a blackboard and goes into teaching mode. Her chalk made harsh, scratchy noises that Hal couldn't stand. He preferred the whiteboard she'd used on the island. She scrawled headings and began to speak. "Since we arrived yesterday morning, we've encountered various magic fairy tales that have come to life. Goldilocks was first, though I admit it seemed a little unbelievable at the time. That story appears to have ended. Next was— Anyone?" Hands shot into the air and she picked Emily. "Rapunzel!" "Indeed, yes." Mrs. Hunter scrawled the name on the board. "That tale seems to have ended too. After that, we encountered— Robbie." "The Princess and the Pea," he announced. Mrs. Hunter pursed her lips and frowned. "Well, perhaps you did. But I had already headed outside by that time and seemed to be wrapped up in a personal nightmare inside a newly formed cottage." "The Hansel and Gretel cottage," Abigail agreed, "which is still there. Well, the ruins of it are." "That's rather puzzling, isn't it? I hope the fairy tale magic isn't waiting for me to actually be pushed into an oven." She gave a nervous laugh. "Yes, Thomas? We heard the wolf before that stupid prince showed up, and that might have been before you got to the cottage." "Very good, Thomas," Mrs. Hunter agreed, writing it on the board. She was trying to distract them from the awful noise going on at the front of the house as the giant tried to punch his way inside. Still, Thomas seemed to enjoy chipping in about the appearance of his red-legged scissor man, another story that had been left open-ended. As for the three little pigs, their straw, wood, and brick homes reminded the class of the curious little shack in the woods. "It belonged to Rudy," Mrs. Hunter said. She perched on the edge of the desk. "And now I wonder about that wooden board on the floor. Perhaps it was—" "A trapdoor to a basement," Robbie yelled, jumping up. "Yes! No, Robbie, that's not quite what—" But Robbie began to pace. "She might even live down there. She could be there right now, hiding from us. What if she's trapped, now that her shack has fallen in?" "Sit down, Beanpole," Fenton growled. "How could there be a basement in the woods? What, she dug it out with her wolf hands?" Darcy giggled. Scowling, Robbie slid back into his seat. Mrs. Hunter resumed. "Maybe not a basement, but it's highly possible there's a small space underneath, a shallow storage place for papers, books, and that journal she mentioned. It might be worth investigating." "Except the shack is demolished," Lauren reminded her. "It all fell in on top of the board, so it'll be hard to get at now." Thomas scoffed. "Nothing but lightweight bits and pieces? We can shift it easily." "But," Mrs. Hunter said, "we need the feather to get to it. So, Abigail needs to fetch that from the woods first." "After we get rid of the giant," Emily finished. They all paused to listen. It seemed the giant had moved on around to another part of the cabin, somewhere at the rear where the boys' bedrooms were. Hal groaned inwardly. That meant they'd have glass in their beds tonight. "Doesn't matter. We're not staying that long anyway." "Will the giant still disappear if we chop down the beanstalk?" Fenton asked. He picked up the axe and laid it across his desk. "That's how the story goes. The beanstalk has to be chopped down." "And the giant dies," Darcy added. "Yeah, but he dies because he falls. That's not going to happen now." "We should still give it a go," Abigail said. Even Mrs. Hunter agreed it was their only course of action at the moment. "Okay. Well, the giant's busy right now," Fenton said, getting up. "I'll slip out of a window somewhere and get on with it. Keep watch for me." "And while you're doing that," Abigail said, also climbing to her feet, "Hal and I will go find that feather." Hal blinked. "We will?" She grinned. "Care for a stroll in the woods?" Hal had to admire the way Abigail persuaded everyone that a stroll in the woods was easy while Blunderbore was busy demolishing the place. She had a point, though. The giant was hell-bent on getting inside, and as long as he stayed on the backside of the building, he wouldn't notice Fenton chopping down the beanstalk, and he sure as heck wouldn't notice a tiny fairy zipping away toward the woods. But Hal? He felt like a flaw in her plan. "I'll never walk across the grass without the giant spotting me," he complained. And then Abigail brought Darcy into it. Hal was confused. The Dryad's magical clothing typically turned invisible with her, ensuring she could blend in with the surroundings. She'd also been known to hide objects inside her shirt on occasion, and those objects had turned invisible as well. But how could she hide an entire person? Somehow, Abigail had it figured out, and it involved one of Darcy's spare silk shirts. "Put this on," she told Hal. "You don't mind, do you, Darcy?" Completely befuddled, the blonde girl shook her head and shrugged. Darcy's spare shirt was the same deep green as her others, and Hal felt weird draping it over his shoulders when he was so used to wearing mottled greys with mere hints of green. "No, Hal, put it on." "How will that help?" he protested. "Because it's Darcy's, and she's worn it so many times that her Dryad invisibility magic has rubbed off on it. Trust me, it'll work." "Huh?" "Trust me," she insisted. Hal remained doubtful. It felt really weird playing dress-up with Darcy's clothes, and Abigail's logic didn't make sense. But he humored her and pulled the shirt on over his own. It was tight at first, but then the magical garment loosened and adapted to his frame. "Now," Abigail said, "put her spare pants on as well." "No way!" Darcy giggled. "Abby, I think you're going a bit far." They paused at the sound of the giant climbing onto the roof. Blunderbore started pounding on it somewhere above the classroom. Hal figured the rest of his friends would be vacating the room by now if they hadn't already. "Either wear these pants," Abigail warned, holding them up, "or that dress." Hal hurriedly pulled the pants on. Again, they adapted to fit, but his cheeks flushed at the indignity of it. Smart clothes looked much alike, all silk and natural greens and greys, and they adapted to fit anyone, but he still felt conspicuous. Robbie would laugh his head off, and Fenton would probably punch his lights out. "Satisfied?" he grumbled. Darcy tried unsuccessfully to hide her mirth. But Abigail remained serious and gave her a nudge. "Now do your thing, girl. Let's see if this works." Without hesitation, Darcy vanished. Hal caught the usual movement in the air, like he was looking through a glass bottle at the wall. She blended in perfectly, as dryads always did in the forest. Abigail gave a whoop of joy. "It worked! I knew it would!" Hal was puzzled. "Well, yeah, she's a dryad. So what?" "I'm not talking about her," Abigail said, moving closer to him. Beaming, she looked him up and down. "I can see your face, but if you hold the shirt up over your nose and mouth, that should help. Hal, you're invisible." He glanced down, then lifted his hands. No, I'm not." "You are! This is amazing. Okay, let's go." She ran to the window and started to climb out, but Hal grabbed her arm. "You go, Abby, but be careful. I'm staying here." "You're coming too," she said with a glare. "Both of you. The giant can't see you. It's safe." Hal felt like reality was slipping away. Either that, or Abigail was losing her mind. "But I'm not invisible." "You are, and you're a fool if you think otherwise." She turned to Darcy. "You're smart enough to see that I'm telling the truth, right?" "Well," Darcy murmured, "now that you mention it." She nodded. "Hal, you're invisible." They're both going crazy. Feeling that he had to prove his point, he gestured for Abigail and Darcy to follow him into the kitchen, where the rest of the group was huddled. The noise from the classroom was deafening. Dust trickled down from the ceiling where Blunderbore pummeled the roof. "He's not getting in," Mrs. Hunter assured them, sounding a little uncertain. "But if he does, he can't fit through this doorway into the kitchen." Dewey, Emily, Lauren, Robbie, and Thomas said nothing. "Guys," Abigail called softly, "Darcy's here with me, and she's invisible. And Hal's invisible as well. Look." The entire group spun around. Hal felt ridiculous. All eyes were on him, and they looked extremely puzzled. He glanced down again, seeing quite clearly that he was not in the slightest bit invisible. Mrs. Hunter was the first to speak. "Well, that's a new trick. How did you manage that, Darcy?" "I'm not sure. I'm as surprised as you." Thomas found his voice. "Hey, not fair. Can you make us all invisible?" Darcy chuckled. "Maybe another time if I can find enough spare clothes." Hal gaped at his friends. They were all crazy. You really can't see me?" "We can see your face," Robbie said, "and your hands and feet, but not the rest of you. That's pretty cool." Emily and Dewey had nothing to add, but it was obvious they were impressed by Darcy's extended invisibility trick. Hal turned and stormed away. He went to a bathroom to stare at himself in the mirror. As he'd suspected, there was nothing even remotely invisible about Darcy's clothes or himself. It was official. Everybody had lost their marbles. Or... Light started to dawn. Before he could work it through in his mind, Abigail showed up and tugged at his arm. "Let's go, Hal," she whispered. "Whatever's going through your mind, stop it. Don't overthink this." "But, shh, let's go." He realized Darcy was waiting in the hallway. Giving up, he followed the two of them back to her room and climbed out the window. Fenton had been working hard. Dripping with sweat, he swung the axe over and over, deepening the notch in the beanstalk. It shouldn't be long now. Abigail called to him as she passed. "Hey, Fenton, I'm going for a stroll in the woods with my invisible friends." Fenton messed up his swing and buried the axe high in the trunk. He left it there and stepped back. "With Darcy, you mean?" "And Hal? He's wearing some of her clothes, so he's invisible as well." Hal pulled the silk shirt up over his mouth and nose. Fenton blinked rapidly. "That's amazing. How'd you do that?" Abigail grinned. "Let's go, guys." Her wings sprouted and she shrank. A second later, she zipped into the air with a high-pitched whine and headed off toward the woods. Hal and Darcy hurried after her. Looking back at the cabin, they kept their eyes on Blunderbore as he stomped toward the rear on the opposite side of where Fenton chopped at the beanstalk. The giant had made a terrible mess of the tiles, and he'd had a go at toppling one of the chimneys. But though he stood taller than a young ogre, he lacked that kind of strength. He must have sensed he was being watched, because he paused and turned to look out across the grass. His gaze bore straight into Hal, or so it seemed, maybe through him. Hal stood still, waiting with a thudding heart. Keeping his shoulders hunched and his shirt pulled up over his face meant the giant had nothing more than a mop of sandy-colored hair to spot from a pretty good distance, and a pair of feet. It would be difficult to outpace the giant if spotted. After a painfully long time, Blunderbore let out a roar of rage and buckled down on his demolition work. He seemed to have regained his strength, because his very next punch drove a hole straight through the roof. Hal continued his fast-paced walk. Though Abigail had left him behind, Darcy remained by his side. "This is amazing," he muttered. "I'm really invisible. I guess it makes sense if you have fairy tale magic at work." Hal glanced back again. "I'm not sure if saying this out loud ruins the spell or not, but the fairy tale I chose was the Emperor's new clothes." Darcy shrugged. "I don't really know that one." "Well, the Emperor is greedy and lazy, and spends way too much money on himself, and when a couple of fine weavers arrive in town, he pays them to make him the finest clothes his kingdom has ever seen, which he plans to show off during a parade. But it turns out the weavers are a couple of swindlers, and they take his money and don't actually bother making the clothes. Instead, they pretend." "They pretend?" Hal nodded and grinned. "They even pretend to dress him up in these non-existent clothes and go on about how good he looks wearing such fine garments. The Emperor can't see these clothes, obviously, because they don't exist. But the swindlers tell him they're made of a very special material that's only visible to smart people and completely invisible to anyone who is stupid." He paused, checking again that Blunderbore hadn't turned around and spotted him. "I think I'm starting to understand," Darcy said. "Yeah, so word spread that stupid people probably wouldn't be able to see these fine clothes. And who's going to admit they're stupid? Nobody. So everyone says, they're really nice." And the Emperor smiles and walks on around the town, completely naked. Darcy started giggling. "That's really silly. Aren't all fairy tales, though?" Hal started to relax. They were far from the cabin by now, and the woods lay ahead. He could see Abigail zipping about between the trees. "Abby's obviously the swindler here," Hal went on. "She switched the story around, though. In her version, anyone that could still see me must be an idiot. The magic started working, and I guess it came true, so I really am invisible now." She lowered her voice. "I hate to break it to you, but you're not." Hal halted. "Wait, really? I thought maybe the magic really had." He frowned. "So you lied? You all lied?" "Yes, because none of us wanted to be the only person who saw something different." She laughed softly. "Wow, I suppose the magic did work, but not by making you invisible. It worked by making us all feel so insecure that we went ahead and agreed with Abby, even though we could see it wasn't true." Again, Hal looked back at the distant Blunderbore. "So, I walked right by that giant, and he could see me?" Darcy giggled again. "That's some good magic. He must have thought nobody would be bold enough to stroll across the grass in front of me like that. I'm a fearsome giant. Therefore he must be a figment of my imagination." The magic had a strong hold on us all. It was too silly to even think about. Hal kept shaking his head in disbelief until they arrived at a wall of thorny brambles. Darcy turned visible then, and Hal abandoned any attempts at trying to cover his nose and chin. At only 6 inches tall, Abigail flew around in the woods while staying safely above the tangled bushes. But she didn't stray far. A little way into the trees, she stopped abruptly and hovered there, looking like she was trying to push against a glass wall. Throwing up her arms in a hopeless gesture, she let out a cry and returned to where Hal and Darcy stood in the glade. As she grew to full size, the mosquito whine of her wings became a noisy dragonfly hum. "I can't get through." "You can't fly over the bushes?" Abigail pointed. "See that huge pine tree? It's smooth sailing until there, and then I hit a barrier, kind of like the invisible wall of a pocket realm. Maybe there's a dome over the glade." "The wolf got past it," Hal said. "The wolf was bigger and stronger, and it had thick skin." She tried again, this time at full size. It seemed the small clearing where the feather lay remained tantalizingly out of her reach, beyond the pine she'd mentioned. "Dang it! This is annoying." Hal gave Darcy a nudge. "Do your thing." She nodded and moved closer to where the thorny bushes started. With her arms outstretched and her eyes shut, she stood still and focused her Dryad powers. Hal could almost feel the energy coming off her, radiating like heat, and he wanted to step closer and absorb some of it. After half a minute, the bushes began to squirm and rustle, but instead of parting like the Red Sea as they had for the phoenix feather, the spindly branches pushed upward at the bottom, creating space for someone very small to pass underneath. A tunnel leading straight to the clearing where the feather lay. "Not sure how that's going to help," Abigail said, landing lightly on the grass. "Even with the bushes out of the way, there's still an invisible barrier to get past. Remember how Miss Simone had trouble pushing through the water while she was swimming?" "But it's worth a try," Hal said, dropping to his belly to take a good look. "Don't fly. Take a run at it. Dig your heels into the dirt." Abigail shrank to her tiny size and gave it her all. 6 inches high, she sprinted under the trembling bushes, and then came up against the invisible wall. Leaning into it like it was a strong gust of wind, she cried out at the exertion. It was no good. She sank to her knees. "Okay, come out of there," Hal called, "in case the bushes collapse on you." "No, wait, hold on," Darcy muttered. She still had her eyes tight shut. "I can see the clearing. I can almost touch it. In fact—" Hal watched her, fascinated. She could see the clearing? Almost touch it? She had to be in the mind of the foliage, if mind was the right word. "Come to me," Darcy whispered. "Yes, that's it. Careful now." Abigail let out a gasp. "Hal, can you see this?" He peered into the miniature tunnel again. Abigail was still on her knees about halfway in, her back to him. A long, spindly vine snaked eerily toward her from the other direction. Its skinny tip was wrapped around the scarlet phoenix feather. "You're bringing it to her?" Hal exclaimed to Darcy. "You're amazing." Abigail sat waiting while the vine snaked closer and closer. Finally, Abigail's fingers closed around the delicate object and plucked it neatly from the tip of the vine. All around her, brambles moved out of her way. She immediately grew to full size. "Got it!" she cried with excitement. "Now let's find that shack." Chapter 16. The Journal. Very little remained of the Wulver's shack. The framework stood bare and twisted, while sections of the bark covering lay strewn across the ground and snagged on nearby branches. Rudy's fishing pole was half buried in clumps of the straw roof that had scattered all over the woods. The big bad wolf had huffed and puffed and blown it down. Hal, Abigail, and Darcy wasted no time. With the precious feather keeping spiky vines away, they kicked the debris aside so they could get at the wooden board under the rug. After lifting it up and tossing it out of the way, they looked down into a shallow recess. "It's exactly what we thought," Abigail said, unfastening a watertight leather wrapping. "Rudy's journal, or journals." She attempted to lift the stack out and quickly gave up. "Wow, they're heavy. There's a bunch of them." Hal was a little disappointed. Robbie's suggestion of a hidden basement had stuck in his mind more firmly than he'd cared to admit. "Is that top one the most recent?" he asked her. "Looks like it," Abigail confirmed when she flicked to the end. "Yeah, it has plenty of blank pages." "So why would she leave it here if she went on a fishing trip?" "Probably because she's planning to come back," Darcy offered. "Yeah, but the whole point of a journal is to write in it every day." Abigail checked the first page. "I finally got rid of that box by throwing it into a ravine. The box smashed to pieces." She stopped and looked up. Intriguing. Could she have been talking about the box of Fables? But if it was destroyed, then how did it wind up with the Traveling Salesman in one piece? Hal finished. Abigail held the journal to her chest. "I'm going to borrow this one to read, but let's get back to the cabin first." She rewrapped the rest of the journals and put the board in place over them. With the feather fluttering gently between her finger and thumb, Darcy led the way through the undergrowth, walking slowly to allow the path time to open up and close behind them as they moved. A few minutes later, they stepped onto short grass and breathed in the fresh air of the enchanted glade. "It always smells so nice after coming out of the woods," Darcy remarked, carefully placing the feather in her pocket. "Sure does," Abigail agreed. "Look, the giant is on the move." In the distance, Blunderbore stalked into view from around the back of the cabin. He seemed relentless in his mission to gain access to the building and eat humans for lunch. As he passed the living room, he thumped the badly tilting wall and kicked at the broken door. It had been hanging off its hinges, but now it fell inward. The giant still couldn't get in, though. He bent and tried to shove his shoulders between the frames, but gave up immediately and resumed his stalking. "Uh-oh," Darcy said. They all stopped dead when the giant spotted Fenton chopping at the beanstalk. Blunderbore faltered for a moment, then broke into a lumbering jog. He made the mistake of roaring his favorite words, which gave away his surprise attack.
"Fee, fi, fo, fum!"
Fenton swung around. A second later, he returned his attention to the beanstalk and looked up at it. Then he dropped his axe and ran, apparently more concerned about getting away from the beanstalk than from the giant. Blunderbore changed direction to go after him, fully focused on the fleeing boy. All the while, Fenton kept glancing over his shoulder at the beanstalk. "It's going," Hal said, squinting up at the sky-high plant. "It's taking its time, but it's definitely falling." Since the beanstalk reached as high as the clouds, it didn't topple like a stiff tree. Instead, it began to twist and warp in slow motion, rather like seaweed undulating beneath the water. Cracks of thunder boomed across the sky. Leaves shook loose and fluttered in all directions. The zigzagging bends in the stalk grew more pronounced until it started to fold in on itself and spiral out of control. "Oh my," Abigail whispered. "You know, it never occurred to me how far this beanstalk will stretch across the landscape when it falls." It was a pretty horrifying thought. It might land on a village or town. It might stretch all the way to Carter. How high were the clouds, anyway? Hal figured there was a good possibility the beanstalk would reach his home. Suddenly, The idea of chopping it down seemed like a terrible plan. Maybe it wasn't as high as they thought. The cloud cover seemed isolated, much lower than the rest of the puffy patches in the clearer sky above. Fenton was still running. He glanced up and about and did some zigzagging of his own, trying to decide which way would be safest. And the giant seemed to have become aware of the problem as well. Forgetting about Fenton, he paused, then veered off in a new direction. Watching the beanstalk collapse was an oddly slow, drawn-out affair. The main trunk hardly shifted despite the deep notch that would normally fell a tree, yet the rest of the gigantic plant wilted. It was almost as though the magic had leaked out of it, and now there was nothing to hold it upright. "It's dying," Darcy gasped. She clutched her heart. "Oh, I can feel it." Hal swallowed. "It's going to make a big mess when it lands." "At least it's not falling on the cabin," Abigail pointed out. The lower part of the trunk finally split at the notch and slammed down across the glade, and despite his weaving back and forth and his terrified roars, Blunderbore failed to escape his destiny. The beanstalk crushed him in an instant. Abigail sucked in her breath and clapped a hand to her mouth. Darcy turned away. Hal grimaced and told himself the giant was nothing but fairy tale magic, a make-believe character that had been conjured into existence and had now been written out again. The beanstalk hadn't finished falling yet. The rest of the colossal plant, which had once stood tall and stiff, continued to spiral downward like a length of gargantuan tattered rope that had been cut loose from its tether in the clouds. With a thunderous rumbling and cracking, more of the trunk crashed down, flattening a long section of forest. Moments later, the entire plant began to fade, taking the giant with it. The rumbling and cracking petered out. The cloud cover broke up. All traces of the fairy tale faded from existence. However, the trees at the edge of the woods remained flattened, as did the deep indentation in the grass where the stork had smashed down. The fairy tale's characters and components might be temporary, but the damage they caused was not. Hal wondered if they could all walk straight out of the woods, using that newly flattened path. But it wasn't to be. The protective thorny vines quickly grew back into place. "Well, I guess the Jack and the Beanstalk story is officially over," Abigail said in a shaky voice, peeking through her fingers. "At least the coast is clear now." They set off at a brisk pace toward the cabin. "What do we have left?" Darcy wondered aloud. "Little Red Riding Hood?" "I'm worried about that one," Abigail said. "Yeah, it has another wolf in it," Hal agreed. As they arrived at the cabin, Mrs. Hunter and the rest of the shapeshifters emerged blinking in the sunlight. Fenton joined them at the same time. It was good to be together again, with all the dangers gone, at least for now. After a good amount of staring at the spot where the giant and the beanstalk had disintegrated, they turned and looked at one another, taking stock of their appearances. Fenton was worn out from his axe-swinging. Darcy needed her hair washed and trimmed. Quite a few of them had cuts and scratches from the brambles in the woods. Abigail's thumb still bent slightly the wrong way. Lauren winced occasionally, suggesting that her back remained sore from sleeping on AP all night. Emily had a limp and several bruises from her fall. And Hal generally ached all over. "Well, class," Mrs. Hunter said at last. She had a number of scratches of her own. "I think we can safely say that this week is a bust. I propose we grab our things and hightail it out of here. Who has the feather?" Darcy patted her pocket. "Nice and safe here." Abigail held aloft the journal. "I need time to read this. Can we have some lunch before we go? Then I can flick through and—" "What?" Thomas exclaimed. "You want us to stay longer than we have to? I'm ready to leave. Who's with me?" Several hands shot up. Hal hesitated only because he wanted to side with Abigail. Still, the majority had the vote. It was decided. They would depart at once. "What about the box of Fables?" Emily asked. "Leave it." At least 3 people shouted. "I'm hungry," Robbie complained. "Can we make sandwiches for the road?" "No," Mrs. Hunter said. "Hurry, let's get out of here while we can." Still, Robbie grabbed a bowl of dusty apples from the living room table. There were only 6, so he handed them out to whoever asked first, then tossed the bowl aside. They started across the glade at a brisk pace. Hal cleaned the dust off his apple and bit into it. "You can have your half in a minute," he promised Abigail between mouthfuls. She murmured, holding the precious journal in front of her face as she walked. This starts with her throwing the box into a ravine and then traveling up a mountain. She's glad she doesn't have to drag the box up the steep slopes with her. "I'll bet," Hal muttered. "She's staying near a camp of friendly dwarfs and doing some fishing, and after that, she's walking back down the mountain again." Hal munched and checked all around. Not a soul to be seen on their nice, sunny afternoon stroll across the grass toward the ominous woods. Abigail glanced over. "Aren't you going to save me some of that apple?" He wanted to take another bite, but decided he was already slightly past the halfway point, so he sighed and handed it over. She stuffed the journal into the waistband of her pants so she could tear into her half of the fruit. Meanwhile, he licked the juice off his fingers and thumbs. He wondered if the apples had come from what had previously been the Temple of Orcs. They weren't in season right now, but an apple orchard in a pocket realm had proved that seasons could be fudged. "Oh no!" Dewey suddenly exclaimed from ahead. He'd turned to look over his shoulder and spotted something. Others did too, and their gasps raised goosebumps on Hal's forearms. "What? What?" Then he spun around and saw it, coming at them from the direction of the cabin. A tall, gangly man wearing a black top hat, a dark brown jacket, and dirty red pants. He carried an enormous pair of scissors in one hand. "Who let him out of the broom cupboard?" Fenton yelled. Hal had forgotten all about him. The red-legged scissor man hopped and leaped like an excitable deer, a nasty grin on his face. "I don't think anybody let him out," Darcy said in a shaky voice. "Someone must have sucked their thumb." Thomas let out a cry of disgust. "Who's the moron?" Nobody owned up, until Hal realized he was the culprit. Then he felt miserable. "Guys, I licked my fingers and thumb after eating the apple." After a startled pause, everyone immediately threw the rest of their apples away and wiped their hands on their pants. They must have realized how easy such a mistake could be made, because nobody said another word about it. The ghastly tailor man caught up to them in leaps and bounds. "Who's the naughty little sucker thumb?" he exclaimed, his gaze fixated on Hal. "I have warned you about that. And did you listen? Alack, alack. Now I must cut your thumbs clean off and they won't grow back, you know." "That's where you're wrong," Hal thought as he backpedaled. "Except that shifting's difficult at the moment, so—" With everyone yelling and sprinting in all directions, Hal suddenly found himself standing alone with the red-legged scissor man, who loomed over him, snipping his deadly tailor shears. Then Abigail grabbed Hal from behind and yanked him into the air. She rose quickly, but not quickly enough for his liking. He pulled his feet up in case the tall man's scissors severed a toe or two. "Enough with the thumbs!" Hal shouted down to him. The tailor leapt high, his scissors snipping, but to no avail. "You will learn the error of your ways, boy. Suck your thumb again, I dare you." "But I didn't." The ridiculous and humiliating accusation fired him up. Heat expanded in his chest, and he knew he was ready to let loose with a blast of fire, except Abigail dragged him higher and higher, well out of range. She was puffing and panting, though. She'd wear herself out any moment now, and then he'd be back on the ground. So he held on to his anger and kept the fire stoked in his chest. The red-legged scissor man stood motionless, watching him float away. Then he turned and ran, one of the oddest sights Hal had ever seen, like a man-shaped gazelle bounding across the grass. Abruptly, he vanished, simply faded out in the blink of an eye. But was he gone? Where was the end of this fairy tale? Hal let out his breath in a rush, and a few flames erupted. "You can put me down now." Abigail was already descending. She dumped him on the ground, then landed next to him, her face red from the exertion. "You're packing on the pounds, Hal." "What? I'm taller, that's all." Their friends came hurrying up. Mrs. Hunter was a little slower, but soon they clustered together once more. Nobody said much about the incident. What was there to comment on, other than reminding themselves not to suck their thumbs? The group resumed their walk to the perimeter. They were so close already that it only took another couple of minutes. When they arrived at the thick brambles, Darcy produced the phoenix feather and held it aloft. To everyone's relief, the bushes slowly rustled aside, and they edged forward onto the newly formed path. "We're finally getting out of this place," Hal thought. "No more fairy tales." Abigail had her nose stuck in the journal again, and Hal felt a need to guide her by the shoulders in case she strayed off the path. "Here we go," she said. "Rudy says here that she found the perfect place to settle down for a while, with a river to fish in, woods all around, and nobody to bother her. An empty cabin." "Sounds like here," a voice said from up ahead. "Yes, thank you, Robbie. It says she asked a traveling salesman about the place and bought a phoenix egg, so pretty much confirming what we knew." Abigail flipped the page. She got up in the morning and explored. The cabin was definitely empty, maybe abandoned, but she left the place alone, except to put the magical egg in the bird bath at the center of the property, went back to the woods, and started building a shack. Hal glanced over his shoulder. He didn't like how the brambles closed in so tightly behind. At the front of the group, Darcy held the feather high, and she had plenty of open space ahead of her. She really should be in the middle, not the front. "What's next, Abby?" Fenton asked. Abigail thumbed a few pages, a frown on her face, as she digested the information and summarized it. She enjoyed the solitude for a couple of weeks, and then a bunch of thorny bushes sprang up overnight, and suddenly she couldn't leave the glade. So she moved into the cabin. Then another couple of weeks passed, and the property owner showed up. "We know all that," Emily pointed out. "Skip to the end." "Be patient," Abigail complained. She turned another page. Okay, Simone returned with a phoenix feather, which meant Rudy could head out to her shack in the woods. And then there's talk of going on a fishing trip. She stopped reading and snapped the book shut. "That's it?" Thomas exclaimed. "Are you kidding? What a waste of time." "Yeah, nothing new there," Robbie agreed. "Well," Mrs. Hunter mused, "it is nice to confirm the story." "Yeah, but—" Dewey sounded puzzled, and everyone slowed a little so they could hear him over the constant rustling of bushes. If she went on a fishing trip— Something in his voice gave Hal a chill. "Yes, Dewey?" At this point, everybody stopped walking. The brambles stilled, and the group huddled together in the middle of it all. "Well, I mean, we found the fishing pole in her shack, and this journal. That proves she came back from her trip, right?" A long silence followed. It seemed everybody had missed the obvious. "But if she came back," Fenton said, "then where is she now?" Dewey shrugged. "Hiding? Hiding from what?" "And hiding where?" Thomas demanded. "We've been in every room of the cabin." They all chewed on that for a moment or two. Lauren was the first to speak. "Not every room. We never went up into the attic." Abigail sighed. "The attic?" "Oh, well, never mind," Darcy said with a nervous laugh. "Let's keep moving. The road is just ahead." "Hold up, Darcy," Abigail said. "Oh, man. Guys, the attic." Mrs. Hunter firmly shook her head. "No, absolutely not. We are leaving." Abigail pushed past the others to confront her. "We can't go without knowing. She obviously came back from her fishing trip. What if she's up in her attic room, maybe trapped or hurt?" The teacher sighed. And what if Rudy simply likes her privacy and always planned to keep to herself? For a whole week? And with all the noise and everything falling apart? Hal had to agree it seemed odd to stay quiet as a mouse in an attic with a giant stomping about on the roof. "Mrs. Hunter," Abigail persisted, "we need to go back and take a look. If she's not there, then no big deal. If she is, well." As it happened, it seemed Mrs. Hunter had already changed her mind. Yes, of course. We can't go home without knowing for certain." Abigail could be pretty persuasive, but Hal had mixed feelings about going back. He suspected Rudy was up in the attic. A lady with a wolf's head? The box of Fables wouldn't pass up the opportunity to use her in the as-yet untold story of Little Red Riding Hood. Returning now meant walking into potential danger, and he had no shape-shifting powers to protect them with. Chapter 17. Into the Attic. "Abigail is right," Mrs. Hunter said. "The attic needs investigating. However, I will be the one to pop back and check." Her announcement brought a chorus of exclamations. "No way! Not on your own! We're coming with you! Mom, forget it!" She had to raise her hands to ward off the barrage of complaints. "Now that's enough. I'm in charge here, and your parents would have my head if I knowingly let you walk into that place after everything that's happened. So we'll continue onward until we're on the main road and outside the protected zone, and then I alone will head back to the cabin." "But enough. There's nothing more to say." The group grumbled about her decision as they resumed the trek. Shortly after, they all stepped out onto the road, the very place they'd bumped into Chester, the traveling salesman. Last night's rainfall had made the surface a little muddy, and puddles remained in the wheel ruts. On the other hand, the grassy banks were a vibrant green. "Mrs. Hunter," Abigail pleaded, "it's not very responsible to go alone. What if something happens to you? How would we know? Take at least a couple of us with you." But the woman was resolved to her task. She took the feather from Darcy. "I don't expect to be long. Stay here. While I'm away, I have some homework for you." "Are you serious?" Thomas griped. "Here, in the middle of the road?" She smiled. "Pluck as many different wildflowers as you can. One of each. The challenge is to find 20 before I return." "20!" Emily exclaimed. "Ah, flowers," Thomas said with disgust. "Flowers are for sissies." Hal had no interest whatsoever in a wildflower assignment, and he suspected Mrs. Hunter didn't either. Her aim was to keep them occupied. She set off, feather held high as she plunged into the brambles once more. Everyone watched as the spiky, jagged thickets closed in after her. The sinister rustling went on for a while after. When it eventually faded, Abigail clapped her hands and grinned. "All right, so Hal and I are going after her. Maybe Darcy can move the plants aside again, so you can all follow?" "Wait, what?" Robbie said, blinking at them. "She said to wait here. We have wildflowers to pick before she—" "Oh, shut up," Thomas retorted. "I'm not standing around here like a lemon. Darcy, get to work." Hal allowed Abigail to drag him onto the grassy bank until they stood before the wall of thorns. When she sprouted her wings and moved into place behind him, he felt a need to state the obvious. "Hang on a minute. Are you sure you can carry me all the way to the glade? What if you get tired halfway and drop me into the bushes?" "I won't," she assured him. "Yeah, but you couldn't get past the barrier before, so—" "That's because I didn't have enough weight. Carrying you, I'll have all the weight I need, and then some." Before he could comment on that, she threw her arms around him from behind and held tight. A second later, her wings buzzed noisily, and she hauled him off the ground. She rose above the brambles and picked up speed, heading into the woods and leaving everyone else behind. Some of the others called after them. "Hey, wait for us!" Their voices were already fading into the distance. Get on with it, Darcy, Emily urged. Make us a tunnel. Abigail moved fast, zipping between the trees while clinging tight to Hal. He watched fearfully as his feet brushed over the nasty, dense vegetation. It seemed to bristle with anger, like an infuriated porcupine turning its quivering rear end toward them. Please don't drop me, please don't drop me. His anxiety began to ebb as the brightness of the glade shone ahead. Another 15 or 20 seconds and... Ah! Abigail groaned. Hal tensed. What's wrong? We're at the barrier. He could feel it, a weird sensation as though the air were thick and spongy. She leaned into it, her wings buzzing like crazy, and yet they hardly progressed at all. She tired quickly. I really thought I could just push through, but... Hal felt sick, partly from the fear of being dropped into razor-sharp brambles, but also because of the oppressive density in the air. Abigail was right, though. The extra weight she carried was enough to push through, and she suddenly shot free. Hal skimmed closer to the tops of the bushes, and he pulled his feet up as high as he could. Please don't drop me. Abigail rose suddenly, and he thought they were about to collide with a thick, low-hanging branch. Then he realized the branch was her target, and he scrambled to get hold of it. She waited until he was secure before releasing him. Woo! She gasped, dropping heavily onto the same branch a little farther out. Sorry, have to rest. You promised you wouldn't drop me, he complained, peering down at a nest of painful-looking barbs below. I didn't drop you. You nearly did. Well, nearly isn't the same as actually. She grinned at him. Look, we're safe, right? Give me a minute, and then we'll do the last little bit. It's not far now. And anyway... She lowered her voice as she looked out through the woods. We don't want to beat Mrs. Hunter to it. They waited patiently, unmoving, for a good 5 minutes, until it seemed likely that their teacher was well on her way across the glade to the cabin. That gave Abigail time to regain her strength. Ready? She whispered. The rest of the flight was quick and uneventful, and they landed safely in the glade. Mrs. Hunter was arriving at the cabin in the distance and cautiously ducking under the twisted front door frame, which had no door attached. The moment she disappeared from sight, Abigail tugged on Hal's hand. Let's go. They jogged the whole way. Hal glanced over his shoulder once, expecting Darcy and the rest to emerge through some kind of Dryad tunnel, but there was no sign of them yet. Mrs. Hunter's going to be mad when she finds out we completely ignored her instructions, he whispered, but she can't expect us to hang back. We're shapeshifters. Even when some of us are not, Abigail agreed. All was quiet when they reached the cabin. Hal entered first, listening carefully as he picked his way past fallen rafters and debris and watching where he trod so he didn't make too much noise. Abigail stuck close. As they stole through the living room toward the hallway, Hal realized she was breathing hard. Not only breathing hard, but gasping. Abby, what's wrong? He said, turning to face her. She'd wrapped her arms around her upper body. I'm just really cold all of a sudden. Puzzled, he watched her shivering. He had to admit, it was a little cooler than he remembered. The fire in the hearth had died ages ago, and it seemed a deathly chill had crept in, probably because of the open door and smashed windows. Although it didn't seem as cool outside. He plucked at his shirt. I have an extra layer you can have. She frowned and shook her head. I don't think that'll help much. Sure it will. Smart clothes have warming magic. That's why we don't wear coats. He started to tug at the outer layer, but she stopped him. I need something thicker. Frowning, he stared at her. Something was off. Her gaze darted everywhere as if seeking a specific item. Perhaps that folded wool blanket on the armchair that Mrs. Hunter had enjoyed on their first night. Or a grey shawl hanging on the coat stand. There was a long scarf, too. But Abigail drifted toward the closet, set in the wall near the kitchen. That was where coats and shoes were kept. Hal fell in step behind her. "Abby, it's really not that cold," he said, trying to figure her out. "Maybe you have a fever?" "I still need a thicker layer," she stammered. "It's so weird, but I feel like there's—" She didn't finish, but instead pulled the closet door open and leaned inside. A moment later, her eyes widened. She stepped halfway into the confined space, plucked an item from a hook, and slowly pulled it on. "Oh, Abby." She gave a wry smile. I guess it was calling my name. Color flushed her cheeks, and she stopped shivering the moment she buttoned the bright red coat. Tentatively, she pulled the hood up and gazed out from under it. "Well, I think we know for sure which fairy tale we're in now. Come on." Stalking past him, she headed for the hallway. Hal wanted to yank the hood down and maybe pull the coat off her shoulders, but he had a feeling he'd only be delaying the story. This was obviously the box of Fables idea of Little Red Riding Hood, but what exactly did it have planned? "Rudy's definitely here," Hal muttered as he caught up to Abigail in the hallway. As they'd expected, the hatch to the attic hung down, and a wooden ladder stood there. Above, darkness awaited. Abigail swallowed and nodded. "Rudy must be the wolf in the story as we guessed. If we go up there, she'll pretend to be Grandma. I'm going to comment on her big ears and teeth, and I might not be able to stop myself." "That's okay," Hal said. "I'll be right there with you." Taking deep breaths, they headed for the ladder, and Abigail insisted she go up first in case the story required it. Hal stuck close to her heels until both of them stood in the darkness of the attic above. It wasn't completely black at the far end. Beyond a dozen or so angled roof supports, bits of furniture had been laid out to form an isolated living room. A small side table holding a glowing lamp, a single low bookcase filled with tomes, a rug on the hardwood floor, and an armchair. And in the armchair sat a heavily shawled figure. She looked like an old woman, hunched over and reading a book, with her feet propped up on a stool. On the side table, next to the lamp, sat a mug of what smelled like steaming hot chocolate. "So where's Mrs. Hunter in this version of the story?" he whispered. "Did Rudy eat her?" Abigail shrugged and edged forward. The attic was cold, and even Hal felt the chill. It occurred to him that the structure had no apparent damage, despite what the giant had done on the outside. That didn't seem right. He was pretty sure the angry monster had stomped over the entire roof, tearing up tiles and punching holes everywhere, yet not a single pinprick of daylight could be seen. The shrouded figure in the armchair tensed, then lowered her book. She twisted her head toward them, and both Hal and Abigail gasped at the sight of the large, furry snout, black nose, yellow eyes, and silver-gray hair. "Who goes there?" she said in a soft, gravelly voice. "It's us," Abigail offered. "Friends of Miss Simone. You're Rudy, aren't you?" The woman stared intently, then reached up to push her shawl back a little. Large ears popped into view, and they twitched and rotated slightly as Hal and Abigail approached. "I am." She spoke in a somewhat strangled voice, her teeth bared. "Don't come any closer." "My goodness," Abigail said softly. "What big ears you have." "Oh, no." Hal gently tugged at her arm, but she seemed not to notice his presence. Rudy's eyes narrowed, her words squeezed out between her fangs. "The better to hear you with, my child." Leaning close to Abigail, Hal pulled her hood down and whispered sharply, "Hey, snap out of it. We're not playing that game." Abigail shook him off and stepped closer to the shawled woman. "What big eyes you have." She wasn't wrong. The Wulver now wore an alarmed expression. "The better to, she said with a grimace. Losing her internal battle, the phrase rushed out of her mouth. "The better to see you with, my dear." Hal could see where this was going. With fear growing in his heart, he rushed in front of Abigail and blocked her view. Wake up, Abby. This is the box of Fables working its magic on you. Remember how you nearly pushed Mrs. Hunter into the oven? If you keep this up, the Wulver will eat you. A frown flickered across Abigail's forehead. The reminder of Mrs. Hunter had Hal concerned. Where is she, anyway? He swung around to face the woman in the armchair. Where's Mrs. Hunter? Did she come up here? Yes, Rudy gasped. She struggled upright in her chair and threw the shawl off. It seemed to release her from some of the fairy tale magic, and she leaned forward as if to stand up. But I sent her back down to end this. Confused, Hal blinked at her. End it? End it how? Rudy bared her teeth. I've been stuck here since you arrived and brought that box with you. It's grown more powerful than ever before. Her glare bore into him. You need to get her out of here. Mrs. Hunter? I don't even know where she... Not the woman downstairs. She gestured sharply toward Abigail. Her! Get her out of here! The wolf-headed woman again struggled to stand, her hands gripping the arms of the chair with enough force to dig her fingers deep into the fabric. But she seemed glued down, unable to drag herself loose. Then Abigail stumbled forward. What big hands you have! Oh, shut up, Abby! Hal snapped. The Wulver groaned and squeezed her eyes shut. The better to hug you with. With that said, she shot Hal another fierce glare and snarled, Get her out of here. Don't let her speak again, or I won't be able to stop myself. Hal got it. In the story, Little Red Riding Hood commented on Grandma's ears, eyes, hands, and finally her big teeth, and then Grandma pounced and ate the poor girl. At this rate, the box of Fables would compel Rudy to act like an animal. He swung around to Abigail and roughly yanked at the red coat, popping off the buttons and tugging it open. Without it, maybe the magic would fade. But it was no easy task to get the coat off her while she clasped it so tightly. Meanwhile, she looked past him, over his shoulder, her wide-eyed gaze fixed on the Wulver. She said, What big— No! Hal yelled, clamping his hand across her mouth and pushing her backward so hard that she stumbled and fell. He went with her, and they struggled on the hard floor. She thrashed her head about in an effort to squeeze out the words. What big, what, Abby, stop. If you say it, Rudy will eat you. Knowing he was possibly saving Abigail's life, Hal's determination clicked up several notches, and he fought until he had her head clasped like a football in his arms, with his hand firmly across her mouth. She squirmed and lashed out at him, but he ignored every slap and punch and hung on tight, hoping she'd tire, or the magic would wear off, or someone would arrive to help him. Amid her muffled cries, Hal heard other noises downstairs that he couldn't identify, strange groans, thuds, and bangs. Something was happening. Something big, but he had no idea what. One thing at a time. Where was Mrs. Hunter? What could she possibly be doing to end this? Was she causing all the noise? I think the spell is breaking, Rudy said. She was on her feet. Taking short, heavy steps with leaden feet, the Wulver moved toward him. She was definitely more fearsome than a feeble little grandma in a shawl. It was hard to tell her age, but she moved like she might be coiled and ready to spring into the air, and those fangs were no joke. Abigail gradually calmed down. Was it over? Hal was afraid to let go, but he couldn't silence her forever. Are you done? He asked her. He listened again to the racket downstairs, more thuds and groans that reverberated throughout the cabin. In fact, it sounded like the noise was the cabin itself. Sorry, he said, and slowly released his tight grip across her mouth. Don't say the words, he warned. Abigail flexed her face and licked her lips, then struggled to sit up. In a sudden frenzy, she threw off the bright red coat. Stupid thing, making me into a puppet like that. Climbing to her feet, she twisted around to face him. What is going on downstairs? Rudy moved closer. Framed in the lamplight, her wolf ears stuck up high. The lady is too late. Mrs. Hunter, Hal said. Too late for what? The Wulver sighed. Let's get out of this attic. Hal and Abigail followed Rudy down the ladder into the hallway below. The box? Rudy demanded. Hal nodded toward Emily's room. In there. But how about explaining a few things? What's all the noise? Where's Mrs. Hunter? What do you mean you've been stuck in the attic all this time? All of his questions fell on rather large but deaf ears as the wolf lady marched into Emily and Lauren's room. She stopped just inside and stared down at the box. It sat there on the floor, the lid closed, perfectly innocent and ordinary, yet with a distinct purple glow shining through the gap around the lid. I would love to destroy this infernal box forever, she growled. I've tried many, many times. It always returns to haunt me, and this time it's far more powerful. Rudy, Hal said, sliding around in front of her so she had no choice but to see him. Please explain what's going on. Start with Mrs. Hunter. Where is she and what? It was only then that he noticed the walls vibrating. He stared in amazement. The solid log structure shimmied and shook, and while that in itself made no sound, elsewhere the groans and thuds continued. Determined to get to the bottom of it, Hal raced from the bedroom, down the hallway, and into the living room where most of the racket came from. The room was in turmoil. Furniture floated a few inches off the floor, turning slowly. A rug rolled and unrolled. Firewood spun end over end. The walls shook. Near the window frames, shards of glass picked up from the floor and rotated in slow motion as if underwater. Above, rafters shifted. Gaps that had been punched in the roof mended themselves and closed up. Dust and debris rose to the ceiling and deposited itself evenly on every available surface and in nooks and crannies, where it had been before the giant had dislodged it. The front door, which earlier had hung from its twisted hinges, straightened and renewed itself, then settled neatly into its newly repaired frame. At the same moment, the floating glass around the room returned to its original location and melded together. Hal blinked rapidly. Was he dreaming? Was everything really going backward, the damage being reversed? It sure seemed that way. Oh my, Abigail whispered. Rudy sighed. The box is resetting. So it's repairing all the damage? Hal asked. Whatever fairy tales you requested have played out. Now the box is putting everything back. But that's great, Abigail exclaimed. It's finally over. You don't understand, Rudy growled. I didn't say this was over. If a tale doesn't end the way it's supposed to, everything starts again. The box is resetting. Everything that's happened here since yesterday will repeat until it's done right. Chapter 18. The Reset. The freaky rebuilding of the house unnerved Hal, and he headed outside with Abigail, where it was much calmer. In the distance, the rest of the shapeshifters had made it through the prickly undergrowth and were now hurrying across the glade. Reinforcements were on the way. "Who are you people?" Rudy demanded. Hal introduced himself and Abigail and added, "We're friends of Miss Simone. We came to do some studying." "And that lady?" "Mrs. Hunter. She's our teacher and the mom of—" "I sent her to destroy the egg," Rudy interrupted. "What? Why?" Not too far away, a sudden crash caused them all to pause. The ruins of the Hansel and Gretel cottage were lifting off the ground. Roof tiles, splintered rafters, chimney bricks, wallboards, bits of twisted furniture, all of it swirled into the air. Rudy took a moment to collect her thoughts before speaking. "It's different this time. The box doesn't usually conjure anything substantial. Fairy tales have always been playful apparitions." Abigail narrowed her eyes. "That's what the old man said when he sold us the box. We assumed he was wrong. So you're saying the characters from the fairy tales are supposed to be harmless ghosts? Indeed. Lively, true to form, and often frightening, yet harmless on a separate plane of existence. What about the giant wolf? An insubstantial, ethereal figure. And the beanstalk? The giant? Spectres. Goldilocks? Dame Gothel? The wolf woman gave her a sidelong glance. Wraiths! And now I'm running out of descriptors. Come on! Hal could hardly believe what he was hearing. But if the beanstalk is supposed to be a phantom, how would real people climb to the top and meet the giants? Ah, a valid question. I did so myself once, many years ago. You climbed a phantom beanstalk? I thought I did. Rudy paused for effect. The box's magic works in mysterious ways. I truly believed I'd climbed into the sky. Yet my father watched me simply standing there, looking upward and moving my arms about. The box is a master of illusion, or at least it used to be. Yeah, well, they're not illusions anymore, Hal said shortly. We really did climb into the sky. And the red-legged scissor man cut Abby's thumb off. To help prove his point, Abigail gave a thumbs up. It was still a little off-kilter, and most likely would stay that way. And the wolf nearly blew the cabin down, she said. Those definitely weren't ghosts. I agree, Rudy nodded. That's my point. They're not ghosts. And I believe the phoenix egg is to blame. It was hard to know what to say to that. Bits of the Hansel and Gretel cottage continued to swirl in the air, rising higher and higher before dissipating in a wispy cloud of dust. And now the box is resetting? Hal asked. Rudy nodded. It always does. Each fairy tale replays until the story is done to its satisfaction. If you skip the ending, it will start over and try again. Until you get it right. Until we die horribly, you mean? Abigail exclaimed. Like getting pushed into an oven? Eaten by a wolf? Exactly. Usually it's no more than an unpleasant experience within your mind. Now it's deadly. Rudy growled softly. How many fairy tales did you request? Well, one for each of us. And how many of you are there? 9. The Wulver growled softly. 9. And I'll bet the tales are all jumbled together as well. She shook her head in disgust. Let's destroy the egg before the unfinished tales start over. Perhaps then the box will conjure harmless ghosts, and you can safely play out the dreadful scenes and get it over with. They found Mrs. Hunter in the picnic area, kneeling on the grass next to the bird bath. Her eyes narrowed when she saw Hal and Abigail. I clearly told you not to follow me. Then she cast her gaze skyward, like you ever listen to a word I say. What are you doing? Abigail asked. Mrs. Hunter peered down at the shiny, scarlet-colored phoenix egg. I tried throwing it to the ground and stamping on it, but it wouldn't break. It's a tough egg. Rudy sighed. How hard did you try? Mrs. Hunter stood up and faced her. Though they'd met in the attic already, she took a moment to study the wolf-headed lady before replying. I admit it's hard to destroy such a wonderful phoenix egg. It's so rare, and even if it weren't— Stand back, Rudy insisted. As Hal, Abigail, and Mrs. Hunter drew in a dismayed breath, the Wulver slammed her boot down on the egg. It refused to cave in. She stared down at the unharmed egg. Well, I suppose that's not a great surprise. At that moment, the rest of Hal's friends arrived. Robbie, Lauren, Darcy, Emily, Thomas, Fenton, and Dewey were out of breath and red-faced. They slowed at the sight of Rudy. She's real, Thomas exclaimed. Everyone came together. Mrs. Hunter made very quick introductions, and there was a collective murmur of greeting. Rudy nodded at them, her nostrils twitching, probably because of all the newly arrived scents. We need to get rid of the egg, Hal explained. The fairy tales are supposed to be phantoms, but the egg is messing with the box's magic. Stamping on it doesn't work. Stamp harder, Fenton retorted. Go ahead, young man, Rudy said. Fenton rose to the challenge. He marched over and, without hesitation, stomped down hard on the scarlet egg. As before, it refused to be crushed, and he stumbled and almost fell. It's as hard as a rock, he exclaimed in disgust. Abigail shoved him aside. There's another way. I can fly it away from here. Will that work? The Wulver slowly turned to face her. I beg your pardon? You'll fly it out of here? There's no time to explain, Abigail said. She sprouted wings through the back of her silky shirt. Rudy gaped. What? You have wings? Something appeared to click, and her frown turned into understanding. You said you were friends of Simone, the owner of this place. You're shapeshifters like her. Sort of, Hal muttered. I mean, yes, we are. But some of us lost our powers because we're, well, dangerous. The Wulver nodded. The egg sees you as threats. Wait, stop! Her warning came too late. Abigail had stooped to pick up the egg. Ooh, it's warm. I can feel the energy coming off it. Okay, so I'll be back in a... She trailed off and frowned. Darcy pointed. Abby? Your wings are all droopy. Thomas began to laugh. That's so sad. What? Abigail tried to twist around to peer over her shoulder, but even the fact that she couldn't see her large insectoid wings sticking out sent her into a panic. What's happened? They hung limp from her shoulders, looking like they'd been drenched in water. All the sparkle and energy had leaked out. Rudy huffed and absently stroked at her whiskers. The egg nullified your magic. That's what phoenixes do. They soak up all the surrounding magic in the area to use for their fiery reincarnation. An egg works differently and takes only from what it perceives as a threat. However, it's reasonable to expect a strong reaction to being physically touched. You got too close, Abigail. The egg suddenly saw you as a threat and drained you of magic. But I wasn't going to hurt it, Abigail protested. The cabin chose that moment to stop creaking and groaning, and a calm swept across the field. With the sun beating down and the sky so blue, it seemed like a perfect spring day. But something ominous hung in the air as though a storm were brewing. Hal could feel it in his gut. So now what? Abigail said, with dismay, as she reached behind and gently tugged at a limp wing. Oh, phoenixes are such a nuisance. The way I see it, Robbie drawled, staring into space and rubbing his chin, we should skedaddle. You have my vote, Thomas agreed. Rudy, how long before the fairy tales restart? Hal asked. The woman shrugged. Minutes? Hours? And will they keep playing forever, or will they stop eventually if we're not here to be part of them? Rudy frowned. Well, I do recall growing bored of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs, and I left the box alone. The dwarfs pestered me for hours, but all was quiet the next day. Then it settled. Mrs. Hunter placed a hand on Lauren's shoulder and nudged her to start moving. We're leaving. Again. I have the feather. We all have legs. We'll simply walk across the field like normal people. Let's go. She set off at a brisk pace. Everyone fell in behind her, even Rudy, who seemed to have no better plan in mind. Hal took Abigail's hand and squeezed it. She looked so forlorn. Worse than simply being unable to shapeshift, she'd shifted and then lost her magic. She was a non-magical fairy and couldn't even retract her droopy wings. How about telling us your side of the story, Rudy? Emily suggested. Mrs. Hunter glanced over her shoulder. Indeed. Explain why you were in the attic this whole time. You could have helped us. At the very back of the group, the Wulver sighed. No, I really couldn't. I was incapacitated. You see, I got rid of that box long before I arrived at this place. I threw it into a ravine. The box smashed into little pieces. I was finally rid of it. A few days later, I came here and found this lovely, secluded, empty place. We know that part, Thomas griped. Skip to the bit where you sat around in the attic and let your box nearly kill us. Thomas, Mrs. Hunter warned him. Manners! Rudy's ears twitched. It's because of the egg. It's only meant to cast a field of protection, but it seems to be interfering with the box's magic. I returned from my fishing trip a little earlier than planned, spent a night in my shack, then heard you arriving. Suddenly, I was gripped by a powerful force. After that, my memory is somewhat foggy. Before I knew it, I was seated comfortably in my attic room as if I had sleepwalked. I heard voices downstairs and purple light rose through the floor. Then I understood. The box of Fables had found me once more, and someone had opened it, but this time it was different, far more powerful. The purple light sought me out, it curled around me, gripped me hard, possessed me. I couldn't move or cry out. I was imprisoned. You poor thing, Emily said. You've been trapped since yesterday morning. Robbie whistled. You really must need the bathroom. However Rudy dealt with that problem, or even if she did, it wasn't something she offered to talk about. I slipped in and out of consciousness, the Wulver explained. A dream state of sorts. I wandered aimlessly in a land of make-believe, drifting here and there. And the whole time I heard shouts and screams, bangs and thuds, a terrible wind battering the cabin, a giant thumping around on the roof. Even in my dream state, I realized what was happening to all of you. Meanwhile, the box held me in the wings, so to speak, off stage, waiting to play my role as the Grandma Wolf. She gazed at Abigail. If you'd uttered those final words about what big teeth I have, I truly believe I'd have been compelled to— Abigail swallowed. Eat me for dinner? Rudy grimaced. The box's power is stronger than ever. I have to assume the Phoenix Egg's magic is enhancing its effects. Hal and many others kept sneaking glances at her. Of all the amazing magical creatures in New Earth, a wolf-headed woman wasn't exactly the most remarkable. Yet, she had a strangeness about her. Maybe it was because she passed for a human, but had a face nobody could read, like a person wearing a mask. By this time, they'd reached the edge of the glade, and Mrs. Hunter had her phoenix feather out. Rudy withdrew one too, and everyone looked at her in surprise. But of course, she had her own. Miss Simone had given it to her. With two feathers working in tandem, the thorny bushes rustled and quivered, then quickly parted to allow passage. Hal smiled. With Mrs. Hunter at the front and Rudy at the rear, the path wouldn't close in so tightly behind them. Much better. The group walked single file through the dense woods, eager to be well away from the box of Fables. Rudy, how many times have you tried to get rid of the box? Thomas called back along the line. Shush! Emily hissed. Thomas halted and swung around. Don't tell me to shush. I just want to know. No, really, be quiet, Emily whispered. Does anyone else hear that? That caused everyone to halt and stand perfectly still. Then Robbie muttered, Don't hear anything. At that moment, twigs cracked, and a low growl permeated the thickets. I hear it, Rudy muttered. It's a wolf, a big one straight ahead. Let's quietly turn and head back. Nobody questioned her. The group spun around and started tiptoeing. The Wulver led the way now, and she crouched low as she walked, following the path as it reopened before her. Bright daylight shone through the branches ahead. Despair filled Hal's chest. They were so close to escaping this place. Now the giant wolf had returned and was herding them back to the cabin. If only he could transform. Growing frustrated, he formulated a simple plan. They had to take the egg far away from the box of Fables, or the box away from the egg. It didn't matter which got moved as long as one of them did. It would be easiest to pick up the egg and run with it. But whoever picked it up would lose whatever remained of their magic. Maybe Abigail will do it, he thought, watching her droopy wings flop from side to side as she walked. She's already lost hers. Or they could get rid of the box instead, even smash it into pieces with the axe. It would likely come back, but maybe not soon enough to matter. If I could turn into a dragon, I'd fly it so far away that... He shook his head. Being normal was a nuisance. The rustling of the giant wolf grew more pronounced, causing the group to hasten their retreat to the glade. They burst into sunlight and picked up their pace, fearing an attack on open ground. Nobody said anything. All of them were too busy puffing and panting as they hurried along. The wolf howled, and the noise in the forest increased. The prickly undergrowth probably angered it. "Run!" Thomas urged. Some of the others did, but Mrs. Hunter hadn't sprinted in a decade or more. Luckily, Dewey could still transform. This would be the second time he'd allowed her to climb on to escape the giant wolf. He trotted alongside Rudy. "Need a ride?" She staggered backward in shock at the sight of him, and it took a moment to regain her composure. Yes, that would be wonderful." Dewey galloped away. Since the grown-ups were taken care of, the shapeshifters focused on themselves and ran at full speed, pounding across the field toward the newly restored cabin. Behind them, the wolf leapt from the trees amid a shower of twigs and leaves, with remnants of thorny vines trailing from its shaggy fur. "It's gonna catch us," Hal thought in panic, suddenly wishing he were Dewey. The centaur had already made it to the cabin and was depositing his passengers at the door. "Should we spread out?" Emily wailed. Darcy was quick to answer. "What, so it only kills one of us?" "It's all right for you, Darcy," Robbie moaned. "You can turn invisible and hide. The rest of us are dead." The wolf thudded closer, a growl in its throat. It really was a reset. Running from the big bad wolf again, Hal thought in dismay. Only this time, there's no Hansel and Gretel cabin nearby. Even with Dewey galloping back to pick up another couple of passengers, there was no way the other 6 were making it out alive. Abigail's wings flopped uselessly. Robbie could barely manage a few extra inches of height, and the rest... "Fire! Keep going!" Hal yelled. He skidded to a halt and spun around to face the wolf. Hearing Abigail protesting, he glanced over his shoulder. "Abby, go!" The wolf came tearing up. At 3 times the normal size, it would rip into him within seconds, maybe even toss him aside like a rag doll and continue after the others. Robbie was right. They were dead. But he grimaced and stood his ground, waiting for its jaws to open. All the while, the fire in his chest built up, hotter and hotter, until he released it all at once in a searing ball of flames, directly into the wolf's face. He dropped to the grass at the same time. Blinded by the blast of heat and smoke, the monster yelped and stumbled over him before grinding to a halt. Whining and huffing, it shook its head and spent a moment using its front paws to try and rub the pain away. Hal rolled onto his hands and knees, amazed that he hadn't been trampled. He still ached all over, and these kinds of stunts weren't helping, but at least he'd bought a few extra seconds for his friends to escape. Dewey galloped closer to pick up a couple more, Darcy and Emily, while Lauren, Thomas, Fenton, Robbie, and Abigail kept running. The cabin wasn't far now. The wolf seemed more interested in its roasted snout than catching the escapees. As Hal got to his feet and backed away, the thorn-covered beast turned to face him. With yellow eyes narrowed and teeth bared, the wolf lowered its head and tensed, ready to pounce. More fire, Hal thought in desperation. But he had nothing to give. His chest felt cold, and the wolf sensed it. The growling grew stronger, and Hal turned to run, for what good that would do. In the back of his mind, he knew running was the worst thing he could do with any animal on the attack, but he doubted standing his ground would help anyway. Not anymore. With a savage roar, the wolf leapt on him. Hal yelled as the beast's paws slammed into his back and pinned him to the ground. The next second or two were a bit of a blur. He felt the giant jaws sinking into his flesh, but suddenly those teeth felt more like a mild irritation gnawing on his back. When he realized he'd transformed, he twisted around to fling the startled wolf off. Even as the canine scrambled to keep its footing, Hal whacked it with a hard swing of his tail. "I transformed!" The wolf lay dazed on its side on the grass, its tongue lolling. With a triumphant roar, Hal stood tall and spread his wings. He blasted the air with fire, and not too far away, his friends cheered and whooped from the safety of the cabin doorway. Before his power could wear off, and before his adrenaline ebbed, Hal curled his claws around the wolf's torso and launched as fast as possible, eager to get airborne while he could. He felt a powerful resistance in the air as he pushed through the protection spell, but then he was away, tearing off over the trees with the limp wolf. Flying felt amazing. The surge of joy and rush of power caused him to bellow for all he was worth. Birds fluttered up from the treetops and scattered to the wind. He fully expected his roar to echo across the landscape and for people in the nearest towns and villages to look fearfully to the sky. His plan was simple. He would dump the wolf somewhere far away from the cabin. It didn't matter where, as long as it had no time to hurry back and start over with its huffing and puffing. But he had to be quick, before his adrenaline and therefore his magic wore off. Something felt wrong. He glanced down and stared in disbelief. The wolf was semi-transparent. It had developed a ghost-like quality and weighed nothing at all. The unconscious creature slowly but surely faded away. Chapter 19. Night of Madness. Hal pondered the wolf's disappearance as he flew down to land near the cabin. He reverted to human form and rushed to meet his friends as they came out the front door. "Guys, the wolf disappeared. It vanished as I was flying away across the woods. Do you know what that means?" He realized everyone was staring at him with curious expressions, and he faltered. "Hal," Abigail said, "why didn't you stay in dragon form? Quick, change back. We could use your help." He gasped and quickly tried to transform, and failed. "Oh, no!" Thomas pointed at him. "You, sir, are an idiot." But Robbie gave the red-headed boy a shove. "Shut up. He just saved our bacon, including yours." A chorus of grateful voices rang out. "Yeah, well done, Hal." "Thanks, Hal. That was so brave." "You're the man." "What were you thinking? You could have died." That last one was a white-faced Mrs. Hunter. She looked like she might be about to faint from the stress of being the responsible adult. Hal shrugged. "I did what any of you would have. Not the fire-breathing part, but, using whatever ability you have to help the others." He was surprised at the solemn silence. Darcy, Lauren, and Fenton nodded in agreement. Robbie grinned and gave a thumbs up. Thomas merely shrugged, but even he seemed impressed. Rudy's expression was wolfishly unfathomable. She had her head tilted to one side, with her ears pricked up. Abigail sighed and stepped over to give Hal a long hug. "Thank you. Some of us would be all chewed up into pieces by now." She pulled back and narrowed her eyes. "What were you saying about the wolf vanishing? It ran away again, you mean?" Hal's excitement returned. "No, I mean it vanished into thin air as soon as it was out of range of the box's magic." Dewey frowned. But the highest part of the beanstalk was also out of range, up in the clouds. Why didn't that disappear? Rudy had an answer. The beanstalk grew out of the ground. The magic flowed up it, then created the cloud cover, then the giants. Fenton snapped his fingers. "So even though I didn't chop it all the way through, it was enough to cut the magic off?" "That's why it died," Darcy said, with a hand over her heart. "Okay," Hal said. "So taking characters and things far away from the box will make them fade. Or we can take the box far away from here, what is that?" The ground had started rumbling. Everyone looked around in alarm. Then, as if it had overheard their conversation, a new beanstalk erupted from the grass not far away. It grew at about the same pace as Darcy's hair, fast enough to— Hal did a double take. Darcy's hair was lengthening. She hadn't noticed yet, but it was definitely regrowing. Rapunzel was back. "Oh no," Lauren moaned. "It's happening again. Darcy, your hair." And in a completely random spot on the open ground, bricks appeared out of nowhere and began swirling around and around, forming the base of Dame Gothel's tower that would soon reach 4 stories high. "We can stop this," Rudy urged. "Grab the box. We'll carry it deep into the woods until it's out of range of these new creations. They'll fade away, and it will be over." Hal nodded and headed indoors. "Fenton, help me!" The 2 boys tore through the living room and down the hall to Emily's room. There, they stopped in amazement. The box of Fables had opened itself wide. The lid stood upright, and a dazzling glow emanated from within. The purple swirl of light rose through the ceiling. Hal slammed the lid shut, abruptly cutting it off. "Grab an end," he said. Together, they picked up the box and hurried through the cabin, with Hal reversing most of the way down the narrow hallway, twisting awkwardly to see where he was going. It was easier once outside. They could both walk forward with the box held to their sides. By this time, the beanstalk had grown to 15 feet or so, and Darcy's hair draped on the grass. She looked miserable and kept glancing around, obviously expecting Dame Gothel to show up. Everyone else seemed mesmerized by the growth of the stalk, which sprouted leaves as it twisted and creaked its way skyward. "Where shall we take the box?" Hal asked. Fenton shrugged. "Does it matter?" "Toward the road, I guess. Same as before." "I can help," Dewey announced, abruptly shifting into his centaur form. "Put it on my back." There was no way to simply balance it there, so Hal climbed on first, and then Fenton hefted the box up to him. While they were busy doing that, Rudy handed Dewey her feather, which he gripped with reverence before setting off at a brisk trot. Holding tight to the box, Hal smiled to himself. This was much easier and quicker than walking. "Be careful," Abigail called after him. "Piece of cake," Hal thought. "We'll be away from here in no time." He was wrong. The box lid suddenly flew open toward him, smacking into his forehead and making him yell out in pain. It hit him so hard that he toppled sideways off his mount, and the box fell with him. They both crashed down onto the grass. Dazed, Hal sat up and blinked. "Ow." "Are you all right?" Dewey exclaimed, clip-clopping about in an agitated circle. "Can you get back on? Hurry before—" He broke off. They both stared at the box, which had, either by accident or by magic, landed upright with its lid still wide open. The dazzling glow appeared, and the purplish swirling light shot upward. It was brighter and more powerful than before, especially in the steadily darkening evening sky. "What the—" Hal muttered. Right in front of him, a cottage began to construct itself out of thin air. First, the vertical wooden frame structure, complete with a low doorway and round openings for windows. Then, a superfast weaving of long, flexible twigs to form the walls, a smooth layer of mud and clay to seal up the gaps and close it in, a coat of paint to make it look pretty. Meanwhile, the roof went up, a chimney appeared, and glass panes rippled into existence. Front door steps rose from the grass, and then paving stones winked into being, directly underneath the box of Fables. Even before the paint on the walls was dry, bushes and flowers sprang up, and a pumpkin grew into place, still completely out of season. "The Hansel and Gretel house is back," Hal said grimly. "Let's hope Mrs. Hunter doesn't wind up here again, trying to lure us into her oven." He climbed to his feet, approached the box, and kicked the lid shut. Though the purple light and dazzling glow cut off, the cottage continued the final touches of its own construction. Weird sounds came from within, as if furniture was being arranged. Dewey couldn't help hoist the box onto his own back, so Hal had to struggle with it on his own. He balanced it there and climbed aboard. Then the centaur set off again, resuming his gallop across the glade toward the ominously dark woods. Hal twisted around. In the distance, outside the cabin, the beanstalk's spurt of growth had ratcheted up quite a few notches. It now towered 50 feet high. Emily and Lauren helped pick up long locks of hair so that Darcy and the others could scurry inside the cabin. Mrs. Hunter would have to start lighting lamps and getting the fire going, since daylight was rapidly disappearing on them. Only Rudy remained outside, standing on the doorstep and staring across the field. Hal returned his attention to what lay ahead of him. The gloom within the trees gave him the heebie-jeebies. Dewey slowed upon entering the woods, holding up the feather so the thorny bushes parted. "How far?" he asked, his voice strangely loud even though he spoke softly. "Keep going as far as you can. Well past the road, far enough that the beanstalk and the tower and the cottage vanish again." Except they couldn't see the beanstalk, tower, or cottage from within the tangled woods. "We won't know for sure how far we need to go," Dewey remarked. "True." Dewey nodded. "That's okay. I can walk all night." Hal smiled. "It's you and me, buddy, being heroes again." "You're the hero," Dewey murmured. "When you stood there and faced that giant wolf. I never could have done that." "Sure you could." Hal felt a surge of pride mingled with a slight awkwardness. He was no hero. He just happened to have been born a dragon, so he had the fiery breath, and nobody else. Dewey trotted in silence for a while. Bushes rustled eerily as they moved aside. Hundreds of sharp spines quivered. The box of Fables flew open again. Hal felt a moment of satisfaction. This time he'd made sure to turn the box sideways so the lid opened harmlessly. The sudden magical glow wasn't only dazzling, it was blinding. Hal squinted while reaching across to close the lid. His skin prickled amid the purple, swirling energy. He tried to slam the lid shut, but some kind of force blocked him. "You all right back there?" Dewey called over his shoulder. "Should I stop?" Hal fought with the box lid to no avail. "Keep going. It's like it knows what we're trying to do, and the stupid thing won't shut. Keep moving." He gave up trying to close it. Ideally, he would tip the box off into the thorns and forget about it. But it was too soon. He and Dewey had to get farther away. When he'd flown across the treetops earlier, the wolf hadn't faded until he'd been a considerable distance from the cabin. They weren't even close to being out of range yet. "People ahead," the centaur warned him. "What?" Hal squinted. "People? What people?" "I don't know. There's a bunch of them waiting." It seemed the phoenix egg's protection zone was about to end. The thorny thickets stopped at the roadside, and the figures waited there, holding aloft lanterns. A moment later, both Hal and Dewey sighed with relief. "Goblins!" A great weight lifted. Maybe Miss Simone was here too. As they emerged from the trees and stepped out onto the road, it became apparent something was wrong. Miss Simone was indeed there, but she and her goblin friends had confused looks on their faces. "Hal," she said with a frown. "Dewey." Overjoyed, Hal wanted to jump down and run to her, but with the open box in his lap still spewing purple light, he stayed put and once again fought with the lid. "Miss Simone, what are you... How—" "I fear she's on to us," she murmured. Hal frowned. "Who is?" The goblins stood in a line, all staring rather blankly, their brows deeply furrowed. "The Queen," Miss Simone said. "Her mirror gave us away. She's sending someone after me. To kill me." Dewey twisted his head around and whispered, "What's she on about?" Hal's mouth worked up and down. The Queen?" Sending someone to kill you? For a moment, all he could think of was Queen Morgana. She was perhaps the only queen in New Earth, since monarchies among humans no longer existed. This was a land of mayors and councils, not kings and queens. But Queen Morgana certainly wouldn't send anyone to kill Miss Simone. "Who's she sending?" Dewey asked. Something in his voice suggested he already knew what was going on here. "The huntsman," Miss Simone replied, her gaze flicking to the dark woods all around. "Every morning, the Queen asks her mirror, who is the fairest of them all, and it's always me. She's had enough. The mirror told her I was here in the woods with the dwarfs, and she wants me dead so that she'll be the fairest of them all. The huntsman will be here soon." The reality of it all, or rather the complete opposite of reality, came crashing down. Hal let out a cry of exasperation and with a burst of strength slammed the box lid shut, cutting off the dazzling glow and purple light. He hurled the box sideways into the middle of the road. "This is just a stupid fairy tale," he yelled, jumping down. His sudden anger caused the 7 dwarfs, the 7 goblins, to reach for their short swords. The clink and scrape of metal warned Hal that he'd better watch his tongue. Dewey took over. "Miss Simone, this isn't—" "Miss Snow," she corrected him gently. Hal couldn't help himself. "You're not Snow White." He jabbed a finger toward the goblins. "And those are not dwarfs." He wished Blacknail were one of them. He couldn't see Blacknail being mind-controlled by a magical box. To be fair, though, he couldn't see Miss Simone falling for it either. Wary of the approaching goblin swords, Dewey edged backward. Hal raised his hands in a beseeching manner. "You're being possessed by that box. Don't you see? This isn't you. There's no Snow White, no dwarfs, no evil queen, and no huntsman. Nobody's coming to—" He broke off as a shadowy figure shifted in the trees on the opposite side of the road. The goblins spotted the silent movement as well, and they drew their swords. Miss Simone crouched, suddenly fearful. Even Dewey glanced about, as though wondering which way to gallop off. "Miss Simone," he whispered, "you need to hide." An arrow whistled through the air. It missed her by inches and thudded into a tree beyond. This caused the goblins to roar with anger and stampede into the woods. After the frenzied rustle of bushes and snapping of twigs, the noise receded into the distance. Hal beseeched Miss Simone again. "Please, quickly, get on Dewey's back." Thankfully, she agreed. He clambered aboard himself first, scooting forward to give her room to climb up behind him. Then he barked orders at Dewey. "Let's go!" Instead of galloping along the road at top speed as expected, Dewey held up the feather and started into the tangled thorns. This meant their escape was painfully slow. "Dewey, can't you go any faster?" Hal yelled. The centaur said nothing. He moved with purpose among the rustling brambles. Hal ground his teeth. Over his shoulder, a shadowy figure appeared on the other side of the road. The huntsman. He moved easily and silently between trees, then stepped fully into view, caught sight of the escapees, raised his bow, and shot off an arrow. It hit Miss Simone. She cried out and leaned forward, clutching Hal with one hand and her shoulder with the other. The arrow had embedded itself deep. "Dewey!" Hal yelled. "Run!" At least Dewey responded to that. He jerked forward, holding the feather out in front in an effort to clear a path faster. Behind them, the huntsman fired again. This arrow glanced off Hal's thigh. Yet another came whining past. Hal ducked and shot a fearful glance to the rear. Still visible through the trees, the huntsman leaned over the box of Fables and began to hoist it onto his shoulder. Then Hal lost sight of him because the shuffling vegetation closed in. What if the huntsman came after them, carrying the box? He could bring it straight back to the cabin. Well, of course he would. The box had a mind of its own and probably controlled the man like a puppet, as it had controlled Dewey just now. "Ah!" How many times had they tried to leave the glade and, for one reason or another, gone back to the cabin? They'd actually made it to the road and could have escaped, only they'd all foolishly returned to save Rudy. And why had Rudy needed saving? Because the box had anticipated literally everything. It's not only creating characters out of thin air, but also using people as puppets. Miss Simone started to tip sideways. She kept moaning in pain while gripping his shirt with her free hand. He urged her again to hold tight. But what about the thorns? Hal felt a surge of hope. Dewey, the huntsman can't follow us without a feather. He'll be cut to shreds if he tries. Dewey kept his eyes ahead as he held the feather aloft. Unless the box gives him a thick jacket, or wings, or a phoenix feather of his own. Well, true. His brief hope died. Miss Simone started to slide again, and Hal gripped her unbloodied hand in an effort to keep her upright. When Dewey eventually emerged from the woods and picked up speed, it seemed certain they'd all end up sprawled on the grass long before they reached the cabin. But even as Hal fought to remain seated, he couldn't help glancing around the rapidly darkening glade in wonder. As he'd suspected, their trek had been in vain. They hadn't carried the box of Fables far enough away, and nothing had faded. In fact, the situation was far worse. The Beanstalk stretched into the sky. The Hansel and Gretel cottage stood finished. Rapunzel's tower once more loomed in the evening sky. Dame Gothel was back, pounding on the front door of the cabin. Prince Harcourt waited with his hands on his hips, loudly requesting that his true love step outside. A tall, gangly figure lurked by one of the bedroom windows, peering in while gently scraping his huge scissors on the glass. Many other fairy tale characters were present, a dizzying array of people and small animals. Hal couldn't figure out what kind of role most of them played. 7 young goats rang a bell in his memory, and so did a large, upright cat wearing boots. He also recognized the 4 horses trotting across the field, drawing a splendid carriage, upon which sat a coachman. 4 footmen trailed behind, and inside the magnificent golden vehicle sat a beautiful woman with a look of wonder on her face. Farther away, a large and hideously disfigured beast of a man angrily confronted a smaller fellow who cowered on the ground, clutching a rose. "You stole from my rose garden," the beast roared, "even after I offered my kind hospitality." Hal spotted a sinister-looking woman garbed in a black dress, but she could be from any number of stories. The field crawled with critters: foxes, geese, mice, frogs, wolves, snakes, lions, donkeys, even an eagle or two swooping in from above. Dewey slowed to a trot, careful to avoid stepping on anything that moved. The box of Fables had gone all out, conjuring every story it knew, from fairy tales to fables. Strange laughter caught Hal's attention, and he glanced to his left, where a hare seemed to be ridiculing a slow-moving tortoise. "This is completely nuts," Hal said. Dewey nodded. "Yep." Miss Simone had forgotten her pain for a moment. "What is this? What's going on?" Curious, Hal asked her, "What was your name again?" "Snow." His heart sank. "Okay. Well, you're safe now, Miss Snow. The huntsman can't find you here." A blonde-haired girl ran past, chased by a huge brown grizzly bear. 2 more bears stood nearby. It seemed Goldilocks had been found out. And this was the young, cute version, not the old hag. Dewey hurried straight around to the back of the cabin. Miss Simone collapsed to her knees when she dismounted. She gently touched the base of the arrow and, with blood running over her fingers, climbed to her feet. The kitchen door flew open and Mrs. Hunter rushed out. "Oh, my goodness!" She had Lauren and Fenton with her, and they supported Miss Simone and helped her inside. Hal climbed down and hung back with Dewey while they caught their breath. Seconds later, Abigail appeared in the doorway with Robbie and Emily in tow. Well, you obviously didn't take the box very far, Emily complained. We tried, Hal grumbled. We took it all the way to the road, but we were ambushed by 7 dwarfs and a huntsman. Robbie looked completely lost. This is the weirdest day of my life. He scowled. There's a man in the classroom. He's making shoes. And a beautiful woman sound asleep in Abigail's bed, Emily said. I think maybe she's... Sleeping Beauty? Robbie finished. Yeah, thanks, we get it. Hal, have you seen all the animals running about? Rudy said they're mostly from Fables. A boy of about 10 raced around the corner. Before anyone had time to react, he yelled, "Wolf! Wolf!" Then he turned and skedaddled. The warning sent a chill down Hal's spine. Oh no, I hope that's not the giant one back again. I'll go look. Stay here a minute. He peered around the corner of the building and across the field, once more amazed at what seemed like a teeming mass of creatures, either running, hopping, or slithering about. He saw a few normal-sized wolves, but none of them seemed to be headed his way. Abigail tapped him on the shoulder. Ignore that boy. He's always crying wolf. Maybe when he does it a 3rd time, we should pay attention. Hal could have kicked himself. Before he turned away from the mayhem across the lawn, he spotted a curious little figure. Was that a gingerbread man? The tiny, agile figure laughed as it ran from a pursuing fox. What a crazy night. Chapter 20. Destroy the box. The cabin was under siege again. With a reincarnated Dame Gothel banging on the front door, the red-legged scissor man scraping on the window, and endless hollering from all directions, Hal couldn't decide what he should be the most fearful of. When a boy's voice yelled, "Wolf! Wolf!" for the 3rd time, a wolf's howl echoed through the night, suggesting they were about to be subjected to another onslaught of huffing and puffing. Emily screamed from her bedroom that a giant was descending the newly sprouted beanstalk. Meanwhile, Mrs. Hunter loitered in the kitchen, trying to persuade anyone who would listen to come and check the oven to see if it was hot enough. The friends darted from room to room, often having to leap over snakes, frogs, and an occasional fox. It wasn't all bad. The sleeping woman in Abigail's bed seemed harmless enough. So did the shoemaker in the classroom. He toiled away, cutting multiple leather shapes and laying them out as if expecting someone else to fit them together and construct the shoes. Thomas found a goose in the broom cupboard, laying a golden egg, and Robbie spoke in amazement about meeting a tiny man who introduced himself as Tom. Hal jumped in alarm when, in the short hallway, yet another stranger wandered past, this one blowing into a musical instrument. A stream of rats followed closely behind. The cabin was crowded. A window smashed, then another. Hal gathered everyone together, and since Mrs. Hunter refused to leave the kitchen, it became their center point, except for Miss Simone, who was laid up in a bedroom, and Emily, who had opted to stay with her. Rudy was hunched over the kitchen table. Abigail approached her and exclaimed, "What big ears you have!" The Wulver looked up in alarm. Though she squirmed in her seat and seemed unwilling to answer, her response squeezed out anyway. "All the better to hear you with, my dear." "Oh, not this again," Hal groaned. Darcy seemed pretty miserable about her hair. It was so long that she bundled most of it up in her arms and carried it, and even then, the rest of the golden locks dangled to the floor. "Guys, what are we going to do?" Lauren asked. Before anyone could answer, they became aware of a new arrival, a petite brown-haired girl perched on a padded stool that hadn't been there before. She was busy scooping mouthfuls of a white, lumpy dessert from a small bowl. Everyone stared at her, puzzled, and she stared back while stuffing her face. "Who are you?" Darcy demanded, sounding pretty fed up. "Patience," the girl said. "Don't tell me to be patient." The girl smiled and stopped scooping for a moment. "No, that's my name. Patience Muffet." At that moment, a huge spider descended from the ceiling on a thread that glimmered in the light from the table lamp. As soon as the girl saw it, she leapt to her feet, dropped her bowl, and raced out of the kitchen. A tremendous banging on the roof startled them. The noise was familiar by now. "The giant's here," Lauren whispered. Fenton shook his head. "We need a plan. Can't we head for the road and take our chances?" Rudy thumped the table. "Where's the box right now?" "In the woods," Dewey said. "We need to destroy it." Rudy glanced around at them all. "I know it'll come back, but maybe smashing it into pieces now will end the current spate of fairy tales." "Have you tested this theory?" Fenton demanded. "I have not. Honestly, I haven't opened the box in years and certainly haven't called upon any tales. That didn't stop me trying to get rid of it, though. The confounded thing won't leave me alone. Destroying it for a temporary period is all I can think of to try." Abigail sat down opposite the Wulver. "What big eyes you have!" "Abby, stop!" Lauren snapped. But Mrs. Hunter gently tugged on Lauren's sleeve. "My dear, would you be so kind? Pop your head in the oven and see if it's warm enough yet, would you?" "Mom, quit!" The tension was mounting. With no decent plan, it seemed Rudy's idea to hack the box to pieces was all they had, except they didn't have the box. "You really think it'll help?" Hal asked her again, wondering if he should go find it. "Maybe, but it's just a hunch." A man appeared in the doorway. He had a twisted face, and he was bent quite severely forward, with a huge hump behind his shoulders. "Esmeralda?" he said with a terrible lisp. "Go away!" everyone yelled at once. At that moment, another window shattered, this time at the rear of the cabin in one of the bedrooms. Hal and Fenton went to investigate. "If it's the red-legged scissor man," Fenton growled, "I'm going to stick my thumbs in his eyeballs." But it wasn't. A lithe young man grasping a bow had climbed in the window of Emily's room. To Hal's amazement, he dragged the box of Fables in with him. After thumping it down on the floor, he stood and wiped his brow. It was the huntsman, and he hadn't yet spotted Hal and Fenton in the doorway. He wore a pale green shirt with a brown leather vest, gauntlets, pants, and boots. A sheathed sword hung from his belt, and the strap over his shoulder held a quiver across his back. Judging by the number of rips and tears in his clothing and the scratches across his face and hands, the box hadn't offered him a whole lot of protection for his slog through brambles. When he saw Hal and Fenton, he immediately reached for an arrow and nocked it. "Where's Snow?" he murmured. "There's nobody here with that name," Hal said in a sullen voice. He jerked in alarm as the man, in one swift movement, lifted his bow and fired it. The arrow zipped over Hal's shoulder and thudded into the wall inches from his left ear. "That was your only warning," the huntsman said in a calm voice. He nocked another arrow. "The next goes through your heart." Hal swallowed. The huntsman had clear, unblinking blue eyes. "Now take me to her. The Queen has given me an order to execute Snow White, and nobody will stand in my way." "Except us," Fenton said. As the huntsman raised his bow again, Hal leapt forward and belched up whatever fire he could muster. It was enough to take the man by surprise, and while he recovered from the blast of fire and smoke, Hal threw himself forward to grapple with him. They both went down in a tangle of limbs. The bow got caught between them, and Hal whacked his head on it. But at least the huntsman couldn't shoot. Fenton joined in. He was able to spew out a deluge of greyish liquid. Normally this would be from his second stomach, except he wasn't in lizard form at the moment, so that nasty grey water had to have come from his one and only human stomach. Gross! Fenton had literally vomited on the man's face. But as stinky as it might be, it was mostly water, special water that quickly solidified and blocked the huntsman's nostrils and mouth. While the intruder thrashed on the floor, clawing at his face, Hal moved toward the box. "Let's smash this thing to bits." "I'll get the axe," Fenton said. "I put it in the broom cupboard." While Fenton hurried away, Hal stood alone, watching as the man on the floor clawed the glue-like substance from his face. When would the huntsman's role be done? Hal couldn't fully recall the Snow White story, but maybe the original plot didn't matter anymore. It seemed the box of Fables was throwing random fairy tale elements into the mix to see what would happen. The huntsman finally sat up, his face mostly clear of the gunk. "Where's Snow?" he repeated. Despite the chaos outside and the constant thumping on the roof, Hal felt a need to try reasoning with the guy, if only to see how well fleshed out this make-believe character was. "There is no Snow White. This isn't real. You've been conjured up by—" He paused. Nobody was going to like being told they weren't real. Maybe a different approach would be better. A couple of questions to seed some doubt in the man's head. "How did you get here? Do you even remember?" The huntsman kept glancing toward the door to the hall. "I rode from the palace. The queen was adamant. Snow must die. Quickly and quietly." "Yeah, but do you remember riding here?" "Of course. What kind of question is that? Do you take me for a fool?" Hal tried again. "Why'd you drag that big old box through the woods?" This caused the man to frown. I have my reasons." "Such as? Did the box compel you?" Fenton reappeared in the doorway, hefting the axe. The huntsman's eyes widened in fear. "Where do you live?" Hal persisted. "What did you eat for breakfast this morning?" Before the man could respond, Hal threw in another question. "What's your name?" "My name is—" Then the blue-eyed huntsman paused and frowned. "My name—" "Yes, your name. See, you don't even know. That's because you were created by that magic box. Look, if you can't remember your name, that proves it. Anyway, look outside. You must have noticed all the people and the animals and the giants stamping around on the roof." In the back of his mind, Hal wondered if he could convince other characters that they'd been conjured into existence by a box of magic. Dame Gothel, for instance. But what then? What would they do? Even if they all gave up trying to gain entry to the cabin, how would that end the fairy tales? It seemed the only possibility of the tales going away was for them to reach their natural ends, or to smash the box to pieces. Hal stepped aside and nodded at Fenton. "Go for it." The big boy went to town. He brought the axe down so hard on the first swing that the blade cleaved the lid in two. As he wrestled the heavy head loose, a soft glow appeared in the crack. Then Fenton hit it again, and the lid caved in on one side. This time the glow dimmed. "Keep going," Hal urged, suddenly excited. This might actually work. The huntsman stood with his back to the wall, watching with some confusion as Fenton chopped at the box, over and over, until its four sides fell apart and large, splintered sections of wood lay strewn across the floor. The metal strapping twisted and buckled, the latch flew loose, and the last recognizable curve of the lid flew apart. Sweating and panting, Fenton stood the axe head on the floor and leaned on the handle to rest. Hal went to the window. Most of the fairy tale characters were around the front, but many small critters from Fables seemed to be running about nearby. And on the roof, the giant from the Beanstalk was still at large, though his constant stomping had become little more than background noise by now. A weathered bearded man wearing muddy boots and a thick coat shuffled into view, not far from Hal's window. He looked cold, and he hunched over his cane as he walked. One hand was clutched to his chest, where his coat moved as if something was nestled inside. "I may be a simple farmer," he muttered to whatever he held there, "but I won't let one of nature's creatures suffer in this cold weather, no matter what you be." Hal guessed the man was holding a kitten or a lost puppy. The movement inside the coat increased. "Ah, you be waking now, eh?" the farmer chuckled. "Well, I'm glad you're—" Suddenly, he jerked and winced, then thumped at his chest. With wide eyes, he ripped his coat open, and out fell a snake. The serpent wriggled off, leaving the farmer standing there clutching at his chest. "He bit me," he said, sounding incredulous. "He bit me." Apparently noticing Hal for the first time, he called out to him, "Learn from my fate not to take pity on a scoundrel." At that point, he collapsed to the ground. Hal was already starting to climb out the window to help him, but Fenton gripped his shoulder. "He's not real." Gritting his teeth, Hal fought to stay put. "Are we sure about that? He looks real to me." It was a pointless message. That's what fables are, right? The poor farmer lay still. A fox and a goose ambled past, then a pig. If the destruction of the box was the only way to end the magic early, it didn't seem to be working. A giant wolf thundered into view. The same one as before? If so, it looked renewed, with no sign of the beatings it had taken earlier. Spotting Hal in the window, the wolf howled, leapt closer, and drew in its breath. "Here we go again," Hal started, but his words were snatched away by a ferocious wind as the wolf began huffing and puffing. The walls shook. The window rattled. Hal staggered backward across the room, his hair almost ripped from his scalp. He ended up on his hands and knees alongside the huntsman and Fenton. The three of them crawled from the room into the hallway, the wind whistling around their ears. Right before Hal pulled the door shut after him, he watched dozens of wooden pieces and metal straps lifting off the floor as if taken up by a tornado, and then the door slammed shut on him, catching his thumb and making him yell in pain. "Ow!" "Remind me," Fenton gasped. "Is this supposed to be the wooden house or the brick house? I mean, I know it's a wooden house, but the last time—" "I think this time it's probably the wooden house," Hal said, sucking the end of his thumb. "Except that means we should have a brick house to run to, right? So where is it?" The huntsman let out a yell. "Look out!" Hal and Fenton swung around to see the red-legged scissor man leaping into the hallway from— where? He seemed to appear by magic. "Alack! Alack! I have warned you not to suck your thumb," he roared. "And now I must cut it off, and they don't grow back, you know." He brandished his scissors and pounced on Hal, then stopped short with an arrow projecting from his chest. His eyes widened in surprise. Hal glanced sideways to see the huntsman standing there with his bow, already nocking another arrow in readiness. "Run!" the man urged. Taking his chance, Hal ducked around the red-legged scissor man and into the nearest bedroom, where Emily sat at Miss Simone's bedside. Fenton followed him in and slammed the door, then stood there holding the handle and propping his foot against the bottom in case the tall tailor tried to enter. Wide awake, Miss Simone lay on top of the bed with several pillows propping her upright. She looked pale. A bowl of water sat on the floor next to the bed, and it had bloody rags in it. "How is your evening going, Hal?" she murmured with a raised eyebrow. Hal wanted to rant and rave about everything that had happened, but he guessed Emily had already done that. "Oh, the usual," he said instead. "You?" She gave a rueful smile. "I've certainly felt better. Can't you transform and heal up?" "I have, but I'm not as young as I was, and healing is a little more difficult. Still, I'm fine now, just sore." Emily patted her hand. "At least you're not Snow White anymore." That caused Miss Simone to frown and redden. "Yes, I feel foolish about that. I don't know what came over me." "I'm wondering why it stopped," Emily said. She looked across at Hal. "Did the Snow White story end somehow?" "Not exactly. The huntsman." He wasn't sure how to describe it. The huntsman woke up, became aware he might not be a real person. He was still pondering that when the door shook suddenly. Fenton gripped the handle while throwing all his weight behind it. A second later, the red-legged scissor man started banging. At the same time, a trickle of dust accompanied the thudding on the roof directly above.
Fee, fi, fo, fum!
A muffled voice roared. Someone in the kitchen shouted in alarm. Plates shattered on the floor, and it sounded like the table and chairs were upended. Torn between rushing to help and staying put, Hal remembered for the umpteenth time that he had no shape-shifting ability and was completely useless. Even if he could get past the scissor-wielding maniac outside the door, what could he possibly do to help his friends? He raised his voice over the noise. "We need your help, Miss Simone. What can we do? Fenton smashed the box into a million pieces and nothing changed." Miss Simone nodded. "So I gathered from the noise earlier. I'm afraid we'll have to wait it out. It's too dangerous to go outside, and most of you can't transform. Those who can are the least useful in a battle of strength. So, we wait?" Emily spread her hands, the expression on her face suggesting she'd already come to that conclusion. Over by the door, Fenton withstood the barrage of thumps and bangs, but he looked worried. With each renewed effort from outside, the door jerked open a little more before slamming shut again. But the red-legged scissor man's face could be seen in the gap each time, and he had a grin on his face as if he were enjoying the challenge. "Surely he's stronger than Fenton. Why is he playing with us? If only the huntsman would chase the tailor off with a few more arrows." Hal ran to the window. The golden carriage was out there, its door open, and a red carpet rolled out for the occupant to step down onto. The young woman, Cinderella, looked amazing with her sparkling jeweled gown and the famous glass slippers, though it seemed impossible that anyone could actually walk around in anything so hard and uncomfortable. The wolf that was huffing and puffing on the other side of the cabin caused a strong enough breeze on this side to ruffle her hair and dress. What's she even doing here? There's no fancy ball, and no prince. Well, there's a prince or two on the lawn somewhere, but... The notion of ugly stepsisters crossed his mind, and when the clock struck midnight, it would be kind of interesting to watch the carriage change into a pumpkin, the coachman into a rat, the horses into mice, and the footman into lizards, and to see Cinderella's sparkling dress turn to rags. "Anything worth looking at?" Fenton gasped. Hal snapped out of it. "Nothing useful." He ran to help hold the door against the red-legged scissor man, his mind spinning with all the problems they faced. Miss Simone injured. Abigail and the others needing help in the kitchen. No way for Hal to shapeshift. Countless people and animals running wild. A giant wolf blowing up a storm. The box of Fables had conjured a doozy of a story tonight. At that moment, a massive fist punched through the ceiling, sending bits of wood and tile tumbling down. Emily let out a squeal of surprise, and even Miss Simone drew her feet up and nearly scurried from the bed. Above, the giant from the Beanstalk shoved his face close to the hole and scowled.
"Fee, fi, fo, fum!"
Yeah, we know!" Hal yelled back. He and Fenton still had their backs to the door. What could they do? The tailor's scissors could be deadly, but so could the giant on the roof, once he'd widened the hole enough to squeeze through. "This story's not going to end well," Fenton grunted, sweat on his forehead. Hal had no response to that. Chapter 21. The End. "We have to get out of this room," Hal panted, as the door slammed hard against his and Fenton's backs. The red-legged scissor man seemed to be losing his patience. "How?" Fenton replied. "The window?" The moment he said that, Hal knew that was the answer. "Miss Simone, are you able to climb out the window?" "I don't think I have a choice," she said, through gritted teeth as she scooted herself off the bed. Her shoulder was still bloody, but the wound wasn't so bad now. "Facing whatever's outside has to be better than our options here." With that decided, she and Emily were the first to exit. The moment they opened the window, the whistling blast of the wolf's exhale drowned out anything they said. Within 20 seconds, both of them had climbed over the sill and dropped onto the grass, their hair whipping about in all directions. "Now you," Fenton said to Hal. "I can hold the door a bit longer." Not on your own. Don't argue with me, Squirt. Hal sighed and nodded. You'd better be quick, he warned. He dashed across the room and clambered out the window to join Miss Simone and Emily. Then, looking back in, he signaled for Fenton to hurry. On his own, Fenton was already losing ground. The red-legged scissor-man's long fingers curled around the edge of the door, and then he stuck his head through the widening gap. "Alack! Alack!" he boomed. With a sudden burst of speed, Fenton let go of the door and dashed across the room to the window. While he leapt for the sill, the tall man fell into the room behind him, then pulled out his scissors and sprang to catch his escaping prey. Hal grabbed Fenton's hand and yanked so hard that his friend tipped head-first onto the grass, just as a pair of large scissors snipped viciously at the air. "Oof! Get up, Fent," Hal urged. Emily screamed. "The giant!" Not to be outsmarted, the giant on the roof leapt off and thudded down on the grass. He carried a lot of weight and was far from agile. He stumbled, fell to his knees, grunted, then started to get up. By the time he was on his feet, Hal, Emily, Fenton, and Miss Simone were making their escape, heading around the side of the cabin to the front. Prince Harcourt accosted them. "Ah, my good people, bring forth my lovely princess at once." "Sure, sure," Hal gasped. "We'll get right on it." He almost bumped into Cinderella, too. She seemed to be looking for the entrance to the ball. Her gown billowed like crazy, and her hair was a mess. "Hey, if you're looking for your prince, there's one right behind you," Hal called to her. He immediately felt rotten. Who would want to be saddled with Prince Harcourt? He had no time to stop and wonder about all the other people crowded outside the front door. And he certainly didn't want to stop and chat to Dame Gothel, who still stood on the doorstep calling for Rapunzel to be returned to her. "Where are we going?" Emily gasped as they ran. Hal threw up his hands. "Inside, somehow!" To go all the way around to the far side of the cabin would be a mistake. The wolf was there, blasting the walls with his ferocious breath. Like it or not, they had to gain access straight through the living room window. The glass had already been smashed, so Hal cut toward it, ignoring the fox that crossed his path and the eagle that flew inches from his head. A donkey brayed at him, and a small, cute Goldilocks ran past with a giggle. He clambered inside, taking care not to cut himself on the jagged shards sticking out of the window frame. By the time he picked himself up off the living room floor, Miss Simone was halfway over the sill behind him, with Emily and Fenton on her tail. Panting, Hal headed straight for the kitchen. This deep into the cabin, the wolf's gale-force wind sounded muffled. It actually seemed calm and quiet compared to the chaos outside. He stopped in the doorway. All his other friends were there, along with Mrs. Hunter and Rudy. They stood in a circle, along with a few upended chairs and a table. In the center of the room, the completely intact box of Fables sat on the floor with its lid open and purple light spilling to the air. "No way!" Hal gasped. Abigail spun around, her droopy wings swinging helplessly. Her eyes widened, and she lit up with a smile and ran to him. A second later, Lauren and Emily greeted each other in delight. Darcy threw her arms around Fenton, and Mrs. Hunter rushed to Miss Simone. "Oh, my goodness, you shouldn't be out of bed." "I'm fine." Thomas and Dewey had nothing to say, but Robbie weaved his way through the crowd to poke Hal on the arm. "Can't you transform yet?" "Nope. This sucks. If that wolf knocks the walls down, we're dead?" "Exactly." Fenton gently stroked Darcy's tangled, shoulder-length hair. "You cut it again." She blushed and nodded. "I've cut it about 4 times now. It keeps growing and growing." Rudy approached Miss Simone. "This is all my fault." "No time for that. How can we stop this?" Miss Simone's terse question brought everyone's attention back to the mysterious, magical box. The glow from within was brighter than ever. Fenton grimaced. I smashed that thing into small pieces." "That'll be why it appeared out of nowhere and scared us all to death," Lauren said. "The blast of wind knocked us all over. We thought the big bad wolf had blown the walls down." Hal stared at the box, mesmerized by the purple light it put out. While Miss Simone interrogated the Wulver, his friends enthused about the weird things they'd seen that night, from fairy tales to fables and everything in between. Little Miss Muffet is a nursery rhyme," Dewey said. "It's supposed to be a box of fables, but it doesn't seem to care what kind of tale it is, as long as it knows the story. We'll be seeing Humpty Dumpty next." Robbie nodded. "Yeah, it's like the box had a blockage, and the phoenix egg magic unclogged it, and now everything is pouring out all at once." Abigail rolled her eyes. "You need to work on your analogies, Robbie." "That's it!" Hal yelled. Everyone ceased talking at once, and all eyes turned to him. Hal knew they expected an explanation, but the idea he'd had was still forming, and he needed a moment to think. Robbie frowned. "Spit it out, buddy." Miss Simone gently took his arm. "Hal, you're trembling." "He's having a moment," Abigail murmured. She linked her arm through his. "Do you have a plan?" Slowly, Hal nodded. Maybe." He gently disentangled himself from Abigail and moved toward the box. Dropping to his knees, he leaned over and gazed into the bright light. His skin tingled, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. "Magic box?" he said loudly. Feeling a little foolish, he cleared his throat and pressed forward. Once upon a time, there was a boy with red hair called Thomas. The light brightened and pulsed, and he felt a subtle throb of energy. Hal?" Emily said. "Hey, don't bring me into this," Thomas complained. But Hal went on. Thomas was standing in the kitchen with his friends when, suddenly, he changed into a manticore. A collective gasp filled the air. Hal glanced around to find everyone staring at Thomas with their mouths hanging open. A manticore stared back. "I transformed!" Thomas yelled. He lifted his large scorpion tail and arced it over his head, then tested his claws by digging into the floorboards. "I'm back!" Hal smiled. "The box is hungry for stories. I can tell it quite a few." There was also a girl called Abigail. He grinned and winked at her. She was the loveliest fairy in the kingdom, and her wings sparkled with color wherever she flew. He couldn't help oohing and ahing with everyone else as the box made this story come true. Abigail jerked as if possessed, and her sorry, droopy wings suddenly sprang into life. They stiffened and brightened, then began buzzing like an insect's, and as they did so, a mesmerizing light show of reds and blues and yellows filled the room and danced off the walls. She lifted off the floor and turned slowly, amazement on her face. "And a girl called Emily," Hal went on, talking quickly now, "who was able to turn into a half-snake naga. And a boy called Fenton, who could transform into a huge black lizard so rare that it still doesn't have an official name. And a girl called Lauren, a beautiful harpy with the whitest wings you've ever seen. And Robbie, who could grow to 3 times his height, but chose not to right now because the kitchen was so small." The shape-shifting happened rapidly, and suddenly there was no room to move, thanks to Lauren's white wings, Fenton's sleek reptilian bulk and long tail across the floor, and Emily's slithering naga coils. Hal thanked his lucky stars that the box correctly identified who and what his friends were. It had a good grasp of magic after all, and was adept at interpreting stories in a highly realistic fashion. What Hal had said was already true for the most part. The box simply needed to finish the job. "Hal, make me extra handsome," Robbie whispered. Hal ignored the request. It was time to tackle meteor problems. One day, a great disaster fell upon their home. Wait, no, the disaster had already happened. People everywhere, animals and monsters running about, a wolf huffing and puffing, a giant tearing up the roof, a red-legged scissor man cutting people's thumbs off for no reason. It was mayhem. The box glowed even brighter, and Hal had the impression it was fact-checking to see if all of that was indeed happening. If not, it would introduce elements as needed. "Don't forget Dame Gothel," Robbie urged. "Robbie, shut up!" Emily hissed. A terrible crash from the classroom caught their attention. Seconds later, a man with rolled-up sleeves and a brown leather apron came running out. "I can't work in these conditions!" He raced past them and disappeared down the hall. Hal gawked in confusion. "Who?" "Shoemaker," Emily said. "Ignore him. Carry on." Right. So this terrible disaster was happening, and then... The crashing and banging in the classroom increased. The howling wind suddenly intensified, and a blast of cool air gusted through the kitchen. "That doesn't sound good," Rudy muttered, heading toward the classroom. "I'll take a look." Hal leaned over the brightly glowing box and tried to focus. So anyway, all of a sudden, a strange calm descended on the cabin. The wind cut off, and... The moment he said that, the howling ended, and the strong breeze that had been whipping around the kitchen became still. True to his word, the sudden silence was eerie. Hal swallowed, and he was sure everybody heard. Dewey was breathing hard. Darcy had been absently scooping up handfuls of hair as it continued to grow, and the sound of her elbows swishing on her shirt was suddenly audible. When Thomas unfurled his tail, the shiny red segments made an odd creaking sound. Rudy reappeared, her thudding footsteps echoing off the walls. The wolf actually blew the wall in, but the creature's just standing there looking confused. Hal spoke again. It was the strangest thing, but the confused wolf that stood outside their ruined classroom was there 1 minute and gone the next. Nobody heard a sound. Rudy's snout twitched, and she held up a finger to indicate she'd be right back. She disappeared through the door again. When she returned, she had her teeth bared and her tongue hanging out. "It's gone!" That moment sent a thrill of excitement around the kitchen. The friends held hands, and Miss Simone reached for Rudy's shoulder to squeeze. Mrs. Hunter quietly picked up a chair, set it upright, and sank into it. Slowly, one by one, every living person and animal outside the cabin vanished, Hal said carefully. With a jolt of terror, he added, "I mean, those on the grass right outside. Not everyone in the whole world. Only the characters from fairy tales and fables that weren't here this morning." He cringed at his near-colossal error. He felt like he wielded the power of the gods, and it scared him. Could the box have wiped out all life in New Earth over a few poorly chosen words? Probably not. The box's power had a limited range. "And all the snakes and geese inside the house vanished too," Hal added, thinking of the critters they'd been tripping over. He was aware of Emily slithering out of the room to go check. Thomas turned and hurried off as well, his claws clicking on the floorboards. Seeing Darcy scooping up another handful of hair, he figured it had to be down to her knees again. He smiled and said, Darcy discovered that her lovely blonde hair had stopped growing at an unusual rate. It was finally back to normal. Darcy's eyes widened, and then she blinked. A smile spread across her face as she let go of the handfuls of hair and let it hang, not to her knees, but her ankles. "I think it's stopped," she said. "Now I can cut it and be done." She was already fishing a pair of scissors out of her pocket. Carefully, she snipped straight across her locks below the shoulder. The hair fell to the floor with a gentle swoosh. "We'll get you a decent haircut at home," Mrs. Hunter said from her chair. The sight of scissors reminded Hal of the red-legged scissor man. How could they have forgotten him? Feeling bold and daring, Hal raised his thumb to his mouth. It still smarted a little from being trapped in the doorframe, so he felt justified in sticking it in his mouth for a moment. Though he expected an appearance from the scissor-wielding maniac, It was still a shock the way the tailor leapt into the kitchen. "Alack! Alack! Now I must cut your thumb clean off. And it won't grow back, you know." The huge scissors flashed in the purple light as the tall man lunged. Hal barely had time to bark a few simple words. Suddenly, all pairs of scissors turned to dust. A split second later, a powdery substance floated in the air as the tailor's enormous shears disintegrated. Darcy's fell apart at the same time. The two clouds of metallic dust descended to the floor, sparkling like glitter. The tailor stood over Hal, his fingers and thumb still flexing in an almost comical way. "What?" he sputtered. Grinning, Hal said to the box. The red-legged scissor man was surprised to find that his big hat had a rabbit under it. A titter swept across the kitchen as the tailor frowned and reached for his black top hat. It was already moving in an unnatural way, and when he swept it off, a white rabbit toppled out and fell into his other outstretched hand. Hal couldn't help feeling smug, but the red-legged scissor man took him by surprise when he caught on to what was happening and leaned over the box himself. Suddenly, a very large and extremely sharp pair of scissors appeared on the floor. Then he snatched up the newly conjured shears. But as he swung to face Hal, Thomas flew across the room and slammed all his manticore weight into the man's chest, causing him to stumble against the box and trip over it. As he sprawled on his back, with his shiny scissors held aloft, Hal quickly uttered a few choice words to get rid of him. "Alack! Alack! The horrible tailor was sucked into the magical box of fables, never to be seen again." What happened next was exactly as described. The gangly man folded in half and disappeared rear end first into the dazzling light. His hands and feet were the last to go. Hal breathed a sigh of relief. The red-legged scissor man was gone. "Thanks, Thomas," he muttered. The manticore sat and pulled his scorpion tail around him. "You're welcome. Sorry for bringing him to life in the first place." "You didn't," Rudy said. "I remember that story from a long, long time ago. I read it to the box when I was 10. Of course, he was a ghostly figure then, but he still terrified me." She tilted her head at Thomas. "I wouldn't be surprised if that was only the second time he's ever been called upon. Horrible creature." "Don't forget Miss Muffet," Lauren pointed out. "She's in the cabin somewhere, hiding. And the shoemaker, and maybe even his elves." "Goldilocks might be around," Fenton said. "No, wait, we saw her outside. But the huntsman and the Pied Piper of Hamelin." "Oh, and there's the Sleeping Beauty," Darcy cried. "She was in Abigail's bed." Hal waved his hand dismissively. "I've got this. Let's see." He leaned into the light. A few fairy tale characters remained in the cabin, but not for long. Without any fuss, they were sent back to wherever they came from. "From whence they came," Miss Simone murmured with a smile. "Yes, from whence they came." Turning to her, Hal studied her bloody shoulder for a moment, then hunched over the box again. But she shook her head before he could say a word. "No, Hal, don't try to heal me. Let's not play with fire. I'll be fine." He sighed and nodded. Abigail dropped to her knees by the box and gazed at him. "Speaking of playing with fire, it's time you fixed yourself, Hal." "Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess." He puzzled over it for a moment, then spoke loudly. In the end, a boy named Hal discovered he could once again transform into a dragon the way he'd always done. Not that he'd do that inside, obviously. His magic was restored, and he could shift any time he wanted. To his surprise, a tingle of energy coursed through his body. Without even testing his ability, he knew he could transform if he wanted to. He would too the moment he got outside. And Hal looked around at everyone to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything. And they all lived happily ever after. He gently closed the lid, and the lights shut off. Epilogue. "Where will you go?" Emily asked. Rudy sniffed the air, her nostrils twitching in the morning sunlight. Where my nose takes me. The sky was a perfect blue. All of them, the Wulver, Miss Simone, Mrs. Hunter, 9 shapeshifters, and 7 goblins, stood together on the lawn, surveying the damage. Or rather, the lack of it. The roof, the walls, the windows, and all the scuffs and scrapes inside had been fixed up for a second time. A couple of goblins had loaded the box of Fables onto a small horse-drawn cart, and a white mare stood waiting. Rudy had decided it was time to move on. "And you're keeping the box," Mrs. Hunter said, sounding doubtful. "I mean, we could probably find a way to permanently dispose of it so it can't follow you around." "Yeah, there are witches," Darcy offered, absently twisting her hair into thin braids. "Maybe it needs de-spelling." "Or we could bury it," Robbie said. "What about burning? Have you tried that? Hal could have a go." "I've tried it all over the years." Rudy shook her head. Her ears were pricked up high, and she seemed cheerful. "But I want to keep it now. It's meant to stay with me. I had it as a child. I nurtured it for a decade with endless stories, then used it when traveling. It knows me. If the events of the past few days have taught me anything, it's that the box is safest with me, away from people who might use it recklessly, and well away from a phoenix egg." She said her goodbyes, and everyone hugged her. Hal found it strange to bury his face into the furry neck of a wolf, but nice too. Some might find her scary or unnerving, but he liked her. They stood and watched while she trundled away on her cart. She had no possessions other than the box, some food for the road, and her journals. Oh, and her fishing gear. She assured them she'd catch a few at the very next river she found. "Well," Mrs. Hunter said, "I suppose that's that. And, since the cabin has been restored and all is well, we might consider staying on a few more days as planned, to do that class work we came here for." A chorus of protests filled the air. Miss Simone couldn't help smiling. "Oh, come on. You've faced far worse than a bit of schoolwork, and look, if you do well and get your grades up over the next few days, I may have a job for you." Hal was suddenly all ears. "A job? Like a mission?" Robbie punched the air. "Yes." "What kind of job?" Thomas asked, clearly less excited than the others. "Yeah, we need something we can get our teeth into," Fenton said. "We're shapeshifters. No more fairy tales, please." The fairy tales only happened because Emily insisted on buying a magical box from that traveling salesman, Abigail pointed out. Hal guessed the others felt the same as he did, that losing their shape-shifting abilities was downright horrible. Dewey, Darcy, and Abigail might not understand, but the rest of them had gone without. He'd felt powerless. Still, all was well now. When everything had settled down last night, he'd gone for a midnight flight with Abigail and enjoyed every second of it, except when pushing through the invisible protection dome, which had been a little unnerving for his passenger. "So, what kind of job?" Thomas asked again. "Well," Miss Simone started, but something interrupted her. A sudden, whooshing, roaring noise from around the side of the cabin where the picnic tables stood. When everyone looked that way, a flare of light sputtered up from the ornamental bird bath. "What on earth?" Lauren muttered. They all gaped in realization. The phoenix egg was hatching. Nobody moved. To do so might break the spell, figuratively speaking. So they all watched from a distance as the flare of light turned a deep blue and roared higher. The bird bath was the perfect platform for a phoenix egg to hatch. The vibrant flame lasted several seconds before dying down. But a small figure was already wriggling about in the smoky bowl. Any normal creature would have burnt up in the searing heat, but a phoenix thrived on such energy. When the last of the flames fizzled out, a bird the size of a cat spread its wings wide, bright colors of scarlet, yellow, and blue that shone in the sun. "Oh my goodness," Darcy whispered. "It's beautiful." It's so small and cute, Emily gasped. Can we keep it? Nobody needed to answer that. The phoenix fluttered and flapped its wings, stumbled a little, had a couple of false starts, and then took to the air. Apparently, these magical birds came pre-trained for flight. Maybe they brushed up on the necessary skills during that long incubation period. Hal grinned to himself, imagining the tiny bird huddled inside its egg, flipping through the pages of a bird flight training book. Though it bobbed up and down at first, it quickly got the hang of it. Leaving a faint trail of wispy smoke, the phoenix flew higher and higher, then shot off over the treetops to begin a 1,000-year lifespan. Naturally, it had no trouble with any invisible domes. The protection spell had ended. From all around the glade, an eerie rustling sound indicated the masses of thorny bushes were wilting and dying. Everyone sighed. Even Miss Simone was wonderstruck. I'm betting very few people get to witness the birth of a phoenix. Rudy left a few minutes too early, Emily exclaimed. She'd have loved this. Robbie abruptly transformed, growing to 3 times his normal height. He stood there for a moment, all shaggy hair and muscle, then shrank down again. His smart clothes reformed around him, and he grinned. Just checking, I still had my powers. If that were an adult phoenix doing its rebirth thing, we'd have lost our magic again. Thomas huffed with impatience. All right, look, enough interruptions. Miss Simone, what kind of job do you have for us when we come home? Everyone turned to face her, and she nodded. There's a mountain with a completely vertical cliff made of ice, and halfway up that cliff, there's a cave, and inside that cave are... Yes, they all chorused. She smiled. Look, do your classwork, get your grades up, then come and talk to me. Her dismissal of the subject caused uproar. Still, in the back of his mind, Hal had to admire the way she'd so cleverly pulled their strings. Suddenly, everyone was eager to get to work. The quicker they got it done, the quicker they went home, and the quicker they got on with their next mission. A mission to an ice mountain. The Island of Fog series. In the next book, Lair of Bigfoot, Hal and his friends go to the mountains on a Bigfoot spotting mission and end up embroiled in the hunt for a killer. Is their quarry a yeti from the neighboring mountain, or something else entirely? Unsure of who to believe, tensions mount as the shapeshifters find themselves in the crossfire between 2 powerful, ferocious clans. Visit islandoffog.com for all the most up-to-date information.